The pain came in through the top of my skull, like someone had decided to open me with a chisel and hadn't bothered to sharpen it first. I was holding a pen. That was the problem. That has always been the problem. My hand was on question 180 of the National Graduate Medical Examination. The pen was moving, and then the room tilted and doubled, and there were two proctors where there had been one, two clocks, two windows, and a wet crawling feeling behind my eyes, like a colony of very small insects had found the soft part of my brain and started eating in shifts. Sweat came off my forehead and landed on the answer sheet. I watched it spread through the paper and thought, with the last part of my mind that was still filing things properly, that this was going to smudge. Somebody was talking to me. "Classmate, are you feeling unwell?" I opened my mouth. Nothing useful came out. I lifted one hand and pointed at my own head, which is the universal medical gesture for this specific object is currently ruining my life, and then the black came up from the floor and took the rest. Here's the thing about me. I have had this since I was a child. Not migraines, not tumors. I have had a cranial CT, an MRI, and a cerebral angiogram, and every single one came back so aggressively normal that the radiologist looked slightly insulted. Nobody has ever found a cause. It arrives, it stays about 40 minutes, and it leaves. The only reliable trigger is an exam. Middle school entrance exam, headache. College entrance exam, headache. And now the graduate entrance exam, the one that decides which hospital gets to own the next 10 years of my life, and my own skull picks that morning to file a complaint. 20+ years of being a calm person on purpose. Don't panic. Stay level. Keep the heart rate boring. I built an entire personality around not letting my blood pressure ruin my life, and my body waited until the highest stakes room I have ever sat in and then hit me in the head with a hammer. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. I woke up on my back in the school clinic, staring at a white ceiling and listening to somebody say, "He's awake! He's awake!" in the tone people use at a funeral when the corpse sits up. Proctor Mei Ling leaned over me. "Classmate, how are you feeling?" And I looked at her, and I was about to say, "Fine, I need to go back." And then I stopped, because there was a patch of green floating over the top of her head. Not on her hair, above it. A soft, unreal smear of green sitting in the air over her scalp like somebody had left a watercolor brush there. When she tilted her head, it tilted with her. I closed my eyes for 10 full seconds, opened them, still there, rooted in place like it paid rent. Okay, so, visual cortex. That's a real thing that happens. That's a real, documented, terrible thing that happens. Except when I looked at the ceiling, it was just a ceiling. And when I looked at the windowsill, it was just a windowsill. And the only things carrying color were the tops of human heads. The accompanying doctor came over. "Classmate, what's wrong?" Yellow. His was yellow. I did the thing you do. I turned my head very slowly and audited the entire room like a man checking whether the walls are still parallel. Young nurse, green. Middle-aged man with the chief examiner badge, yellow. Everybody in that clinic came stamped. And at the same time, faintly, half a step out of my vision, a pale light screen hung in the air in front of me with one line of small text at the top. System completion rate, 0%. I want to be clear that I read online novels. I have read a great many online novels. I know exactly what a light screen with a completion percentage means, and I lay there on that clinic bed with my head still ringing and thought, this is it. This is the moment. I am the chosen one. I am about to become a legendary master of medicine. Then I waited for the system to say literally anything else. It did not. No welcome, no starter pack, no handsome disembodied voice calling me host. Just the one line of text and a completely stagnant screen, sitting there like a pond nobody has visited in 9 years. The invincible systems in the novels do not behave like this. The invincible systems in the novels give you a sword. Mine gave me colors. "Teacher," I said, "I'm fine. I want to go back and finish." And that was when the bell rang. I want you to understand what that bell meant. 20 multiple choice questions, 40 points. I had spent the entire year building toward Peking University School of Medicine, which is the #1 medical school in the country, and the ivory tower every medical student in China stares at from the parking lot, and their cardiology cutoff runs around 380, and I had just donated 40 points to the void because my head decided to have opinions. Mei Ling patted my arm and told me I could always try again next year. Sure, next year, with the same head. I got up, thanked everyone, went and got my phone out of the storage rack, and did the only rational thing available to a man in my position. I turned on the front-facing camera. Green. So everyone needs a little green on their head to get by in this world. Good. Excellent. Very reassuring. Thank you. Walking out of that school, I counted heads like a lunatic. Green, green, yellow, green, yellow, green, green. Roughly 2/3 green, 1/3 yellow, and the yellows skewed old. The exam candidates were almost all green. So, age? Green for young, yellow for middle-aged? I got about 90 seconds of enjoying that theory. Chen Kai was waving at me from the school gate, all skinny in glasses and black tracksuit, holding a bottle of mineral water like it was a peace offering. My best friend since freshman year. Green. Minger, I've been waiting forever. If you'd taken any longer, I'd have assumed you handed in early. Something came up. Hey, did you hear? Somebody fainted in one of the exam rooms. He said it with the specific joy of a man delivering premium gossip. Nerves, apparently. Terrible. Students these days have no mental fortitude at all. I stopped walking. He stopped walking. He looked at my face. He got about halfway through the sentence, Minger, could it be, before his soul left his body. That's right, I said, one word at a time, through my teeth. I'm the one with extremely poor mental fortitude. Misunderstanding, total misunderstanding. It was fine. It was funnier than it was tragic, mostly. I estimated my score at around 360. 360 is a genuinely strong score for medical graduate entrance. 360 gets you into most excellent programs. 360 does not get you into Peking. So I told him to take me to an internet cafe because I wanted a computer and because I needed to find out whether a 20-year headache and a hallucinated color scheme had anything to do with each other. I want to note, for the record, that Chen Kai's reaction to me proposing an internet cafe was to light up like I'd proposed marriage. I had turned him down for 5 straight years. He is a diamond member at Xingxin Internet Cafe. That is several thousand yuan of prepaid enthusiasm. We swiped in. The front desk girl beamed at him by name. He beamed back. Somewhere in that building, 100 grown men were sitting in a heated room in December in their socks. I opened a search bar and typed color on head and got hair dye advertisements. I typed visual disturbance caused by headache and got migraines. And then one of the results mentioned visual disturbances associated with mental illness, which listed 4 diagnostic scales. And I want to be honest with you, I took all 4 of them. All 4 came back normal. I have never been so relieved by a questionnaire in my life. Minger, you're researching mental illness now? I thought you applied for cardiovascular medicine. Just wandering around. Oh. Then he leaned in with that face he makes. Hey, do you know about the legend of this internet cafe? The legend, it turned out, was a man named Wei Chen. Graduated from our university 2 years ago, has lived physically as his address in this internet cafe ever since. He has his own seat. He sleeps in it during the day and games all night, because an all-nighter costs 7 or 8 yuan and daytime is expensive. He bathes once a month in winter. He earns his living expenses playing games for other people. Local television stations have interviewed him. Chen Kai stood up and pointed at the southeast corner, where a shape with a lot of hair was folded over a keyboard. I looked, and my pupils shrank, because the color over that man's head was one I had not seen a single time all day. Red. Not brick, not rust, the red of fresh blood. Now, if my theory was right, and color meant age, then this man was our age and should have been green. He was not green. He was, in fact, the only red I had seen in a city of heads. I sat there and watched him, day and night reversed. A desk buried under discarded snack bags. And then he moved, pushed himself up, yawned into his hand, rolled his neck, and started shuffling toward the front desk. And the shuffle was wrong. Pale face, unsteady steps, a slight limp. He got to the counter and put half his weight on it, like the counter was doing him a favor. Zhao Yu, Coke. Okay, Brother Wei, 3 yuan. Put it on my tab. Brother Wei, this is the 14th bottle of Coke you've bought on credit this week. 14. In a week. He grinned at her with a mouth full of yellow teeth, told her he'd settle up after he got paid tonight, cracked the cap, tipped his head back, and drank. Then the floor jumped. That's what it felt like from where I was sitting, a hard, sourceless shock, and Chen Kai ripped his headphones off, shouting about an earthquake, and by the time he looked up, I wasn't in my chair anymore. The legend of Xingxin Internet Cafe was face down on the tile in front of the counter, and a girl was screaming. I got there, squatted, turned his face up, big red swelling on his forehead where it met the floor. No obvious bleeding, white discharge at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, bro, can you hear me?" Nothing. "Brother, can you hear me?" Nothing. I put 2 fingers on his carotid and watched his chest for 10 seconds, which is the longest 10 seconds in medicine, and at the end of it, I had 2 facts. No pulse, no chest movement. "Call 120," I heard myself yell, and I heard my own voice come out steady, which surprised me, because internally, I had just been handed a live grenade. Because here is the situation. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation is not optional at that point. It is an absolute indication. It is the one thing between this man and being a body. And I had never done it on a person. I had done it on mannequins, dozens of times. I got a perfect score on the CPR skills examination. A mannequin does not have a face, or a chest that gives under your hands, or ribs, or a girl behind the counter making a noise like a kettle. A mannequin is a physics problem. This was a man who owed 3 yuan for a Coke. Around us, the crowd that had gathered to gawk started quietly evaporating, because a crowd will watch a man fall and will not watch a man die. I loosened his belt, opened his shirt, put the heel of my right hand on the lower sternum, laced my fingers, lifted the left 5, locked my arms, and started. At least 100 to 120 a minute, 5 to 6 centimeters deep. The heel of the palm does not leave the chest wall between compressions, or you shift position and break ribs. It played in my head in the exact flat voice of the textbook while my whole body did the work. 30 compressions is 1 cycle. By the end of the first cycle, I had sweat on the bridge of my nose. "Minger, let me." Chen Kai dropped down beside me, and God bless that gossiping idiot, because he took over the compressions without being asked twice, and he did them correctly. "When you finish this cycle, I'll do the breaths." "Got it. I've got a mask in my pocket." He had a mask in his pocket. In the middle of the worst afternoon of my academic life, the universe provided a barrier device, and I turned Wei Chen's head to clear his mouth and laid the mask over his face and pinched his nose and blew, and out of the corner of my eye, I watched his chest rise. His chest rose. Air was going in. That's it. That's the whole test, and it worked. We traded. Compressions, breaths, compressions, breaths. Your arms turn to concrete faster than you think. Check for pulse and breathing every 5 cycles. Anything? Not yet. Let me press. Another cycle. Nothing. Keep going. Another. Not yet. Continue. It had been under 5 minutes and it felt like a marathon. Both of us were breathing like we'd run one. Neither of us could straighten our arms. And then, on the check, with my index and middle fingers on his carotid and nobody compressing anything, there was a pulse under my hand. Got it. Got it. Heartbeat and breathing are back. His chest was moving on its own. I patted his shoulder. Hey bro, can you hear me? He groaned, opened his eyes about a third of the way, closed them again. That's a response. That is a living man giving a bad review of his afternoon. The entire cafe made a sound. Somebody said they brought him back to life. Somebody said I saw it. He wasn't breathing at all. Somebody said, how are doctors this young these days? And Chen Kai and I both just sat down on the floor because our legs had opinions too. We looked at each other and started laughing, which is a thing that happens. The ambulance rolled up 8 minutes after Wei Chen hit the tile, which is genuinely fast, and also worth knowing. For cardiac and respiratory arrest, 8 minutes with nothing done is where you stop calling it a rescue and start calling it a formality. The emergency doctor came in with 2 nurses. I stood up on legs made of noodles, took a sip of water somebody handed me, and gave him a handover. Doctor, patient suffered cardiac and respiratory arrest 8 minutes ago with no obvious cause. My friend and I performed CPR. Breathing and heartbeat returned approximately 1 minute before your arrival. Cause is unknown. Occult hereditary heart disease, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, cannot be ruled out. He was listening to Wei Chen's chest when I said it. He took the stethoscope out of his ears and looked at me the way you look at a dog that has just told you the time. Are you traveling together? You could say half. We're medical students. You could see him rebuilding his entire model of the world. He said something about how, in his day, he'd have been terrified to touch a patient who'd fainted, never mind start compressions. Then the cafe owner, Lin Haoran, arrived. He'd run every red light between his house and here, because he had been quietly having the worst hour of his life, imagining a corpse in his business. He'd come in, seen the crowd, found Xiao Yu, been told the man on the floor was being worked on by 2 medical students, And I want you to appreciate that his face fell when he heard the word students, and that he then spent several minutes standing there silently praying for the ambulance while his entire livelihood lay on the tile. He also, on his way out, told us that from now on we got 50% off internet access at Xingxin. Chen Kai, who is a Diamond member and already gets 50% off, immediately negotiated for more. He got more. Walking back to school, he was mourning the teammates who were about to report him for going AFK in the middle of a team fight. I told him never to report a teammate lightly. He might be in the middle of saving a patient. He laughed. Then I stopped laughing, because a new line of small text had appeared at the bottom of my light screen. Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Lin Haoran. And at the top, the completion rate had moved off 0, 10%. So there it is. It is not a stagnant pond. It is a pond with something in it. Gratitude value. From Lin Haoran, the cafe owner, whose business had come within 8 minutes of becoming a crime scene. Not from Wei Chen, which fine, his consciousness hadn't fully come back yet. Maybe it cues. I stood there on the street and waited for the system to explain itself. It did not explain itself. It never explains itself. My system is not a mentor. It is a vending machine with a sticker on it. But I had a theory now, and this time I liked it. The color is not age. The color is health. Green is healthy. Yellow is a body that has taken damage but isn't dying, subhealth. And red means something is badly wrong and may kill you. That's why green skewed young and yellow skewed old. That's why the internet cafe skewed yellow even though it was full of 20-somethings. Because a man who sleeps at a desk and lives on coke has the internal organs of a retired truck. And that's why the man who had lived in that building for 2 years came up red and then fell down at the counter with no pulse. Think about what that means for a second. The single hardest thing in medicine is prognosis. Not diagnosis, prognosis. Knowing which patient in front of you is about to fall over. That is the thing that separates a doctor who is fine from a doctor who is terrifying. And I could see it on their heads. I got a second notification when I reached the dorm. Gratitude value +1 from Wei Chen. Total 2. Completion rate still 10%. So the completion rate and the gratitude value are not the same lever, which was extremely helpful of the system to demonstrate and extremely unhelpful of it to explain. I also worked out that I only see the colors when I focus on purpose. In ordinary conversation, nothing. Which is good, because otherwise I'd have gone colorblind out of spite within a week. My roommates were already back. Chen Hao, staying on at Jiangcheng for his master's. Jin Fa, whose actual name is Jin Cheng, but who dyed his hair yellow, so that's over now. And Brother Fei, whose parents run a business in Jiangsu and who is going to America. He is called Brother Fei for reasons involving the sound his bed makes at night. I will say nothing further. I told them I'd bombed the Western Comprehensive. They were appropriately horrified. Brother Fei announced he was buying everyone barbecue skewers to comfort my wounded heart, which is the correct medical response. That is how I ended up at a barbecue stall in the old street with a green light over 4 of my friends' heads, feeling perfectly fine about my life. Our usual place was packed. Everybody in the city had finished an exam that day. Jinfa knew a place down the old street somebody from the next dorm had mentioned, Chilean barbecue, husband and wife operation, the husband at the grill, the wife working the tables. Out of the way, half empty, 2 tables of customers outside under a bad streetlight. I looked at the menu. Lamb skewer, 2-yuan. Pork skewer, 2-yuan. Jinfa was delighted. This is the correct kind of place, he said. Street stall, skewers, a few beers, pure bliss. We ordered 20 lamb, 20 beef, prawns, grilled eggplant, edamame, peanuts, a pitcher, and Chen Hao added kidneys and chives, and the wife apologized that they had to finish the next table's order first. While we waited, Jin Fa pressed his hands against his neck and said he'd been a bit dizzy lately, probably from all the late nights. I checked him without thinking about it. Green. Chen Hao, green. Brother Fei, yellow. Noted. Brother Fei is going to be told about sleep. Then somebody at the next table shouted for 20 more lamb skewers, and I actually looked at the next table. 2 tables, 9 or 10 people. Young men and women, laughing, rosy, having a normal Tuesday. Every single head was red. Under a dim yellow streetlight, a row of red all the way down. They looked fine. They looked completely fine. I sat there thinking, Okay, so I'm wrong. The color isn't health. I've built a whole theory on one cardiac arrest. And then a young man at the next table stood up holding his stomach and asked where the toilet was. Then 2 more men from the other table stood up and went the same direction. 2 tables of strangers, 9 red heads, everybody heading for the bathroom at the same time. They didn't know each other. There was exactly one thing they had in common, and it was currently on a grill 4 meters away. The owner arrived with our plate of lamb skewers. The smell was, I want to be fair to him, incredible. Jinfa rolled up his sleeves. Yellow hair, wait. Everybody stopped with their hands out. 4 faces looked at me. Don't you think there's something off about these lamb skewers? Brother Fei turned one over. What could be wrong with a lamb skewer? So I told them, quietly, what my eyes were actually doing while my mouth was watering. Real mutton has a coarse texture. Poultry and most other meats are finer. The defining thing about mutton is that the fat is marbled through the lean. In duck, in pork, the fat and the lean separate cleanly. And roasted mutton doesn't give you sharp, angular chunks of fat, it gives you lean coated in oil, and real mutton fat is white, where fake mutton fat runs yellowish, reddish, or something else entirely. And these were red and white in tidy blocks with clean edges. So it's not lamb, Jinfa whispered, looking around like a spy. Ming-er, come on, half these places sub in pork or duck or cat. Ming-er, said Chen Hao, holding one up and squinting. So what is it? And I was about to answer when a young woman at the next table went straight down into a squat on the concrete and made a sound. Ouch, it hurts, chalk-white face, veins standing out on her forehead, both hands clamped over her stomach. Her friend came back from the bathroom, checked on her, then went straight at the owner beside the grill, and the whole street heard it. What kind of meat did you use? Everyone at our table has stomach cramps. The owner's hands stopped for a fraction of a second, and then he put on the face. Hey, don't talk nonsense. You ate here a few days ago and you were fine. Maybe you ate something else. You ate here a few days ago. 2 days in a row. Remember that. The other table stood up as one. Same here. Our stomachs are all wrong. Boss, your ingredients aren't fresh. And then another young woman went down and vomited across the concrete, and the smell hit, and everyone at every table covered their faces. My friends had already put down their skewers and physically pushed the grill plate away from themselves. Ming-er, thank God you said something. It's so terrifying, it really is. Except it wasn't terrifying yet. That was the part nobody at that stall understood except me. Because if that had been ordinary food poisoning from stale meat, nausea, vomiting, cramps, a bad night, an IV drip, the system would not have painted 9 heads red. Red is not, you will have a rough evening. Red is Wei Chen on the tile with no pulse. Which left exactly one possibility. Call an ambulance, I said, right now, and call the police. The young man nearest me paused, nodded, and started dialing both. I'm guessing your barbecue restaurant uses rat meat. I didn't say it loudly. I said it at exactly the volume required for every person in that little courtyard to hear it perfectly. Rat meat, somebody repeated. Rat meat, holy crap. The owner's face went dark. You little brat who hasn't even grown his hair out. Don't you dare make false accusations. Rat meat costs more than mutton at market. Bamboo rat goes for 80 a kilo. We'd never feed you rat meat. I laughed at him, genuinely, with real disdain, because he had just confirmed the whole thing. I never said you bought farmed rats through legitimate channels. I said you poisoned wild rats yourself, with rat poison. That shut the courtyard up. And if a person eats a rat that has been killed with rodenticide, that person can present with rodenticide poisoning. I think everyone at these 2 tables has been poisoned. His eyes went flat and fixed on me, and I have to tell you, they were not friendly eyes. Don't look at me like that. What you need to be thinking about right now is what you're going to say to the police. He didn't say another word. He quietly killed the fire in the grill and started carrying the meat from his freezer into the shop, and Chen Hao hissed, Ming-er, is he destroying the evidence? Doesn't matter, I said. The strongest evidence is standing in the courtyard. As soon as they find the toxin in these people's blood, this place is finished. We got the poisoned diners moved to open ground to wait for the ambulances. I identified myself as a medical student and did a quick examination on each of them, and here's where it got specific. Most of them had skin bruising and bleeding gums. vital signs otherwise stable. That's not gastroenteritis. That's an anticoagulant. It looks like bromadiolone, I told the young man who'd made the calls. Bromadiolone is a legal second-generation anticoagulant rodenticide, slow-acting. It destroys the blood's ability to clot, and rats die of internal bleeding over the following days, with peak mortality 4 to 6 days after ingestion. Is it serious? He was very calm about it. His head was still bright red. It mainly hits the clotting mechanism, skin bruising, bleeding gums, blood in the urine. If the dose is high enough, it can kill you. And they had eaten there 2 days running. That, right there, is why 9 people who looked absolutely fine were carrying red over their heads while laughing at each other's jokes. Their blood had already been sabotaged. They just hadn't started bleeding yet. Ambulances came. Police cars came. The shop was a fixed physical location with a name on it, so there was nowhere for anyone to run to. Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Wang Bo. Total gratitude, 3. Completion rate, 20%. And there it was. 2 people saved this morning. 1 gratitude value each, plus 10%. 1 incident tonight, 1 gratitude value, plus 10%. 10% per resolved incident. The gratitude value counts people. The completion rate counts events, which meant my system had a progress bar that only moves when somebody's life goes sideways in my immediate vicinity. I had owned this thing for 11 hours, and it had already put 2 mass casualty situations in my lap. I sat there in a hot pot restaurant afterward because nobody wanted barbecue anymore for some reason, and had a genuinely uncomfortable thought. Is this a system, or is this a curse with a user interface? Later that night, in the dark, with 3 of the loudest sleepers in the province going off around me like a badly conducted orchestra, I lay there and did the accounting. Lost, 40 points, and Peking. Gained, the ability to look at a stranger and know whether they are about to die. I decided I could live with the trade. The scores came out around Spring Festival. English 75, Politics 82, Western Medicine Comprehensive 207, 364. Exactly what I'd estimated, which is its own special humiliation. I hadn't even had the decency to be pleasantly surprised. Jinfa got 340 and was over the moon, because Fuzhou University's cutoff was below that. Brother Fei told me that anyone who dares apply to Peking is a monster, and my score was in a very bad neighborhood. Chen Hao told me transferring down would be a huge loss. I'd already made up my mind. Because there's a thing about cardiovascular medicine that most people outside it don't know. It isn't traditional internal medicine. It's full of interventional procedures, catheters, wires, stents, ablation, which makes it something closer to a hybrid, a department that took a scalpel to bed. In some hospitals abroad, they barely bother separating cardiology from cardiac surgery. I pulled the national cardiology rankings. Fuai first, Peking's first affiliated second, Anjin third, and down at 7th, the second affiliated hospital of Tsinghua Medical University. Now, Tsinghua Medical University is not a famous school. Its overall strength is bottom of the first tier. Geographically, it's inconvenient, and it bleeds good students to better provinces every single year. Outside of cardiology, most of its departments are unremarkable. But cardiology is 7th in the country. And unlike the 6 hospitals above it, Tsinghua has a documented history of accepting transfer students because their enrollment never fills. Last year's transfer admission range was 330 to 350. I had 364. So the plan was, go to Peking's re-examination anyway because a man is allowed to dream, and then get straight on a train to Tsinghua and apply to transfer before their window closed. Peking's re-exam was April 15th. Tsinghua's transfer was April 18th, 3 days apart, nice and comfortable. Kyoto, Peking, the capital, 10 hours on the high-speed train, a city where every face on the street looks anxious, and every year the same number of young people arrive with dreams as leave with none. I got in at sunset with 1 small bag, 2 study books, and a change of clothes. Every hotel near the university was full, because of course it was. I'd booked a cheap one online a week in advance. A converted apartment building in an old neighborhood called the Papa Hotel, 100 yuan a night for a standard room, which is the correct price for a place with a semi-transparent glass wall in the bathroom and a television that hasn't been switched on since the last dynasty. The girl at the front desk had a lollipop in her mouth, a black tattoo climbing out of her collar, and my ID card in her hand. Yes, you booked a week ago. The price then is different from the price now. Another 200, or you can leave and we'll refund your deposit. We won't make things difficult for you. You raised it from 100 to 300. Take it or leave it. She went back to her phone. Now, being extremely clear, I am not against dynamic pricing. Prices move. Supply and demand exist. 100 to 120 during exam week is a market. 100 to 300 is a mugging with a receipt. I paid through the app a week ago, I said, which means we have a contract. Your unilateral price increase is a breach of that contract. She actually laughed at me. Don't use those fancy words on me. I don't understand them. Move aside. We have customers. And we did have a customer. A young woman had appeared beside me, about my age, black sunglasses indoors, black gauze dress, skin like she had never once in her life been outside during daylight, standing there like she'd been dropped in from a different price bracket entirely. Do you have rooms? Standard room, $300 a night. She got out her phone to pay without a flicker. Miss, I said quietly, for $300 you could be in a star-rated hotel. Why would you stay here? She stopped, turned. But I can't find any other hotels. Which was true. Every hotel in the district was full. I had nothing. She paid 300 yuan, took the key to room 412, said thank you, and took her sunglasses off. And the face underneath was, fine, look. Clean features, pale, very clear eyes, a small, polite smile. I noticed. I am a person. Hey, said the lollipop. Are you staying or not? This is the last room. If you don't take it, someone else will. Stay? I said. Of course I'll stay. She looked surprised. She had budgeted for one more round of complaining. I did not take out money. I took out my phone, opened the delivery app, found customer service, and dialed it, and then held the screen up so she could read the number I was calling. She shrugged and licked her lollipop. Go ahead, hit me. Customer service listened to the whole story and said they'd verify and get back to me within the hour, which is corporate for, we will do nothing slowly. She was still not remotely worried. So I looked at her properly, and I don't mean the light screen, I mean I looked at her face. Dull complexion, grayish sclera, slightly red at the nose, pale eyelids. Girl, I said, have you been feeling weak and tired lately? Trouble sleeping? And heavy, irregular periods? Her expression changed for the first time all evening. How did you know that? The night shift explains the tired. Anyone could guess tired. Her boyfriend didn't know about the periods. I did the thing. I sat down on the front desk sofa, put my bag beside me, and delivered the entire differential in the calm voice of a man reading a train schedule. Heavy menstrual bleeding has many causes. Multiple uterine fibroids, adenomyosis, submucosal fibroids, endocrine disorders. Excess estrogen with insufficient progesterone drives excessive proliferation of the endometrium, so the lining gets too thick and the flow gets too heavy. Prolonged heavy flow can cause anemia, can induce lower genital tract infection, and in some cases contributes to infertility. Her hand shook. Her face went white. I don't believe you. You're lying to me. Whether or not I'm lying, you can look it up yourself. I want to be clear that I knew exactly what I was doing. Going to a search engine to diagnose yourself is scarier than any doctor alive. She searched. She read. She experienced in about 90 seconds what every patient in this country experiences, which is the conviction that she was going to die by Thursday. Then she came out from behind the counter at speed. Handsome guy. What illness do I have? I smiled and said nothing at all. That's when the negotiation actually started. She got very talkative. The price increase wasn't her decision. It was the boss's. She has no authority. We're all just working people. Why should working people make things hard for each other? If she gives me the room at 100, it comes out of her salary. I asked why the platform didn't handle this, and she told me, cheerfully and without a flicker of shame, that I was not the first person to complain that day, that customer service always stalls, and that at most they refund the deposit and hand you a 12 yuan voucher. She was right. 20 minutes later, customer service called back to inform me that the merchant had erred by failing to raise the price in advance, that this was regrettable, and that I would be compensated with a 20 yuan no minimum voucher. Failing to raise the price in advance. That was the finding. I put it on speaker and read them the administrative penalty regulations on price violations, the ones covering operators who significantly raise prices for exorbitant profit absent any change in cost, and asked whether 100 to 300 qualified as fluctuation. I asked whether they're responsible when a food vendor's hygiene fails. I asked whether they're responsible when goods are defective. I asked why a merchant suspected of illegal pricing was suddenly nobody's business. I hung up with nothing resolved and won 20 yuan voucher, and I have to admit a grudging admiration for that level of professional smoothing. See, said the lollipop, told you. So I dialed 12315, the consumer complaint hotline, answered by the local administration for industry and commerce, which is the most authoritative of the 4 ways a consumer can defend himself and the only one with actual teeth. She grabbed my arm. Hey, stop! Aren't we all just working people? Why do you care? She gave a dry little laugh, licked her lollipop, and tried very hard to look casual. Actually, this hotel is owned by my family. She offered 100 extra. I dialed. She offered 80. I dialed. I held up 3 fingers, 30 over the original price, maximum. You're really ruthless. I got room 413 for 130 yuan. She checked me in with the expression of a woman being audited, and she gave me a look on the way out that I would classify as homicidal but educational. And then the light screen said, "Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Guo Mei Shi. Total 4. Completion rate 30%. Which is genuinely interesting. I hadn't treated her. I hadn't cured anything. I'd told a stranger with a lollipop that she was anemic and should get a gynecological ultrasound and a sex hormone panel. And she'd decided to go the next morning after her shift. And the system paid out. So the system doesn't measure procedures. It measures whether somebody's life actually got better because I was standing there. Room 413. Single bed, nightstand, a television with a thick coat of dust. I showered, lay half reclined on the bed, and did the last review of my life, because the re-examination was the next morning, and because sharpening the spear late still sharpens the spear. April 15th. Fried dough sticks and soy milk from the shop downstairs, eaten on the walk. 2 stone lions at the gate of Peking University School of Medicine, 4 characters on a wooden plaque hung high, security checking admission tickets one at a time. Founded 1912, the first national school established by the Ministry of Education to teach Western medicine in China. The Ivory Tower. I ate my fried dough stick outside it. Morning was written papers, professional subject, then English translation of an academic paper. The professional exam was 7 short answer questions, 1 per system, all completely standard, no traps. Everybody filled the entire sheet. Everybody's English was fine because everybody who reaches a Peking interview is a top student, and standard questions do not separate top students, which meant everything came down to the afternoon skills exam and to tomorrow's supervisor interview, which for a man with no background and no connections is a coin flip somebody else is holding. I noticed, in the exam room, a familiar figure diagonally in front of me, sunglasses gone, white shirt, room 412. Seating was by specialty, which meant she was cardiovascular too. Great, my neighbor is my competition. Coming out of the 3rd teaching building, thunder went off directly overhead and the sky opened. Instant torrential rain, everyone trapped under the eaves, and I was one of about 4 people in that entire building who had brought an umbrella, which I want noted as the single greatest achievement of my academic career. I walked out into the envious silence like a king. Then I saw her under the eaves with no umbrella. We were staying in the same hotel. It would have taken active malice not to offer. "Do you need an umbrella?" Yes, thank you." We walked back side by side under one umbrella and said approximately 11 words to each other, and I stepped in 3 separate puddles I could not see. The afternoon skills exam was at the first affiliated hospital, 1 street over, in the residency training building, and I could hear the panic before I could read the notice board. This isn't like other schools. It doesn't follow any conventional rules. I haven't reviewed any of this. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I went and read the board. Kyoto University's clinical medicine skills re-examination uses real patient-doctor scenarios. Candidates will conduct face-to-face consultations, physical examinations, develop treatment plans, and assess patient prognosis. Examiners will provide evaluations based on candidate performance at each stage. Real patients, not the 4 punctures, not CPR and defibrillation, not a mannequin, not a scenario, not a script. Actual sick people in actual beds, and you walk in and you are their doctor for 8 minutes. Everybody there had spent the last year drowning in practice questions. The standard strategy for the preliminary exam is a C of multiple choice. Actual clinical time is short. The school gives you a year of internship in your 5th year, and almost nobody completes it because almost everybody leaves months early to go study for this exam. We had all optimized for the paper. They had just announced the test was the ward. The chubby boy I'd met that morning appeared at my elbow, grinning, fat cheeks squeezing his eyes into lines. He'd applied to cardiovascular surgery with 350, and he'd introduced himself earlier by cheerfully announcing that he was only here to make up the numbers, which had made me like him instantly, because so was I. Brother, ever seen this format? I assumed the 4 punctures. So did everyone, but that's good, he said, and he was right, and it was the first genuinely clever thing anyone said to me that day. Nobody knows how to do it, which means we can create a gap. 23 of us for cardiovascular medicine. White coats, masks, caps, 5 minutes to change, then a lottery. I drew number 5. The girl from 412 drew 7. 4 per group. The middle-aged examiner on the stage laid it out, and the room went cold. You will each face 4 real patients. From physical examination and history taking through diagnosis, treatment, and prognosis, you will complete everything independently. Examiners will record every step and assign grades. A is highest, D is lowest. Pause. There are 4 patients. If any one of them receives a D grade evaluation, you are eliminated and withdrawn from this round. The room made a noise. 1D. That's it. Out. A full year of your life on the floor. A young woman stood up. Teacher, isn't this unfair? We haven't spent much time in the clinic. There are diseases we've never even seen. Isn't it absurd to make us treat patients now? She was speaking for every person in that room, and she was not wrong. And the examiner laughed at her without any cruelty at all. Short clinical time? I remember medical students start rotations in the 4th year and spend a full year interning in the 5th. If you think it's short, then everyone's situation is identical, and I think that's very fair. Nobody said another word, because everybody in that room knew exactly where their internship year had actually gone. What I didn't know then, and found out later, in the way you find things out, sideways, was that a floor above us, the dean of the graduate school was sitting in his office in a very bad mood. You're absolutely ridiculous. Using real patients as test questions? Dean Chen, this is Vice Dean Han's idea. As a pilot school for entrance reform, we need innovation. The old format can no longer distinguish between candidates. Don't think I don't know about the dirty tricks in re-examination. Now you're using the reform as cover. Don't let me catch you. And then, because he was a man who had been alive a while, even taking a step back, what if a patient falls ill during the exam? That's a real problem. Principal Chen, the patients included in this exam are all in relatively stable condition. Sigh. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Remember that. Group 2. Me, Qian Yu, Li Xinran, that's the name. 7. Room 412, and Xu Feng. 4 wards, 4 numbers on 4 doors, 8 minutes each, 1 patient per room. That patient is the exam. Ward 1. Middle-aged man on the bed, obese, easily 200 pounds, the fat on his face moving independently when he shifted, eyes closed. Nothing visibly dramatic about him except the monitor wired to his chest, which is never decoration. I focused, and the color over his head was a violent red. They actually did it. I'd assumed, right up until that second, that they'd hired healthy people to act. No, real patient, real red. The female examiner told me to begin, and I went to the right side of the bed and took a history and put my hands on a man for the first time as a person being graded on it. Please briefly describe the chief complaint and present illness. Male patient, 47 years old. Chief complaint, severe chest pain for 3 hours. Present illness, 3 hours prior to admission, the patient experienced chest pain without obvious cause, located in the lower middle sternum, palm-sized area, tearing in character, with radiation to the back, accompanied by nausea, dizziness, pallor, and profuse sweating. Emergency services were called. In the emergency room, blood pressure measured 260 over 130. Admitted to cardiology with a diagnosis of chest pain. Anything abnormal on physical examination? Blood pressure unequal between the upper limbs. Mild tenderness below the xiphoid process. All other findings negative. Current diagnosis and next steps. Tearing chest pain. Radiation to the back. Unequal pressures in the 2 arms. 260 over 130. Cause of chest pain undetermined. Aortic dissection is the most likely possibility. Recommend temporary symptomatic treatment with antihypertensives and analgesia, urgent aortic CTA, and vascular surgery consultation. Good answer. I felt my shoulders come down about a centimeter. Then she handed me a stack of lab reports and examination forms. Review these, then answer the last question again. First sheet, cardiac enzyme profile, troponin elevated. Second sheet, electrocardiogram. ST segment elevation in the anterior leads. I stood there in a hospital in Beijing, holding two pieces of paper that said acute myocardial infarction, while my mouth had just said aortic dissection. You need to understand why that's a problem. Those two diagnoses have opposite treatments. Dissection. Get the blood pressure down. Do not touch the clotting system. Infarction. Open the vessel. Blood thinners, antiplatelets, in some settings, thrombolysis. If you take a dissection and treat it as an infarction, you thin the blood of a man whose aorta is already splitting and he dies in front of you. Both of them are killers. Getting it backwards is a catastrophe. 2 minutes remaining. 1 minute. 30 seconds. Room 1, exam over. I walked out not knowing. I gave the answer I thought was likeliest, and I could not read the examiner's face at all. She had the expression of a woman waiting for a bus. The exam was missing the two documents that would have settled it: the coronary angiogram, the aortic CTA, which, obviously, is the entire point. Hand over those two, and there's no exam left. Ward 2, 23-year-old woman, red. Chief complaint, headache for 3 days. Blood pressure 220/130. Now, hypertension splits into two families: primary, cause unknown, incurable, lifelong medication. Secondary, caused by something specific, and it is the only hypertension you can actually cure. Find the thing, remove the thing, the pressure goes away. 23 years old with pressures like that is secondary until proven otherwise. So I said secondary hypertension, cause to be determined, and ordered the workup. The 4 hypertension markers: cortisol, catecholamines, adrenal CT. She handed me the results. 4 markers: normal. Cortisol, normal. Catecholamines, normal. Enhanced CT of the adrenals and renal vessels, normal. Cardiac ultrasound, normal. Everything, normal. So, primary? In a 23-year-old with no family history, please refine your diagnosis and treatment plan. Last 30 seconds. I walked out of that one with my confidence somewhere around my ankles, because whoever wrote this exam had gone well past the undergraduate syllabus and out the other side. I genuinely wondered whether an experienced clinician would get these right. Ward 3, a very old, very frail woman, red, chronic heart failure, textbook, presenting exactly the way the textbook says it presents. I took her history, examined her, diagnosed her, and treated her, and I did all of it perfectly, and I have never been so grateful for a boring old lady in my life. Ward 4. A young man sitting up in bed, 30. Good color, normal posture, normal spirits. Looks like a man waiting for a friend. I focused. Green. 3 red patients in a row, and then a green one, wired to a cardiac monitor. Male, 30. Chief complaint, intermittent palpitations for 1 year, current episode lasting half an hour. Each episode starts suddenly and stops abruptly. Cardiac, pulmonary, and abdominal examination all negative. This time, the examiner didn't ask for a diagnosis. She handed me an ECG from a previous episode. Rate about 160, regular, no P waves visible. Normal QRS, retrograde P waves, paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, textbook. And SVT is one of the very few things in cardiology you can actually cure, radiofrequency ablation, and it's gone forever. But here's what was bothering me. At 160 beats a minute for extended periods, you can trigger heart failure, you can trigger infarction, you can die. A person with active SVT should be yellow at absolute minimum. He was green. Green like a man who jogs. And then the monitor at the bedside screamed, "Wah! Wah!" Heart rate, 164. The waveform on the screen matched the paper in my hand exactly. Paroxysmal SVT, live, during my exam, on the 4th patient, exactly like Dean Chen had been afraid of upstairs. Except, the examiner beside me didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't reach for anything. And the color over his head was still green. So I looked at the man in the bed, and the man in the bed clutched his chest and furrowed his brow and said, "Doctor, I feel a little panicked. Your acting is terrible, my friend. A human being at 160 does not look this relaxed. A human being at 160 looks like they are being held underwater. He's a fake. The waveform is a recording. This is the surprise they built into the last ward for every single group, to see what we do when the exam bites back, which meant I had 2 choices, call it out or play along and treat him properly. Calling it out gets you nothing. Nobody grades bravado. Are the symptoms the same as your previous episodes? Yes, same thing. Then what should we do? Don't worry, this is a paroxysmal SVT episode. Do these with me. And here is the part that mattered, and the part that separated me from 22 other people that afternoon, and I didn't know it yet. The first-line treatment for SVT is not a drug, it is the vagus nerve. Hold your breath and then exhale forcefully. Valsalva. Now make yourself gag. Now, carotid sinus massage. Right side first, 10 seconds. If that fails, left side, 10 seconds. Never both at once. Now pressure on the eyeballs. Right first, then left. Never more than 10 seconds each. And the number on the monitor came down. 160, 140, 110, 90. If I hadn't known he was fake, I might have been extremely smug about that, because the honest success rate of vagal maneuvers in the real world is not high. I saw it work exactly once in my entire internship. "Thank you, doctor. I'm not panicking anymore," said the man, with the emotional range of a bus timetable. The system gave me nothing. No gratitude value, no completion. Even my vending machine could tell he didn't mean it. Afterward, they put the finished groups in a classroom next to the lecture hall to stop us leaking questions, and everybody was comparing wounds. That test was brutal. I have zero confidence. What did you diagnose for the first patient? Acute MI? I don't think that's it. Did your last patient collapse too? Mine too. There weren't enough seats, so we sat in pairs, and I ended up next to Li Xinran. What did you diagnose for the first patient? I looked around, nobody in our row. Are you asking me? She nodded with a small smile. So I told her. At first I thought aortic dissection, the symptoms, the signs, the unequal pressures, it's too much like dissection. And then the examiner handed over that stack, and everything screamed anterior ST elevation MI, which is the exact opposite. What was your final conclusion? Aortic dissection, I said quietly, combined with acute myocardial infarction. Her eyebrows came down. She thought about it for a long moment, and then they came back up. How did you come up with that? Just guessing. Guessing. She tilted her head at me. That's exactly what it is. Without the CTA or the angiogram, everything anyone says in that room is a guess based on what we were given. And then, because it was true, I saw one during my internship. Aortic dissection, where the tear ripped through into the coronary ostium and caused a secondary infarction. That combination is extremely rare. I've seen it once, which is precisely why it stuck. She nodded slowly. So the presentation looks like dissection, and the initial workup looks like infarction. And we can't see the two tests that would settle it, so we guess. And the second patient? Secondary hypertension. But every test was normal. What factor are you proposing? SAHS. It took her a few seconds. You mean sleep apnea syndrome. Sleep apnea. Snoring. The most boring possible answer, sitting in a category everybody skips because it isn't glamorous, and one of the genuinely common causes of secondary hypertension. That woman was significantly overweight. So while I was in the room, I asked her about her sleep, and she had apnea, and once you've ruled out the adrenal causes, it's the last one standing. Li Xinran looked at me for a second longer than the conversation required. She said. They read the results out loud in the lecture hall to our faces, all 23 of us. Everybody there was a top student or a genuine prodigy, and not one of them was certain. Xu Feng, B.B.A.C. Murmuring. Not bad. No D. He's through to the supervisor interview. Qian Yu, B.A.A.B. Real noise for that one. 2 A's, best so far. Zhao Lei, B.B.B.B. Wang Yating, B.C.B.B. Wu Chang, B.C.C.B. Gao Jian, D.C.B.B. The room went silent, not a laugh anywhere. Nobody in that room was cruel because everybody in that room had done the same year, and everybody in that room was doing the same arithmetic. That could be me in 90 seconds. Deng Wen, D.B.B.B. Second D. I heard a young woman crying somewhere behind me, and it wasn't loud, and it had a specific sound in it that was mostly disbelief. 2 people's entire year gone in a room with the lights on. The remaining 2 candidates' grades have not yet been released. He looked up and scanned us. Li Xinran, A.A.A.B. The room detonated. 3 A's and a B. The best result of the entire cohort by a distance. And everyone had already been watching her all day because she looked the way she looked and because she hadn't spoken to a single person, and now they were looking at her with something closer to respect. She didn't move. Her expression didn't change by a millimeter. She was watching the examiner, apparently more interested in what came next than in what she'd just been handed. And the last classmate, he looked at me. Lu Ming, A+. The lecture hall went so quiet, it stopped being a room and became a photograph. I want to describe the specific quality of that silence because it was not admiration. There was admiration in it. There was also shock and envy and a very thin, very sharp thread of something else, because every single person in that hall was a top student, and top students have a specific relationship with being beaten. Who exactly is Lu Ming? It also turned out that A was not the top grade. There was an A+. Nobody had known there was an A+, because here's the thing everyone in that room understood instantly. The distance from B to A is work. The distance from A to A+ is not. Li Xinran turned to me. Her eyebrows had actually twitched. The last patient was paroxysmal SVT. Yes. Then why am I a B and you're an A+? What do you do first when a patient has an episode? She thought. I asked the examiner whether there was adenosine on hand. First line for SVT is intravenous adenosine. In the end, I did nothing, and his rate stabilized on its own. And of course it did. He was an actor. They were never going to hand you a drug. That's not right? First, I said, the internal medicine textbook's preferred drug is adenosine, yes. But the preferred treatment isn't a drug at all. It's physical. Vagal maneuvers. I had him do all of them. His rate came down. And then, because this is the part that actually matters, and the part I think they were grading, the real-world success rate isn't high, but you have to try, because drugs have side effects, and adenosine in particular can stop a heart. Once you've caused an arrest, the risk goes up exponentially. You reach for the thing that cannot hurt him before you reach for the thing that can. She looked at me for a long moment, then looked away and didn't say anything else. Outside, the chubby boy caught me and threw an arm across my shoulders. 3 A's and a B for him, second in the surgical cohort, and he was thrilled. And he told me the number 1 in his group was a freak, with 4 A's and a preliminary score of 420, a figure he delivered with the flat awe of a man describing weather. And then 2 middle-aged doctors in white coats walked over. Is this Lu Ming, classmate? The chief examiner, and the female examiner from Ward 1. Congratulations on such good grades, he was smiling. He had not smiled once during the exam, and the smile made the back of my neck itch. My name is Wang Lin. This is my colleague, Dr. Zhao Ping, from cardiology. Wang Lin. I knew that name. I'd read it when I was researching supervisors. Wang Lin, Vice Dean Han Feng's most prized student. Yang's own doctoral student, then years in the United States doing cardiovascular research, dozens of top-tier papers, back to China, and with Yang Feng's resources behind him, he'd been selected for the National Outstanding Young Scholar Fund and the Young Yangtze River Scholar Program. He is, right now, one of the most sought-after rising stars in Chinese cardiology. Do you have time? Let's talk privately. I was, briefly, the happiest man in Beijing. My system had secretly maxed out some hidden charisma stat. I had been noticed by a big shot. I was about to reach the summit of my life. The chubby boy watched me leave with open envy, then found Qian Yu and asked who'd topped the cardiology skills exam. Don't you know? Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Who's that? Are you kidding? That guy you were just walking with. Him? 3 A's and an A+. It's inhuman. Wang Lin's office. He took off his white coat, made tea himself, sat down opposite me, and asked where I was from. Hujiang Province, HZ City. Oh, wonderful place, outstanding people and beautiful scenery. I visited Jiangcheng when I was young. The food and the views are unforgettable. I told him if he ever came back, I'd host him properly. Why do you want to take the exam in Kyoto? Relatives here? Friends? No, Peking is the place every medical student wants. I don't think there's anyone who wouldn't want to come. That's true. He put down his cup. I checked your preliminary score. Of the 23 students in cardiology, you ranked second to last. He said it pleasantly. If the exam were conducted according to the old procedures, you would have almost no chance of passing. However, this year's re-examination reform just happened to occur. I sat there and listened, and I could feel a hinge somewhere. You performed exceptionally well in the skills test. We are very satisfied. Now, on behalf of Professor Han Tao, I extend this invitation directly to you. Yes, there it is. Come on. Would you like to pursue Professor Han Tao's academic master's degree this year? And that was the sound of the hinge closing. Chinese medical master's degrees come in two flavors, and the difference decides your entire life. An academic master's is a science degree. You live in a laboratory. You culture cells and you raise mice and you write papers. A professional master's is clinical. You live in the department. You see patients. That's not the trap. That's just a preference. Here's the trap. The professional master's is integrated with standardized residency training. You graduate and you can practice. The academic master's is not. You graduate, and if you want to actually be a doctor, you then owe 3 more years of residency training before you can start. 3 years. On the other side of the degree. For me personally, the entire point of studying medicine is to treat people, not to culture cells. And on top of that, from everything my system had shown me in the past 3 months, whatever this thing is, it is tied to clinical medicine and to patients. It pays out when somebody is standing in front of me who needs help. You do not put that in a laboratory. Teacher Wang, thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to pursue an academic master's degree. He smiled slightly, and the smile said he'd already known that before he made the tea. Classmate, this is an academic master's from Peking, not from a regular university. Aren't you going to reconsider? I knew exactly what it was worth. Anything with that name on it is top quality, regardless of the track. Professor Wang, I still prefer the professional master's. Can't I pursue Professor Han Tao's professional master's? I'm afraid that won't work. Same smile. You have the lowest score among the 6 students who applied to Professor Yang. He's recruiting 5 professional master's students this year. 2 spots are already filled through the recommendation system. The remaining 3 will be selected from among the 6 of you. Isn't there a supervisor interview tomorrow? Is it impossible for me to be one of those 3? And Wang Lin smiled at me with something in it I couldn't read at all and said, Then I wish you good luck. I walked out of the first affiliated hospital of Peking University with a specific feeling I had never had before, which was the sensation of having won something and being handed a receipt for a different item. You're going the wrong way. The hotel is over there. Li Xinran on the pavement, no umbrella, with the sky going black over her shoulder. You haven't gone back yet? It's going to rain, and I didn't bring an umbrella. Thunder. This city's weather has one facial expression and changes it constantly. Oh, I brought an umbrella. We walked back under it. Halfway, the rain got serious, and the winds started throwing water in sideways, and my shoulder went through my shirt, and I tipped the umbrella toward her and moved it closer without saying anything about it, and neither did she. Thanks, she said at the door, and smiled, and went upstairs. Guo Mei-shi, behind the counter, watched all of this with her entire face. Wow, handsome guy. You're a real hidden gem. Don't guess. We met on the way. I don't believe it. She'd been to the hospital, by the way. Blood drawn, results not back yet. She wanted to show me when they came in. I pointed out that I was leaving tomorrow and that she should show a professional doctor rather than a student. She said no. She wanted to show me. So she made me add her on the messenger, and I did because I was living under her family's roof, and the alternative was another negotiation. That night, over a bowl of steamed dumplings and rice noodles, I did the math on my life. 23 cardiology candidates, 2 eliminated today, 21 left. 6 of us applied to Yang Feng. 5 professional slots, 2 pre-filled by recommendation, 3 open. If neither eliminated student was one of Yang's, then 6 people are competing for 3 seats. 50%. 50% is a good number. 50% is a number a good number. 50% is a number you can build an evening around. I was also fairly sure, from the way she moved, from the way she'd asked her questions, that Li Xinran was one of the 6. The supervisor interview was the next morning. Cardiology, inpatient department, 21 of us, Wang Lin running it again. The different tutors are on different floors. At each floor, I'll tell the students who applied there to stay. Second floor, cardiology catheterization lab. This is where Professor Han Tao works. Everyone I call, stay on this floor. Qian Yu, Feng Ding Han, Lu Ming, Li Xinran. Called it. 6 of us in a waiting room, and after a week of exams, everybody knew everybody except Li Xinran, who had integrated into precisely nothing. Qian Yu, it turned out, had done his undergraduate at Peking. A young woman in glasses sat down next to him and asked whether he knew Professor Yang. I was fortunate enough to attend Professor Yang's class. Modest smile. Also, during my internship, I worked under one of Professor Yang's doctoral students. Then you have the highest chance, she said. Your preliminary score was the highest among us, and your skills performance was very good. I didn't do well on the skills test, said the man with 2 A's and 2 B's, third in the cohort. I think Lu Ming did well. His chances are very high. I want to award that sentence a prize. That is professional-grade humility, deployed as a weapon, and the young woman in glasses received it exactly as intended, because she immediately said she didn't think so, that she'd heard Lu Ming did badly on the preliminary, and the preliminary carries the most weight, and really, Qian Yu's chances were best. Well, said Qian Yu, the final choice rests with Professor Yang. We can't figure out his tactics. Let's just prepare. Can't figure out his tactics. Remember that, too. Qian Yu went first. 10 minutes, out with a small smile. Nobody was separated afterward, so he sat back down and was immediately swarmed. Lu Ming, second. I put my notebook away, stood up, straightened my clothes. Passing Wang Lin, he smiled at me, patted my shoulder, and said quietly, "Good luck, classmate." And for some reason, that made my skin crawl. The interview room was enormous, clearly a conference room in its normal life. Long mahogany table, a potted plant in each corner, a large fish tank in the middle with colorful fish I couldn't name. One person in the room, about 50, white coat. Sitting at the head of the table, reading a document, utterly, comprehensively ordinary, the kind of face that disappears in a crowd of 4 people. Professor Han Tao, Vice Dean of Peking University School of Medicine, a leading authority in Chinese cardiovascular medicine, one of the principal authors of the internal medicine textbook I had been carrying around in my bag for 5 years. Lu Ming, classmate? Come, sit. I'd expected a row of experts firing questions. Instead, 1 man, 1 chair, and a fish tank. He picked up my information sheet and went straight in. You had the lowest preliminary score among the 6 students. What advantages do you think you have compared to the others? No warm-up, no professional questions, straight to the throat. Teacher Han, on preliminary score alone, I may not be as good as the others, but the score of 1 test cannot represent everything. Then I said the thing I'd been sitting on for 2 months. I probably know you better than the other classmates do. He smiled. It was a kind smile. Do you know that the first person to come in was Qian Yu? He did his undergraduate here and interned in our department. Do you know me better than he does? I sat up straight and met the eyes of the man who wrote my textbook. Professor Yang, I have carefully studied your published papers and the major funded projects you have led in recent years. You are one of this country's pioneers in chest pain center construction, in the acute myocardial infarction diagnosis and treatment system, and in stroke. Among them, your recent paper in the Journal of Resonance, Coronary Atherosclerosis T1 weighted with integrated anatomical reference, demonstrated the diagnostic efficacy of the CATCH sequence for intraplaque hemorrhage through in vitro and in vivo assessment of vulnerable atherosclerotic plaque. And then the next paper. And then the one after that. I watched his expression go through 3 distinct stations. Approval, then relief, which I didn't understand at the time, then, slowly, genuine shock. Because here is a thing about how senior academics actually work that I only understood while I was watching it land. Many of the papers a professor of that rank publishes are papers where he set a direction as corresponding author, and his students did the writing. He did not know some of his own articles as well as I did. There is, of course, a less charitable reading, which is that some of them were fully prepared elsewhere and simply required his signature. He was quiet for a while. Regarding the first paper you just mentioned, what limitations do you see in the experiment as a whole? That is a beautiful question, and I want to acknowledge it. Anyone can praise a paper. Novel topic, detailed argument, you can generate that with your eyes closed. But you cannot identify a paper's weaknesses without having genuinely worked through it. And this was a paper at the top of the discipline being handed to a man with an undergraduate education. I sat with it a second. Professor Yang, at my current level of knowledge, I am neither capable of nor qualified to critique your paper. He was visibly taken aback because it was true and because it was the honest answer, and he just realized he was asking an undergraduate to audit the ceiling of the field. And then I changed the subject. However, at the end of the paper, Professor Yang, you yourself discussed the limitations of the article. He stopped moving. As I remember it, the sample size was insufficient, and the main experimental population was in northern China, so it was not broadly representative. Secondly, the study was a multi-center collaboration, and there was no unified standard across all indicators tested, so there may be errors in that regard. That paper was famous and had a high impact factor, and I had gone through it with a fine comb. If he had asked about a different one, I would have been finished. He confirmed what he'd been testing for. I hadn't read his papers. I had studied him. Not bad. I saw your written and skills results, and they're excellent. A satisfied nod. I have one last spot for an academic master's. Would you like to apply for my academic master's? Again. Twice in 2 days, from 2 different men, by 2 different routes, always the same door. Professor Yang, it would be a happy thing for anyone to be your student, whether professional or academic. But personally, I can't lie to you. I would prefer the professional masters. He shook his head and smiled, the way you smile at a child refusing vegetables. You kids all want the professional degree. You don't know that the academic degree offers more career prospects. At least when it comes to a doctorate, the academic degree has an advantage. Go back and think about it again. Yes, thank you for your kindness, Teacher Han. I walked out of a supervisor interview at the #1 medical school in China in under 10 minutes with no questions asked about medicine. Li Xinran was called next. She was in for under 10 minutes too. I told her to keep it up as she stood, and she said, which from her was a paragraph. Then Feng Dinghan. Then it was over, and the whole thing had taken less than an hour. Classmates, you may leave. The admission list will be published on the graduate school website at 8 tomorrow morning. Admitted students must report to the graduate school by 10, or it will be considered automatic withdrawal. That afternoon, I rode a rented bicycle around Beijing by myself and looked at some tourist attractions, which I recommend because there is nothing else productive a man can do in the 12 hours between an interview and a verdict. 8 o'clock. Phone off the nightstand. Graduate school website. Re-examination results inquiry. Exam number, personal information, hands not entirely steady. Name, Lu Ming. Status, tentatively accepted. I did not feel anything yet because I kept reading. College, First Affiliated Hospital of Peking University. Specialty, cardiovascular medicine. Mentor, Yang Feng. Type, academic master's degree. I sat on the edge of a 130 yuan bed in a converted apartment building and looked at that for a while. I got in. I actually got in. The lowest preliminary score of 6, 3 A's and an A+ in a skills exam that eliminated 2 people. An interview where I recited a man's own limitations back to him, and they took me into the laboratory. Let me tell you what I worked out on the train afterward, because it took the train ride to see the shape of it. 6 candidates, 3 seats, 2 already gone to recommendation. Now who were the other 5? Sons of department heads, relatives of officials, Professor Yang's own direct students, people who had done their undergraduate in that building and interned in that department. High return, low risk. Now look at the exam again. Look at Dean Chan upstairs, saying, "Don't think I don't know about the dirty tricks in re-examination. Now you're using the reform as cover." Look at Wang Lin pulling me aside before the interview to offer me the lab. Look at Yang Feng offering me the lab inside the interview. 2 separate men, 2 separate rooms, 1 destination, and neither of them ever asked me a single clinical question. And look at the grade, A+, in the one part of the process that could not be arranged in advance, because it was a real ward with real patients and real examiners recording every step. I hadn't beaten the system. I'd made a mess in it. They couldn't fail a man who scored like that. So they put the man who scored like that in a room where he wouldn't be in the way. The re-examination format, as somebody explained it to me much later, is mostly theater, except this year the theater had an accident in it, and the accident's name was on my student card. I want to be very clear that I am not bitter about this. I got exactly what I deserved from a system I chose to enter, and the system is what it is, and I knew what it was when I bought the ticket. I just declined to take the seat. Because if I say yes, I spend 3 years in a laboratory and then 3 more years in residency training, and I am 30 before I am allowed to be alone in a room with a sick person. 6 years of my life to arrive at the place I could have started. Peking's name is worth a great deal. It is not worth 6 years. Checking out, the desk clerk wasn't Xiao Han. It was an older woman, and she stopped me on my way out with a pink silk scarf in her hand. I heard from Xiao Han that you're friends with the guest in 413. 412, I said, and we're not exactly friends. Do you have her contact information? No. Oh, then forget it. I got 2 steps toward the door and turned around, because I am who I am. Is there something you need? She put the scarf on the counter. The guest in 412 left this when she checked out yesterday. It must have fallen into the gap between the bed and the counter. We thought you were her friend. Yesterday. Li Xinran checked out the day before results were posted, which is why there'd been no sound from the next room all night, and which means she wasn't waiting. She already knew. Doesn't your hotel have contact information for guests? She didn't book online. She came in the evening, swiped her ID, didn't register anything else. I remembered. She had walked in off the street with sunglasses on, paid 300 yuan in cash equivalent without blinking, and taken the last room. Give me the scarf, I said. I might be able to find her. I was supposed to take the high-speed train straight to Jinghua. Instead, I went to the graduate school because either I'd run into her registering or the teachers there would have her number. I did not run into her. I ran into the chubby boy, red-faced and vibrating. Accepted. Academic master's. Delighted anyway, because he'd been planning a doctorate regardless, and an academic master's makes the doctoral exam easier. Lu Ming, you got in too, right? I did. Also academic. You don't want the academic degree? I prefer the clinic to the lab. But all the professional spots are full. There's no choice. Right. So I gave up the opportunity. I'm going to be reassigned. He looked at me like I'd told him I was going to eat the fish tank. You want to switch? You heard me. I need to transfer. Transfer where? Jinghua Medical University, cardiology. Jinghua, he frowned. It's a key school, but it's still a bit inferior to Kyoto. Overall, Kyoto is a level above, but if you're only counting cardiology, the two are about even. He looked at me for a second, then patted my shoulder. All right then. Since you've made your choice, brother, I can only wish you the best. His name is Tao Jian. I added him and saved him in my phone as Little Fatty Tao. The graduate school teachers, after I showed identification and explained the scarf, called Li Xinran and handed me the phone. Hello, who is this? I am Lu Ming. Are you Li Xinran? What's wrong? You left your scarf at the hotel. They didn't have your contact information. But I have already left Kyoto. You left? Which meant she hadn't been admitted either, which meant the girl with 3 A's and a B was also not on the list. Then give me an address and I'll mail it. Okay, this phone number is my messenger ID. I want to record what happened next with full honesty. I opened the messenger, went to add friend, typed in her number, and the profile that came up had the handle Sexy Heart Beauty. I stopped. I stared. I confirmed it 3 separate times. Such a bold nickname. Could it be that Li Xinran is a girl with an innocent appearance and a passionate heart? I had typed 1 digit wrong, entered it again. Profile picture of a young woman in 3/4 profile that was recognizably her. Added. Accepted in 10 seconds. I photographed the scarf and sent it. Thank you. Please send it to this address. And I read the address twice. It was a student dormitory at Jinghua Medical University. She did her undergraduate at Jinghua. She sent me the shipping fee. I sent it straight back, and not because I'm noble, because I was going to be standing in that dormitory's courtyard in about 6 hours. Here's what I didn't know, and only pieced together together later. She got back to Jinghua before the Kyoto results were even posted. Her roommate asked why she'd come back early, and she said, perfectly calmly, like reading a weather report, that the admission list had already been decided, and that she went to Kyoto only to see the difficulty of the re-examination and the level of the other candidates. Already been decided. She never expected to be admitted. She went to Beijing to measure the room. And her roommate said the thing everybody in that country says. Getting into a top school with no resources and no connections on effort alone is incredibly difficult. Graduate admission isn't the college entrance exam. There are too many subjective factors and too much room to maneuver. And in the end, the decision belongs entirely to the professor. And then she asked whether Li Xinran had encountered anyone formidable. And Li Xinran paused, which she does not do, and said, I guess there is one. 5 hours on the train from Kyoto to Jinghua. I slept through all of it. Jinghua is in the south-central part of the country, middle of the pack economically, agriculture and tourism. The air came off the platform slightly damp and smelling of earth, and the pace of everything on the street was about 40% slower than Beijing. And if you asked me where I'd choose to actually live, I'd have said this, immediately, without thinking. Jinghua Medical University is one of the oldest medical schools founded after 1949. Long history, traditional, cardiology, cardiac surgery, and ultrasound all carry real weight nationally. And it has been quietly declining for years because it is geographically inconvenient, and a weakened camel is still bigger than a horse, but it is still a weakened camel. I texted her from outside the gate. Jiang classmate, are you in your dorm? 2 minutes. Yes, what's up? I dropped my location. I want you to appreciate what that did to her, because she told me later, and by told me, I mean she raised one eyebrow at me and I reconstructed the rest. She was standing at her window looking at a pin on a map of her own campus, attached to a boy she had met 4 days ago in a hotel corridor in a different province, trying to work out whether he had come across the country to return a scarf. I got lost twice. Undergraduate dorms, graduate dorms, international dorms, and no signage worth the paint. Eventually, I found the right building and the familiar figure downstairs, black pleated skirt, white chiffon, standing there in a way that communicated admire from a distance and do not approach. Jiang classmate, your scarf. She took it out of the bag and smiled properly, and 2 small dimples happened, and I looked at a tree. Thanks. You're welcome. I'm here for Jinghua's transfer application. It was on my way. You're coming to Jinghua? Her eyebrows came down. Professor Yang wanted me to take the academic masters. I declined. Academic masters? I saw it register. Because not everyone has the nerve to hand back a graduate seat at Peking. Won't you regret coming to Jinghua? As long as it's a decision made from the heart, I won't regret it. She smiled, with something amused hiding at the corner of her mouth. Then good luck. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. So she was transferring too. Of course she was. She left Kyoto knowing she wasn't on the list. She did her undergraduate here, and an internal transfer carries a home advantage. Rivals again. Great. Cool. The scarf, incidentally, was a birthday present from her grandmother. Not expensive. That's not the axis it lives on. Transfer day. Jinghua Medical University Graduate School. 7 applicants for cardiology. 4 seats. By preliminary score, I ranked second. Li Xinran ranked first. On numbers alone, I was almost certainly in, which meant the whole thing came down to the part I couldn't calculate, which is that a transfer is a two-way selection. You pick a supervisor, and the supervisor has to agree to take you. They sat us in a conference room in front of the 3 supervisors who hadn't filled their quotas. 4 seats between 3 of them. And I want to be honest about the information available to me at that moment, which was nothing. The school's supervisor profiles were vague to the point of being decorative. I knew names, that was it. And the choice I was about to make would determine the next 3 years, and possibly the next 30. So I did the only thing I could do. I focused on the tops of their heads. Supervisor 1, Liu Yan. Young female, early 30s, newly appointed master's supervisor, several papers in top journals, multiple National Science Foundation projects, promoted to associate professor this year. Obviously the rising star. Obviously the correct pick. Everybody in the room was going to pick her. Yellow. Supervisor 2, Zhao Xu. Older woman, 40s, one of only 5 doctoral supervisors in the entire cardiology department. Low-key to the point of invisibility. 2 open seats, which for a doctoral supervisor is a red flag the size of a bedsheet. Green. Supervisor 3, Wu Qiang. Senior, highly experienced, enormous number of former students, extensive connections, strict, retiring in a few years, which is why students avoid him, because a supervisor who retires mid-degree is a problem. Red. I looked at that man for a long time. Rosy complexion, good spirits, slightly gray at the temples, and otherwise indistinguishable from any healthy man in his 60s, sitting up straight at a table doing his job, and carrying the same color Wei Chen was carrying while he bought his 14th Coke. Here's my problem. I could not walk up to a full professor in the middle of a graduate transfer interview and inform him that he was dying. I would be escorted out of the building and possibly out of the profession. There is no version of that sentence that ends well for me. So I did the only thing available, which was to stare at him, which, from where the 3 of them were sitting, looked like something entirely different. I later learned that Professor Wu Qiang spent that interview becoming quietly delighted, because from his side of the table there was a strong candidate who could not take his eyes off him. He'd read my file, I found out afterward, high preliminary score, and, critically, male. Cardiology is not like other internal medicine specialties. The patients are critical, they change fast, and there are interventional procedures, so male students have a structural advantage in the department's eyes. He was pleased. He mentioned to Zhao Shou that it seemed he was still going strong in his old age. Lu Ming, classmate, write down the name of the supervisor you want on a piece of paper. I wrote 2 characters, Zhao Shou. I glanced at him one more time on the way out. Unchanged, red like a stoplight. When the assisting teacher unfolded my paper, she was visibly surprised and read it out anyway. Lu Ming has chosen supervisor Zhao Shou. Wu Qiang's smile froze on his face. And Zhao Shou herself, who had never met me and who knew perfectly well what her reputation in that building was, looked genuinely strange because she had come to this interview with roughly 0 expectation of recruiting anyone and had privately decided that whether she got students was a matter of fate. Outside, I went straight to the one person in the building who might know something. Jiang, classmate, you did your undergraduate here. Do you know Professor Wu Qiang? I've heard of him. Why? Are you choosing him? Do you know how good Professor Wu Qiang's health usually is? Her eyebrows came together. Health status? Yes. Does he usually have any illnesses? And I heard it as I was saying it, and it was too late. No normal human being asks that question. That is not a question. That is a sentence from a courtroom transcript. I don't know, she said, and it came out about 8 degrees colder than the previous sentence. Who did you choose? Teacher Zhao Yao. I wasn't really listening. Her? Why? I paused, and because I could not say because green is the only color that doesn't kill you, I said, because he finds her pleasing to the eye, which is a Chinese idiom about green being the most restful color, and which is also, technically, the literal truth, and which is why I am going to be a terrible criminal. She said, and then, from inside the interview room, someone gasped. Teacher Zhou has fainted. I want to describe the specific sensation of standing in a corridor and hearing the thing you knew was coming actually arrive. Not long after, the interviews were suspended. A teacher came running to clear the corridor. Everyone go back to your posts. Rescheduling will be arranged separately. Shouting inside, then crying, then teachers posted at the door refusing to let anybody near. Classmates, someone is being resuscitated in there. The room is small. Please don't come over. A medical university full of doctors, and the first thing everyone did was call an ambulance, because you cannot cook without rice, and a room full of physicians without equipment is a room full of people. I got about 4 steps out of the building before Li Xinran's voice hit my back. How did you know? She was standing there with her arms at her sides. How is Teacher Zhou's health usually? Does she have any illnesses? Yeah, that's the one. And my brain, working at full capacity, produced this. Actually, I could tell that Teacher Zhou was acting strangely during the interview. I saw that he was pale, had puffy eyes, and had dark circles. She looked at me with the flat, patient contempt of a woman who has been lied to by an amateur. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Fine, don't tell me then. And she turned and walked toward the dorms. Look, I couldn't. Best case, they think I'm an idiot. Worst case, Somebody eventually gets curious enough to put me on a table and find out how the trick works. An ambulance pulled up downstairs while I was still walking. Doctor and 2 nurses upstairs at a run. 2 hours later, in the hotel, my phone buzzed twice. The graduate school. Rescheduling moved to 2 p.m. Li Xinran. Professor Wu Qiang has been diagnosed with pulmonary embolism and is in the hospital. She is not in immediate danger. Pulmonary embolism, a clot in the pulmonary circulation. Impaired blood flow, impaired gas exchange, and the classic triad of dyspnea, chest pain, and coughing blood. It's one of the most common causes of sudden death, and one of the most common triggers is prolonged sitting. He had been sitting behind a table interviewing students. I did not reply to that message. There is an old principle that the more you say, the more mistakes you make, and I was already one bad lie deep. 2 o'clock. Wu Qiang's assistant attended in his place, which is a sentence I found hard to listen to. 20 minutes for 7 people to write down a name. 3 people chose teacher Liu Yan, 2 chose teacher Zhao Yao, the remaining 2 chose teacher Wu Qiang. Due to limited quotas, the 5 classmates under Liu Yan and Wu Qiang will need a further interview. Each of those 2 supervisors will select one. And the classmates who chose supervisor Zhao Shou, because the numbers matched exactly, you have both successfully passed. Congratulations in advance on becoming graduate students of Jinghua Medical University. 2 seats, 2 applicants. Done. On the spot. No interview, no competition. 5 people went in for 3 seats. 3 of them went home. Sometimes choice beats effort, and I want to be extremely clear that I did not choose well. I chose green. I looked around the room to see who the other one was. I want you to guess. Report to Ward 8, Department of Cardiology, 2nd Affiliated Hospital, 9 tomorrow morning, and get Supervisor Zhao Shu's signature on the graduate training plan form. I spent the rest of the day walking around campus like a tourist. Anatomy building, pathophysiology building, library, the whole classical-style complex designed by some famous architect back when people cared about that. Graduation season and exam season, so barely anyone out except the occasional person carrying an internal medicine textbook toward the library like it was contraband. This is the school I'm going to be at for the next 3 years. Jinghua Second Hospital is directly across the street from the university, and it is enormous. Jinghua Medical University owns essentially every top-tier hospital in the city, 1st through 5th affiliated, plus City Central, plus the municipal peoples, which means the entire upper tier of medicine in that city runs through one institution. Cardiology is the 8th inpatient building. 10 inpatient buildings, numbered in an order that corresponds to nothing, and I got lost twice more and had to be rescued by a security guard. The lobby wall had the national cardiology rankings printed enormous, Fuai at 1, Jinghua 2nd at 7, key specialty of the Ministry of Education. The corridor walls carried the department's history and current development, and here are the numbers that made me stop walking. 8 general wards, 2 coronary care units, roughly 600 beds, 600 beds of cardiology in one department, which is more total beds than some entire secondary hospitals have. Ward 8 is on the 8th floor. Zhao Shu was in a meeting downstairs and running late, so I toured the layout, about 60 beds, 4 per room, nurse station and doctor's office in the center, and one wall of that office made of transparent tempered glass so the patients can see the doctors, and, I noticed, so the doctors can see the patients. Inside the office, 3 doctors. Everybody else was on rounds, and the rounding teams were 5 to 8 people deep, attendings, residents, graduate students, residency trainees, visiting scholars, interns. Each team moving through the ward like a small parade. 9:30. Zhao Shu still not there, and oddly, the other student she'd taken hadn't shown up either. Then the graduate school called to inform me, having forgotten to mention it, that Professor Zhao Shu was in a meeting on the 1st floor, and I should go find her there. I was walking to the elevator, mildly annoyed, when a voice came from behind me. "Please make way, everyone." A very young female doctor was hauling a hospital bed out of a ward by herself. On the bed, male patient, about 50, eyes shut, face pale, cardiac monitor on the bedside table. And she was alone. You cannot push a hospital bed alone. It is physically not possible to control direction and force at the same time. I went and grabbed the other end. "Thanks," shy smile. Her name tag said intern. "Could you push it into the elevator for me? This patient needs to transfer to the CCU. There's only one family member, and they're in the office signing papers, so I'll take him down first." Transferring to the CCU means the patient is critical. The color over his head was red. An intern, alone, with a red. I got in with her. Just enough room for the bed and me. 4th floor button. Doors closed. She let out a breath and smiled at me, relieved. I did not smile back because I was looking at the monitor. 7th floor. The alarm went off. I looked at the screen and something in my stomach dropped straight through the floor of the elevator. The trace was a sine wave. A perfect, smooth, rolling sine wave. Which is not a rhythm. Which is ventricular flutter. Which is unstable and which converts into tussie. The waveform came apart into a trembling scribble with no pattern in it at all. Ventricular fibrillation. Here is the timetable of ventricular fibrillation, and I want you to hear it as the countdown that it is. Within about 10 seconds, convulsion. 20 to 30 seconds, loss of consciousness, a few agonal sighs, breathing stops, the face goes from pale to purple. 30 to 60 seconds, no pulse, no blood pressure, pupils blown, heart sounds gone. The man on the bed started to convulse, eyes rolling up, white foam at the mouth. I got to the bedside and started compressions. The intern was shaking so hard I could see it from across the bed. 6th floor. Do you know how to use the defibrillator? Because the monitor at the bedside was an integrated monitor defibrillator, which meant the machine was right there, and here is the arithmetic. For ventricular fibrillation, CPR alone is not enough. Never has been. The only thing that converts VF is electricity, and every second of delay eats the survival curve. But you cannot stop compressions to defibrillate, which means the procedure requires 2 people, unless there's only one, in which case there's nothing you can do. Her lips were shaking. I've studied is not a yes. 5th floor. Can you do compressions? She looked at my hands for a second, and I watched her come back into her own body. Yes. Good. On 3, you take over compressions. I'll take the defibrillation. 3, 2, 1. I lifted my hands, she dropped hers in, and her form was clumsy, and it was correct. I switched the machine to defibrillation mode and picked up the paddles. 200 joules. Charge. Get out of the way! She was already moving. Paddles, lower left chest and upper right at the outer edge of the sternum. Leave the bed! Discharge. His body jumped, the small, ugly jump, and I put the paddles down and went straight back to compressions and stared at the monitor. Tremor wave, still fibrillating. 4th floor. The doors opened onto a crowd of people waiting for the elevator who got a full, unobstructed view of a bed with a convulsing man on it. A young man in a black tracksuit doing chest compressions, and a girl in a white coat looking around for help. And in that crowd, on his way out to an emergency consultation, was a CCU doctor named Li Qinghua, who took approximately half a second to stop caring how strange the arrangement was and started shouting at people to help move the bed. What's going on? Patient developed ventricular flutter and then fibrillation in the elevator, lost consciousness, already defibrillated once at 200, still in VF. I didn't look up. Teacher, this is a myocardial infarction patient being transferred to the CCU for emergency intervention, the intern managed. Infarction with ventricular fibrillation. That's about as bad a sentence as cardiology produces. Second defibrillation, said Li Qinghua. I'll do it. And this time it went the way it's supposed to go, because there were 2 of us who knew what we were doing. I came off the chest, he set the energy, he shocked. The moment the paddles discharged, the sine wave vanished, and underneath it, a run of ordinary, boring, beautiful sinus rhythm. I have never been so happy to see something so plain. Li Qinghua exhaled, looked at me, a stranger, no white coat, no name tag, apparently summoned from nowhere, and asked which ward, where's the family, and why is an intern escorting this patient alone? She told him. Professor Song's group, Ward 8, family upstairs signing. Professor Song told her to bring him down first. Teacher Lin, Song Jing. He thought about that for a second longer than he needed to. Then, to me, and you are? Oh, teacher, I'm a graduate student starting this year. I finished my transfer interview yesterday and came today to get my supervisor's signature. Not bad, kid. Your basic rescue skills are solid. Much better than any graduate student I've seen. Then, whose student are you? Teacher Zhao Yao. Who? Zhao Xu. And I watched a middle-aged doctor's entire face change. Not anger. Not disapproval. Pity. What's wrong, teacher? Nothing. A cough, a pat on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. I have an urgent consultation at gastroenterology. I'll be going. And he left, and I stood there, holding absolutely nothing. Why is it Zhao Shou? What a pity for such promising talent. He didn't say it out loud. He didn't have to. I caught the intern on her way out to ask about my new supervisor and got the most careful non-answer in the history of the profession. Professor Zhao Shou doesn't come to the ward often, so I haven't seen her much and don't know her very well. She also called me senior brother and told me I was really amazing and that she had a lot to learn from me, which I found extremely helpful for my emotional state. Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Fan Lei. Total, 5. Completion rate, 40%. Downstairs, first floor conference hall, a security guard barking at me until I produced the training plan form, at which point he lit up and told me Professor Zhao Shou was in conference room 1 and I should wait in the lounge next door. Conference room 1 was the big one, doors shut, voices behind them. And upstairs, at the same time, Zhao Shou had just gotten word that both her students had arrived and was preparing to slip out the back door to sign 2 forms when her phone rang. Hu Jian, chief director of the entire cardiology department, the man above all 9 ward directors. Zhao Shou, where are you now? Director, I'm in a meeting on the first floor. It's about the National Medical Skills Competition in the second half of the year. Don't open it. What's wrong, Director? Go back to your department and see for yourself. Click. I want you to hold that image, a woman standing in a stairwell with a dead phone in her hand, because a great deal of what follows grows out of the next 20 minutes. She ended the meeting on the spot, told them the competition was in the second half of the year, that all departments should train thoroughly, and that the list of candidates would be submitted around November. Packed her materials, and on her way past the lounge, glanced sideways through the glass and saw 2 familiar figures. I had just walked into that lounge myself and found somebody already sitting in the corner with her head down, reading a book. Jiang, Li Xinran? She looked up and was not remotely surprised. You've come. What are you doing here? Why am I not here? I felt several tumblers fall into place. You wouldn't happen to be Professor Zhao Shou's other student, would you? She looked at me, said nothing, let one corner of her mouth move, and went back to her book, which is, in her language, a full confession. I thought about it. She had asked me which professor I was applying to, and I had told her. After a long while, she spoke without looking up. Supervisor Zhao Shou is one of only 5 doctoral supervisors in this department. It's perfectly normal for me to apply to her graduate program, isn't it? Sure, normal, absolutely. And then heels in the corridor, and we both stood up at the same time and said, Teacher Zhao, in the same tone at the same second. She nodded once. Are you Lu Ming and Li Xinran? Something's come up upstairs. Come with me to the 8th floor. I'll show you around, introduce you to the ward staff, and then sign your papers. And she walked out ahead of us without waiting, which turned out to be entirely characteristic. On the way, she mentioned, over her shoulder, that she'd taken a 3rd student this year who had already gone back to his undergraduate university for graduation formalities and whom we wouldn't meet until the semester started. We got to the 8th floor, and I walked into the doctor's office behind her and stopped. There were about 20 people in that room, doctors and nurses, standing in a rough semicircle. In the middle of them, a short, heavy-set middle-aged man in a white coat with his hands behind his back and an expression that could strip paint. Director, what's going on? Zhao Shou stepped forward and the crowd opened for her. Do you know what just happened in the department? Said Hu Jian. In front of everyone, in the most public setting available, with 0 softening. Director, I just came up from the 1st floor. I'm not familiar with the situation yet. She glanced at a female doctor in the crowd, who immediately came over and whispered in her ear. You sent an intern to escort the patient? Her face changed. Is the patient still in ventricular fibrillation in the elevator? An emergency interventional procedure was performed in the 4th floor catheterization lab. The patient is on an intra-aortic balloon pump. That is genuinely fortunate. And then Hu Jian looked around at every doctor and nurse in that room and said to my new supervisor in front of all of them, as the director of the 8th ward, you bear an inescapable responsibility for this. Ignoring hospital safety rules, disregarding departmental regulations. Zhao Shou, if you really don't want to do this anymore, just say so. There are plenty of people waiting behind you. Nobody moved. The chief director, who apparently seems kind and approachable most of the time, is not kind or approachable at all when he chooses not to be. Zhao Shu stood there with her face flat and took the whole thing, and meanwhile I was standing at the back learning what I had actually walked into, because sending an intern alone to escort a critical patient is not merely against the rules. If anything happens on that route, the family sues, and the hospital does not win. The hospital has no case. There is no defense. I had been standing in that elevator for 11 seconds before the alarm went off. Zhao Shu, you really should thank this little guy, Hu Jian said it flat. If it weren't for him, the two of us might not be meeting here today. And then he had a doctor pull something up on the computer and turn the monitor around. Elevator surveillance. The whole thing. From the moment we got in to the moment the doors opened on 4 and the crowd surged. This young man, who wasn't even wearing a white coat, played an extremely important role in the rescue, said Hu Jian. If he hadn't happened to be in that elevator, Jinghua would probably have had another serious medical accident this year. Zhao Shu was watching the screen very closely. The footage was blurry, but something about the shape of the boy on it was familiar to her. Li Xinran frowned, turned her head, looked at me, looked back at the screen, looked at me again. It was him? And I smiled at her, and she said, softly, without any expression whatsoever, "Your face is really dark," which is the local way of saying you are cursed and bad things happen where you stand. It was quiet enough that only I heard it. I want to note the date because that was the first time anybody said it out loud, and it was not the last. The rest of that room was busy being amazed, reacting that fast in that space, working out the condition, running the rescue, operating a defibrillator competently. This guy is something else. And I stood there being publicly complimented while my supervisor was being publicly dismantled 2 meters away. Director, I am willing to accept punishment for what happened today. This isn't just about you being punished, Hu Jian's voice dropped. I made you director of Ward 8 so you could manage the doctors and nurses and lead everyone forward. If anyone misbehaves, tell me and I'll handle it. But if everyone works diligently and the department's work is still not done well, then that's your problem. I understand, Director. I'll go to the CCU to check on the surgery. You reassure the family. And then the last instruction, delivered without a flicker. Regarding what happened in the elevator, everyone gives the same account. The patient fell ill in the elevator. Our ward doctors provided immediate resuscitation. The patient was transferred to the CCU as quickly as possible, where emergency interventional surgery was performed. Yes, Director. And he left with his people. Now listen to what he actually said, in order, because it took me a while. He tore her apart in front of her entire staff. And inside the tearing, he said, "If anyone in this department doesn't listen to you, come to me and I'll deal with them." That is not an attack. That is a man handing someone a weapon in public and shouting while he does it. After they were gone, Zhao Shu turned to the 4 teams in front of her and got very cold. Which group does this patient belong to? A woman around 40 stepped forward, hair permed and dyed slightly red. Director Zhao, this patient is from our team. Why send an intern to escort the patient? Director, our team is short-handed. If there aren't enough people, can you send an intern alone to transport a critical patient? Silence. Put yourself in their shoes. If the patient in that bed were a member of your family, and you saw an intern taking him downstairs alone, how would you feel? Silence. If nothing goes wrong, all is well. If something goes wrong, won't you try to cause trouble for our hospital? This is no longer a matter of rules and regulations. This is a matter of medical ethics. I do not deny that some patients and family members are unreasonable, but we also need to look at ourselves and see whether we have done our job properly. Have you done your best to treat every patient? Am I even qualified to be a doctor? That was the first time I heard my supervisor speak in front of a room, and I stood at the back of it and thought, out of 3 names on a piece of paper, I picked this one because it was green. Maybe green was right for more than one reason. Her office was small, a desk, a sofa, a potted pine by the window. She sat down and her face came back about 30%. I hope you two learn from today. As a doctor, skills are important. A sense of responsibility is more important. Enough small talk. Show me your training plans. 2 strokes of a pen, and we were officially hers. It is fate that we meet, she said it quietly. I don't have high expectations for my students. I only hope that you spend the next 3 years in good health and become qualified doctors. I want to explain why that sentence made the hair go up on my arms. Every supervisor in that building wants their students to be as productive as possible and as decorated as possible. That is the entire economy. And a woman who has climbed to ward director, who is by definition not a person without ambition, had just set the bar at stay healthy, be competent. That is not modesty. That is a person who has stopped expecting things. Now, can you tell me why you chose me in the first place? She folded her arms and looked at us. Lu Ming, you're a boy. You go first. I had this one loaded. Every professor asks it. Teacher Zhao, I looked up your information online. You're not only academically outstanding, having published many highly influential papers, but you're deeply accomplished in clinical practice, and as a role model for students, you excel in nurturing them. She nodded along politely. Lu Ming, which website did you find this on? I'd like to check it out too. How come I didn't know about that kind of website before? Teacher Zhao, I forgot the specific website. There are too many, haha. She smiled and let it go, which was worse. Was that you, the boy in the surveillance video? Yes. You did well today, calm under pressure, competent emergency work. And then, without any change in tone, what do your parents do for a living? My parents are both medical workers. They work at a small hospital in our hometown. No wonder. Nod. Then she turned to Li Xinran. You went to Jinghua for your undergraduate degree. I've heard other teachers mention you. Pause. To be honest, I'm surprised you chose me. You should know the background of every supervisor here. So why did you choose me? And there it is, confirmed by the woman herself. I sat up. Teacher Zhao, you are one of only 5 doctoral supervisors in cardiology. Isn't it normal for me to apply to you? I don't believe that. It's even more unbelievable than what Lu Ming said earlier. I touched my nose. Friendly fire. Li Xinran was quiet for a moment. Then, Teacher Zhao, actually, I know one of your doctoral students. Oh? What does that have to do with your choice? Because that doctoral student told me something. She looked up. Other professors' doctoral students have all had their graduation delayed. Yours have never had theirs delayed. That's why I chose you. Let me explain why that answer is devastating. A medical doctorate runs 3 years. Delayed graduation happens for 2 reasons. 1, the thesis isn't finished or isn't good enough, which is largely the supervisor's doing. 2, the supervisor withholds graduation in order to retain free labor. Both reasons are the supervisor. So this woman, whose name makes senior doctors wince in elevators, has never once kept a student past their time. Okay, said Zhao Shu, I accept your reason. A smile. Compared to Lu Ming's reason, your reason is not bad. I would like the record to show I was ambushed twice in 10 minutes by 2 different women in the same room. The school year starts in late August or early September. By tradition, graduate students enroll early and come to the department to help out. Let's say you 2 start working here in August. Come a month ahead and get familiar. 4 months. I had 4 months to go back to Jiangcheng, graduate, and go home and explain to my parents that I was moving to another province. Walking out along the hospital path, I couldn't leave it alone. Li Xinran, why do I feel like there's something strange about Supervisor Zhao Shou's situation? Because look at it. She kept asking why we'd chosen her instead of the younger, more promising Liu Yan, when by qualification and rank she is far above Liu Yan and shouldn't have to ask. Professor Zhao Shou is usually very low-key, said Li Xinran. The most low-key of all the ward directors in cardiology. I only know that she seems to be disliked by the leaders. Although she is director of Ward 8, she has never had any real power. Disliked by the leadership. Except, I'd stood in that office 10 minutes earlier and listened to the chief director of the entire department roast her in public, and buried inside the roasting, if there is someone in your department who doesn't listen to orders, come find me. That is not a man who dislikes her. That is a man trying to hand her authority in a room full of people who won't take it from her quietly. There is something under this. I put it down for later because I was a student who hadn't started work yet, and there is nothing more useless than a first year with a theory. I'm taking the train home this afternoon, I said. See you in 4 months. Okay, she smiled, properly. See you in 4 months. Home is Pingyang City, Huzhong Province, a county-level city on a lake right next to Jiangcheng, which is exactly its problem. Everything is convenient, which means every patient with a serious illness drives 90 minutes to Jiangcheng instead. No patients, no development. No development, no patients. The healthcare in my hometown has been going quietly downhill my entire life inside that loop. Both my parents work at Pingyang Central Hospital. My father, Lu Jian, is deputy director of general surgery. My mother, Han Qing, is a nurse in endocrinology. I did not tell them I was coming. I let myself in with my key, shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm home," into an empty apartment, and stood there for half an hour like an idiot. Of course, they were at work. That is the entire architecture of my childhood. Other children had toy cars and cartoons. I had white coats and the smell of disinfectant. So I took a taxi. The driver was bald, middle-aged, and congenitally talkative. Central Hospital has been going downhill for years. The county hospitals nearby are putting up new buildings while ours sits in the same old block. Minor illnesses go to the clinic for a drip, and serious ones all rush to Jiangcheng. National medical reform is imperative, I said. In the future, top-level resources will be distributed downward, and things will gradually improve. I hope so. The sign outside Pingyang Central Hospital had lost the left half of its characters from neglect, so the name of the hospital now read as something roughly like Center Arrow, Broken, 5th floor, General Surgery. And there were 15 people crowded outside the ward door. Men, women, children, all anxious, all discussing something they hadn't decided. Nurse Zhang Xin at the station, mask on, freckles above it, entering orders. "Sister Zhang Xin, what are you busy with?" She looked up. "Lu Ming, what brings you here?" "Where's Dad? Operating room?" "No, a critical patient came in and Director Jian is handling it." Then, "Go on, you haven't been back in half a year. You should be graduating soon, right?" "Yes. Back for a while, then I'll head out again." "Huh?" She actually stopped typing. "Aren't you staying at our hospital? Director Jian was especially happy last time and treated the whole department to dinner. He said you'd be back soon." I said nothing because there was nothing to say. I want to be precise about the sequence of events that had produced that dinner. My mother had called me right after the exam. I told her my headache had flared and I probably hadn't passed, and she said, and I want this preserved exactly, "Oh, really? That's wonderful." Excited, genuinely audibly delighted, not a trace of sympathy. Is this my biological mother? Then, "My dear son, your dad and I are waiting for you to come back. Your dad has already spoken to the director of our central hospital, so you can sign a contract with the hospital anytime you come home." "Hey Mom, don't get me wrong, what I meant was, it's settled then. I'm going to tell your dad the good news." Beep, beep, beep. What I had meant was that I might not get into Peking, but I could still get in somewhere else. What she heard was that her only child was coming home permanently. My parents have never wanted me far away. I'm an only child. There's a saying that while your parents are alive, you should not travel far, and there is a second half to that saying. But if you must travel, travel with purpose. And I have spent my whole life quoting the second half at people who only ever quote the first. I have never left the province. I went into the doctor's office and sat down, and 2 minutes later I heard voices in the corridor. "Director Jian, this patient can't have surgery for now. Suspected sudden SVT." This ECG does look like SVT. Symptoms are typical too. Surgery is definitely off. Let's get the rate down first. Sustained rates that high for long can cause heart failure or myocardial ischemia. Poor prognosis. Okay, cardiology is the expert. We'll take your opinion. 3 men came in. First, my father, tall, blue mask, that particular authority that surgeons develop somewhere around year 15. Second, a bald, middle-aged doctor with unreliable Mandarin, clearly the cardiology consult. Third, Yang Lei, a resident who'd joined a few years back. My father saw me, and the entire imposing thing fell off his face in 1 second. "Lu Ming, why are you back?" "Why didn't you tell me?" "Surprise for you and Mom." He introduced me to the cardiologist as my son, with a hand on the man's shoulder, and the cardiologist looked me over and said he'd long heard Director Jian had an outstanding son, and that seeing me confirmed it. And my father said, "It'll be so-so then," and waved it off, and could not hide his face at all. While they wrote up the consultation, Yang Lei sidled over. "Brother Yun, what's going on?" Oh, it was supposed to be my night shift and I got this difficult patient, so I called your dad in. Then, hey, I heard from your dad you're graduating soon? I've graduated. That's fast. Which department are you going into? Cardiology. Cardiology? He clapped my shoulder in genuine admiration. Tiring and difficult. Are you sure? That's what makes it challenging. He glanced over at my father and the cardiologist, then dropped his voice. But our cardiology isn't doing very well. Very few interventions in recent years. Most stent patients go to Jiangcheng, which is the whole disease of a county hospital in one sentence, because a cardiology department's development is directly proportional to the number of interventions it performs. More stents, more effect, more growth. Pingyang's geography exports its own patients. Brother Yoon, I got into graduate school. He looked startled, and then he leaned in and lowered his voice further. Director Jian was saying a few days ago that you didn't pass, and then he threw a 3-day banquet in the department. Isn't he losing big this time? 3 days. My father threw a 3-day banquet for the department to celebrate his son failing an exam. I felt a distinct chill at the back of my neck. The consultation finished. Amiodarone ordered. Nurse Jiang Xin called to prepare it. Amiodarone isn't stocked in surgery, so night shifts have to get it from the emergency pharmacy. And I slipped away to endocrinology to do the easier of the two conversations. Mom, are you on nights? Yeah, she laughed and tapped me on the head. You didn't even tell us you were coming home. I'd have switched shifts and made you a proper meal. I stood there. What's wrong with you? Mom, I got into graduate school. There is a specific humiliation in that sentence. Other people call their parents with this news, and there is screaming and joy. I had to smuggle it in like contraband. What? Her face changed. What did you say? Short, sharp pain beats long, dull pain. I pulled up the Jinghua admission on my phone and handed it to her. Her eyebrows came down and stayed down. Jinghua, 10 hours by train. Home once or twice a year, maybe. Are you really going? Mom, I want to go. I nodded and looked as pitiful as I could and made a serious attempt to produce a tear. She sighed and said the thing I knew she'd say, and it wasn't about the distance. Son, your dad and I are actually very happy that you got in, but the world is a mess these days. The doctor-patient relationship is terrible. Every now and then, a doctor attack incident comes to light. Last month, a top ophthalmologist in Kyoto had his hand slashed and still can't hold a scalpel. When you wanted to study medicine, your father and I were absolutely against it. We couldn't talk you out of it. Other parents send their children to medicine because it looks secure. Your father and I are medical professionals. We know what it actually is. I didn't have an answer because during my internship, I had felt exactly that tension in the air of every ward I stood in. And it isn't one side's fault. It's the whole environment. There is no trust in the room. Doctors walk on thin ice, and patients spend their hospital stay on a search engine. You've had headaches since you were little. If we go back to Pingyang, your dad and I can take care of you. Slowly. If that doesn't work, we can put you in an auxiliary department so you don't have to face patients or families at all. An auxiliary department, radiology, lab, a room with no people in it. I took her hand. Mom, I know you and Dad are doing this for my own good. If I stay in Pingyang, I'll live well. With you two looking after me, I'll have no worries about food or clothing, and I'll be very happy. And in the end, I may be a qualified doctor. And then the first time someone difficult walks in, all I'll be able to say is, we can't treat that here. Please transfer to a higher level hospital. That feeling is awful, Mom. You know exactly how it feels. My voice got quieter as it went because it was the true thing, and I don't say true things loudly. My ideal is very small. I want to be a doctor, and my ideal is very large. I want to be a good one. She sighed, and then she took my hand back with both of hers. Son, if you really want to go, how can we stop you? Mom, you agree? I won't object, but you'll have to get past your dad first. Which brought me back to general surgery, where a mountain was waiting. My father was in front of the computer with his brows down. It's been almost 20 minutes. Why hasn't the rhythm converted? Director Jian, I read the cardiology consultation. Director Dong said to watch the potassium because sometimes low potassium makes the arrhythmia hard to correct. Then add 1.5 grams of potassium to 500 of saline and run it slowly. I went and bought 4 milk teas and brought them back. and my father delivered an unprompted lecture on how one bottle of milk tea has the energy of 3 colas, high in caffeine, sugar, fructose syrup, and trans fats, increasing the risk of diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and gout, at which point Yang Lei silently put his cup down. Dad, you've overlooked something. Drinking milk tea makes people happy, and a happy mood promotes dopamine, which reduces fatigue and maintains energy. These are all fallacies, said my father, and picked it up and drank some. Dad, how's your SVT patient? Hasn't converted. We're giving potassium. Then he thought for a second and picked up his phone. I think I should call cardiology again. Old Joe, this is the patient you consulted on. He's been on amiodarone this long. Why hasn't he converted? Yes, that's exactly what I did. I pushed one in place, then ran too slowly. We gave potassium too. Okay, then we'll observe. He hung up. Old Joe says some patients aren't sensitive to amiodarone. Keep him overnight and check again in the morning. Then the surgery gets pushed another day, said Yang Lei, because that was the whole problem. The man had acute cholecystitis and needed an operation, but he also had an arrhythmia, and you cannot open somebody whose heart is running at 150. Around then, 2 people walked into the on-call room without knocking. A fat man with a gold chain, maybe 200 pounds, and a woman whose perfume arrived several seconds before she did. Who's the doctor on duty tonight? Yang Lei stood up. That's me. May I ask who? I'm the son of the patient who was just brought in. He pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Yang Lei like he was buying a car. Why hasn't my dad had surgery yet? He had a gallbladder attack, and when he came in, they said emergency surgery. Yang Lei explained, patiently, that the father had acute cholecystitis and a sudden arrhythmia, that a normal heart rate is 60 to 100, that his father's was running 140 to 160, that the term is paroxysmal SVT, and that you control the rhythm before you cut. Then hurry up and control it. It's been ages, and the rate hasn't come down at all. If your hospital can't do it, I'll transfer to Jiangcheng. The medication's already in. It takes time. Then give me an exact time. When exactly can he have the surgery? And my father cut in before Yang Lei could answer, which is a thing senior doctors do for junior doctors, and I noted it. Family member, we can only do our best with the best medications. When surgery becomes possible depends on whether the arrhythmia can be controlled. I'm the deputy director of general surgery. Ah, the director. Instant sunshine. What's your surname, director? Lu. Director Jian, please help me get my dad's surgery done as soon as possible. He's too old for that kind of thing. Same answer, delivered patiently a second time. Okay, then we'll do as Director Jian says. And then the fat man chuckled, glanced at Yang Lei, drew my father aside, and took an envelope out of his pocket. Director, please help me out. My father's face closed like a door. You don't need to do that. No matter what, we will do our best to treat the patient. He pushed the envelope forward again. Hey, director, it's so late, you must be tired from working overtime. I told you, there's no need for this. One word at a time. And the man laughed and put it away. The office is full of cameras, and he'd handed over a red envelope in front of another doctor and a security camera. He was either stupid or he was building a file. My father softened once it was gone. Don't worry. We will do our best to control your father's arrhythmia and then perform surgery as soon as possible. They left. My father told Yang Lei that if the rhythm converted and stayed stable, notify the second-line team and take him to theater. Then Lu Ming and I will go home. He turned around, and I wasn't moving because I was standing over the patient's ECG with a compass in my hand, walking it across the trace. You little brat. Haven't you ever seen an SVT before? Dad, I said, this might not be SVT. The room went quiet in a very specific way. This isn't SVT? My father came over and watched my hands, and I could see him doing the arithmetic behind his eyes, and the arithmetic went like this. Old Joe has 30 years of clinical experience. Half the young doctors in this hospital were trained by Old Joe, and my son graduated from medical school 11 days ago. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Lei had no such loyalty problem. Xiaochun, if it isn't SVT, what is it? I put the trace flat on the desk. What can you tell from this at first glance? Yang Lei scratched his head. I'm not good at ECGs. Tachycardia. Narrow QRS. Dad? My father took his time, and I want to give him full credit because he got most of the way there. First, left axis deviation. Then, narrow complex tachycardia. V1 is RSR prime type. There are coarse, blunted S waves at the end of V5 and V6. That should be right bundle branch block. I gave him a thumbs up, and I meant it. Dad, you've explained almost everything on this trace. Then if that's all there is, Director Dong's diagnosis is correct. SVT with right bundle branch block. Look at the relationship between the atrial rhythm and the ventricular rhythm. He looked where I pointed. In a normal heartbeat, the sinoatrial node fires, the atria contract, and that impulse travels down and drives the ventricles. Atria and ventricles are locked to each other in a fixed, regular relationship. That is what a heartbeat is. On this trace, they weren't locked to anything. The atria were beating on their own schedule. The ventricles were beating on their own schedule. Two independent clocks in one chest, ignoring each other completely. This is atrioventricular dissociation? He picked the paper up off the table and did not blink. Atrioventricular dissociation, said Yang Lei, but dissociation is seen in ventricular tachycardia, atrial fibrillation, high-degree block, so this graph. Brother Yoon is right, I said. This is dissociation, and this is a very specific type of ventricular tachycardia, left posterior fascicular ventricular tachycardia. Here's the mechanism, and here's why it's such a beautiful liar. Left posterior fascicular VT originates in the left posterior fascicle. That region activates first, and the left anterior fascicle and the right bundle branch are activated afterward, essentially passively, so they read as blocked, which means the trace shows right bundle branch block plus left anterior fascicular block. Right bundle branch block shows as RSR prime in V1 and blunted S waves at the end of V5 and V6. Left anterior fascicular block shows as left axis deviation. The barriers between medical specialties are enormous. Different internal medicine subspecialties barely understand each other, and internal medicine and surgery are separate planets. Neither of these men had ever heard of it. But my father had found the dissociation himself, and once you have found dissociation, you cannot unfind it. Xiao Chen, ventricular tachycardia is malignant, said Yang Lei. Someone in VT this long would normally be dead. Our patient is stable. He just has palpitations. His hemodynamics are fine. That's not VT. Because this particular type is benign. It's common in otherwise healthy men. Then how do you treat it? I picked up my milk tea and took a large, satisfying pull on it. This type has another name, verapamil-sensitive ventricular tachycardia. As the name suggests, verapamil terminates it. The two of them looked at each other. Dad, don't look at me like that. During my internship in cardiology at Jiangcheng City Central, I saw several of these. One was initially diagnosed as SVT and only discovered after a radiofrequency ablation failed. Xiao Chen, said Yang Lei, you don't learn an ECG by looking at it once. You've put in a lot of work. My father was almost convinced. Almost is not a treatment plan. So he called Old Joe. Old Joe, at that moment, was lying in the on-call room scrolling videos, and he sighed at the caller ID, because surgeons are so tense. It's just an SVT. Why is this the third call? Hey, Lao Lu, your patient still hasn't converted? Not yet. Don't be nervous. Plenty of our patients stay in SVT most of a day. Once amiodarone is in, the rate comes down. My father, holding the phone, looked at me. Old Joe, do you think this patient might not be an SVT? How could that be? I saw the trace. SVT with right bundle branch block. I'm absolutely sure. I guarantee it. Old Joe, I'd like to offer a different diagnosis. Please don't mind. It's all right. Go ahead. And I could hear from across the room that he found this funny, because a general surgeon was about to analyze an ECG at him. Do you think there's a possibility this could be left posterior fascicular ventricular tachycardia? Silence. Actual, complete silence, long enough that all you could hear was the other man breathing, because Old Joe had stopped finding it funny and started running the features in his head. Lao Lu, send the ECG to my messenger. I'll take a look and get back to you. 2 minutes. Then my father's phone buzzed, and he read it, and his face did something complicated. Damn it, Lao Lu. When did you learn to read ECGs? You're going to ruin my job. He called back and got the full confirmation. It is indeed left posterior fascicular ventricular tachycardia. This special type is easily confused with SVT plus right bundle branch block. This kind of trace is rare in primary hospitals, and he didn't catch it at first glance, but on closer inspection, there is atrioventricular dissociation. Stop the amiodarone immediately. Give 1 dose of verapamil. That should terminate it. Okay, we don't stock verapamil in surgery. I'll have a nurse borrow 2 from your department, which is exactly, word for word, the treatment I had described 4 minutes earlier. And my father did not look at me while he said it, and I did not say anything. And that is how men in my family communicate. Hey, Lao Lu, wait, you still haven't told me who figured out the ECG. Let's talk next time we meet. The patient's urgent. Old Joe hung up and sat there in the dark. He knew the standard of Pingyang City Hospital exactly, because he had built a good portion of it. If he, the associate chief physician of cardiology, hadn't caught it immediately, then nobody else in that building was catching it. And the man who had caught it was a general surgeon. That is not a skill Lao Lu has. Does he have someone backing him? He guessed there was someone behind it. He did not guess it was the sun. Amiodarone off. Half a bottle left in the pump. Director Jian, this pump still has more than half left. We're just stopping it? Yes. Once verapamil arrives, 1 dose IV. The fat man with the gold chain read the treatment sheet over the nurse's shoulder. Director Jian, what's this medicine of yours? Vi something la something me. Verapamil. Why did you take the other one away? There was still half a bottle. Isn't that a waste? And my father, eyes on the monitor, without looking up. Your father isn't responding well to that medication. His arrhythmia is of a more complex type. We need to try a different one. Oh, said the fat man, and sat down on the edge of the bed, relieved. Now, that answer was true. It was also a decision. Because if my father had said we misdiagnosed your father and gave him the wrong drug for 2 hours, the man with the envelope and the camera blind spot would have burned that ward down. Even top-tier hospitals confuse left posterior fascicular VT with SVT plus right bundle branch. It happens. And the difference between that being a medical event and a medical dispute is entirely in how the sentence is constructed. 5 minutes after the push. 1:50. Director Jian, I heard Xiao Chen say if the first dose doesn't work well, wait 10 minutes and give another. Then observe a few more minutes. 3 more minutes. 150 to 160. Jiang Xin, prepare another dose. She walked out of the ward toward the dispensing room, and the number on the monitor jumped. 150 dropped to 130. Then 130 to 110. Jiang Xin, wait, you don't need to go. And then, leaning over the bed, Grandpa, how are you feeling? The old man opened his eyes. I don't feel much, except my palpitations are better. My heart isn't beating as fast. Xiao Wu, contact the ECG department. Repeat trace. At a county hospital, the surgical wards don't keep an ECG machine, so the night shift technician has to walk one over. Sizzle, sizzle, 12 leads, rate 106. Still faster than normal, massively slower than 160. And in the doctor's office, sitting on a spare chair with an empty milk tea, system completion rate increased 40% to 50, but no gratitude value, which told me something specific and slightly bleak. I had made the diagnosis. The patient and his family had no idea I existed. To them, a father in a white coat had solved it. So the completion rate tracks the correct thing happening. The gratitude value tracks someone knowing you did it. Those are not the same axis, and I filed that away, and it would matter more than almost anything else I learned that year. 90 minutes later, the rate settled at 90 to 100, and the palpitations were essentially gone. Director Jian, can my dad have the surgery now? We need to stabilize longer. If the arrhythmia recurs mid-operation, it affects the surgery. Let's be cautious. Okay, we'll do as Director Jian says. Outside the ward, Yang Lei held the 2 traces side by side and said Xiao Chen was truly amazing, and that at a school like Jiangcheng University, his grades must have been near the top. And my father stood there with his hands behind his back, with a small, quiet smile on his face. Wow, no wonder he got into cardiology, said Yang Lei. A graduate student indeed. My father stopped walking. What did you say? And Yang Lei, who is a good man and a catastrophic keeper of secrets, realized in real time that he had detonated something. Director Jian, you don't know? What should I know? Director Jian, I heard from Xiao Chen that he got into the cardiology graduate program at Tsinghua Medical University. The air pressure in that corridor dropped about 40%. Director Jian, you should be happy. Tsinghua's cardiology is famous. If I got into a graduate program, my parents would be overjoyed. And my father looked at him, irritated, and asked, Then let me ask you, will you let your son study medicine in the future? Will you let him sit the medical graduate exam? Yang Lei thought about it. And then he shook his head and said, No. That settles it. Your parents aren't doctors, so they don't understand this profession. We are doctors. Only we know how hard it is to be one now. Then he sighed and walked back into the office, where I was sitting with an entirely unearned smile on my face. Dad, the patient should have recovered by now, right? Nothing. Stone face. Yang Lei stood behind him, making frantic hand signals at me. The patient has recovered, said my father. Let's go home, and went to change out of his coat. Yang Lei ran over. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. I just told your dad. It's fine. He'd have found out. I rubbed my forehead. This mountain is genuinely hard to climb. The living room. 2 men, one on each end of the sofa, the specific silence of a family that communicates by not communicating. Dad, this is my acceptance letter. He nodded and did not look at it. Didn't you tell your mom you didn't do well on the exam? I applied for a transfer afterward and went to Tsinghua Medical University. You absolutely have to go? A frown. Can't you just stay in Pingyang City? If you don't want to come to our hospital, your mother and I will help you find another one here. Dad, are you forcing me to become a freeloader? The world outside is dangerous, son. You can't handle it. And I understood him completely, because he and my mother want the same thing, and it is a very small thing. Not to stand out, not to be rich, just to have a good life. So I didn't argue. Arguing does not work on my father. I've tried it for 23 years. Dad, do you know there's a really good Sichuan restaurant near the back gate of Jiangcheng University? He frowned because that was not a rebuttal. Back then it was packed at every mealtime. Their twice-cooked pork was especially good and incredibly cheap. Sometimes I'd think, I could eat twice-cooked pork that cheap my whole life and be happy. Why bother working hard? There's a huge lawn downstairs from our dorm. In winter, when the sun comes out, it fills up with people. They spend the whole afternoon lying in it and talking. And I'd think, this is so great. Why bother working hard? In our sophomore year, the school organized a marathon. Only a half, 20 kilometers. The 4 of us got up early, put on our sportswear, packed our gear, and set off full of ambition. I am going to conquer the half marathon. We weren't even halfway before it turned into, oh my God, I want to go back and eat twice-cooked pork. I want to go back and lie in the sun. And I realized that if I just gave up trying, life would immediately get much better. So why try at all? I stopped for a second. Because sometimes I think, if I'm content with one place that makes twice-cooked pork for the rest of my life, then what about Rujiamo? What about Guobao Ro? There are so many places in the world I haven't been, so much food I haven't eaten, so many people I haven't met, so much I haven't learned, and so much I haven't figured out. Just thinking about it makes me unable to sit still. And the half marathon was exhausting, and we were completely destroyed. But when the 4 of us dragged our almost paralyzed bodies across that finish line, it felt different. In the high school textbook, Wang Anshe wrote, "The most wondrous, magnificent, and extraordinary sights in the world are often found in dangerous and remote places, rarely visited by people. Therefore, only those with a strong will can reach them. Dad, I want to go to a place I've never been, meet different people, see different scenery, eat twice-cooked pork with a different flavor. And I want to use what I've learned to treat more patients and solve harder problems." He sat there and looked at me for a long time, and I watched him arrive at the thing that fathers arrive at, which is the realization that the boy who used to hide behind him has grown up and has his own dreams and his own responsibilities and no longer needs the shield. He raised his hand, put it on my shoulder, then touched my head the way he used to. Nobody said anything. Nobody needed to. I put my hand over his, and that was the whole conversation. And that is how the mountain moved. 2 weeks of nothing. Sleeping until I woke naturally. Cooking noodles or ordering delivery because both parents were at work. Walking in the park in the afternoon, the library, and in the evening down to Pingyang Lake to cool off, and then home. I checked their colors, obviously. Both green. Which makes sense, annual physicals. Both are medical staff, so small problems get caught immediately, and a primary hospital isn't a top tier one, and they're both senior in their departments, so the workload isn't crushing. Green parents. Best result I've ever gotten out of that system. Graduation was a formality. Medical students don't write a thesis, we take a graduation exam, and after 6 months of preparing for the national graduate exam, that exam is a joke. We rented gowns. We took photographs on campus. Chen Hao stayed at Jiangcheng for general surgery. Brother Fei went abroad, major, undecided. Jin Fa went to Fuzhou for dentistry, everyone with their own bright future, and in 3 years we'll meet again and compare damage. Then a phone call at 9:30 in the morning that I was still asleep for. Hey, Minger, are you still asleep? What time is it? It's 9:30. It's early. Early my foot. I've been at work an hour and a half. Chen Kai, whose supervisor had made him join the department in June, 3 months before the semester starts, and whose supervisor is known, I am not making this nickname up, as Joe the Skinflint, because he is both strict and stingy. Minger, which school did you end up at? Jinghua Medical University. Holy crap, you got transferred to Jinghua? Yes, why are you shouting? Because I'm at Jinghua Medical University. Didn't I tell you? I applied to Jinghua. He had. I had been slightly busy failing an exam and crossing 2 provinces. Today, the school group sent out the list of all incoming graduate students. I saw a Lu Ming, cardiology, undergraduate from Jiangcheng University, and I suspected it was you. But this is good. Our 2 handsome men from Jiangcheng have teamed up again to be 2 scoundrels. He is in obstetrics and gynecology, by the way. He is a male OB/GYN. I will admit, secretly looking forward to watching that happen. July 30th. My parents got up early to make breakfast I told them not to make, and my mother produced a bowl of beef noodles with an egg on top and a second egg hidden inside, and both of them sat and watched me eat it without eating anything themselves, which is a thing parents do that I will never be able to describe properly. Intercity rail to Jiangcheng. High speed to Jinghua. 8 hours. 6 p.m. Logistics was closed, so I got a hotel and called Chen Kai about the welcome dinner he'd promised. He didn't answer. Then, right as it was about to time out, I'm in the department. I haven't left work yet. It's 6:30. Don't you finish at 5:30? Working overtime today. Then, tired. Minger, I estimate it'll be a while. How about I do the welcome dinner tomorrow? You probably haven't eaten either. I'll wait for you. Okay, then I'll call you after I get off. He agreed, but the sound of it was wrong. So I went to find him instead, and the second inpatient building, and the obstetrics and gynecology ward, and before I got anywhere near the door, I saw somebody crouched at the end of the stairwell in the dark. Chen Kai? The figure stood up and turned around. Minger, what brings you here? I should be asking you, what are you doing crouching here? Came out for air. It's stuffy in the office. He had his hands behind his back, and out of the corner of my eye, on the concrete, there was cigarette ash. When did you learn to smoke? I'm just smoking it for fun. The smile on his face was the worst piece of acting I have ever seen from a man I love. He put it out and dropped it in the bin. What happened? It's really nothing. Brother Wei, given our relationship, you can't even tell me this? He looked at the floor for a while. Then he pushed his hair back off his forehead. There was a scar there. Dark, about 3 centimeters, sitting quietly above his eyebrow. Minger, I got beaten up. We sat down on the chairs in the corridor. Patient? Patient's family member. This afternoon, a female colleague and I were in the treatment room doing a gynecological examination on a patient. She was only halfway through when the husband burst in. He didn't say anything. He just punched me in the head. I was completely stunned. He told it lightly. He is that kind of person. And I sat there and constructed the actual room, which is a woman mid-examination, a colleague with her hands occupied, and a man swinging. That is not a medical dispute. That is intentional injury, which is a criminal matter. He was yelling that just because I'm a male doctor, I can't perform gynecological exams on his wife. Then there'll be no more male obstetricians in the future. How's your head? It's all right. He touched it. Superficial. Nothing serious, and the one who did it has been arrested. But I just don't understand. What era are we living in? If her family had objected beforehand, I wouldn't have gone in. Why start hitting people without a word? There are people like that in every era, I said. Society is full of sordid speculation about that job. They cling to their own ideas, judge others by their own standards, and believe that violence and being unreasonable will get them preferential treatment. Yeah. He tipped his head back against the wall and looked out the window at the night. There will always be people like that, but it's always us who get hurt. Do you regret it? He shook his head and put his hands behind his head. What's there to regret? Since you've chosen this line of work, you grit your teeth and keep going. Quiet voice, unusually firm. Yeah, I said. That's why he's the most handsome guy at Jiangcheng University. That's right, and his normal face came back on. Let's go. I won't say any more. Let's get a meal to welcome you. We ordered a few dishes at a small place near the hospital and ate well, and that's just how it is sometimes. You know the road ahead is full of turns, and you grit your teeth and keep going. The graduate department the next morning informed me I was late. Teacher, doesn't school start in early September? I'm not late today, am I? It's too late, she said, entirely casually. Our school has a tradition that graduate students enroll early. Most enroll in July, a small number in June, and a very few in August. But my supervisor told me to join the department in August. Who is your advisor? Second Hospital, Ward 8 Cardiology, Director Zhao Yao. And I watched a teacher in an administrative office visibly startle, and then rearrange her whole face into, ah, of course. Oh, it's Supervisor Zhao Shu. Never mind then, your dorm is in the residency training building. Go to logistics for the key. What magic does this woman possess that everyone in this city goes pale at her name? Logistics had exactly one male bed left, which told me everything about my punctuality. 7th floor, end of the corridor. I had assumed graduate housing would be better than undergraduate housing, a single, or at worst, a double. 4-person room, worse than my undergraduate dorm. 3 beds taken. Last one by the door, mine. My roommates were graduate students from cardiovascular surgery, nephrology, and plastic surgery, all of us assigned by arrival date, which meant the 4 of us were officially the 4 latest people in the building. Different provinces, instant familiarity, because in the hospital industry, it is always good to know somebody in a different specialty. You never know when you'll need them. They also told me the shape of the next 3 years, and I want to lay it out plainly. Professional masters at Jinghua, 3 years of clinical rotations. You rotate between departments the entire time. Your thesis and your experimental design get squeezed into the gaps. First-year students also have in-person coursework, which, since everybody works during the day, happens in the evenings. Stipend from the school? Nothing. Each master's student receives a government subsidy of 600 yuan a month, paid 10 months of the year, and whether your supervisor gives you anything on top of that is entirely up to your supervisor, and according to my roommates, most give nothing. 600 a month. Everybody in that building is in their mid-20s. Everybody in that building is working essentially full-time, and everybody in that building is still calling home for living expenses. August 1st. Up at 6:30. Fried dough stick and tofu pudding in the school canteen. 8th floor, cardiology, Ward 8. First day. Make a good impression. I brought my own white coat in case the department didn't have one that fit, my own stethoscope, a U-well, about 20 yuan, and a watch with a visible second hand. I got there at 7 exactly. The security guard at the ward entrance had a glass of tea and a smile. Young man, you're here pretty early. Uncle, first day, I don't know anything, so I came early. Never underestimate the security guards at a provincial top-tier hospital, by the way. The work is easy, the pay is not bad, and any one of them might be somebody's relative. You're way too early. Apart from the night doctor, nobody's here yet. The corridor was quiet, 2 or 3 patients wandering. I walked the layout again properly. Wards, changing room, on-call room, because this place was about to be my base camp, and I wanted the map in my head. The nurse station had an enormous screen with every bed and every patient on it, care levels color-coded. Level 2 and 3 in green. Level 1, seriously ill and critically ill, in red. 70 beds, mostly level 2 and 1, very few 3s. And through the glass wall of the doctor's office, exactly one person, a young female doctor typing at a speed I found genuinely alarming. I knocked. "Please come in," she said, without turning around. "Hello, teacher. I'm a graduate student who just started in this department today." She stopped and spun. Mask, long fringe, thin eyebrows, purple-rimmed glasses. "Which teacher are you with?" "Teacher Zhao Yao." And I watched joy cross a stranger's eyes. "Junior brother, you've finally arrived." "Teacher Jewel, what's wrong with you?" "Hey, don't call me teacher. I'm also Professor Zhao Shou's student. I stayed on here after graduation. My name is Xie Mei Mei. Call me senior sister." So the first person I met in that department was family. That matters more than it sounds. Large top-tier hospitals like Jinghua Second run on factions. Over 80% of new hires each year are Jinghua's own graduates. Take cardiology. Chief Director Hu Zhiying has been supervising for many years, and his students are now scattered through every ward in the department, which is an enormous network. It's hard for outsiders to break in, and it holds the place together, and when something goes wrong at the top, it is very hard to detect and correct. Which means step 1 of surviving in a large hospital is finding your own small community. By choosing Zhao Shou, I had bound myself to the Zhao Shou chariot, whatever that turned out to be. "Our team has been extremely busy lately," she said. "We often work overtime until 8 or 9 before we can go home. Your arrival will relieve some pressure. Our teacher hasn't taken a male student in years. You should be the only male student in the last few." She laughed. Having a male in the group makes things much easier. She said it with a certain look in her eye that I can only describe as proprietary. "Senior sister Guo Guo," I said, deploying my only shield. "Our teacher should have 2 more students this year, right?" "You mean Jiang and Ke? They joined in June." 2 months already. "Senior sister, Teacher Zhao said we'd enter in August." Every year at this time, the older students have graduated and the new ones haven't arrived, so the department has a staffing gap. So I brought junior sister Jiang and junior sister Ke in early. They're both from this province, more convenient. You're from out of province, so I didn't notify you. Which was, I want to note, an actual kindness. Chen Kai is also from out of province and got dragged in June. "But now that you're here, you'd better work hard." She took me to the on-call room. Bunk bed, 2 rows of lockers with teachers' names on them, and no locker for me. There are too many people in the department and not enough lockers, so I could put my bag on the top row with the miscellaneous forms and books. White coat on, stethoscope around the neck, watch synchronized to department time. And then, from the corridor, "Dr. Sun! Dr. Sun! Bed 10! Bed 10 has fallen ill again!" Here is an unwritten rule of hospitals. Doctors and nurses do not run in the department. They do not even walk quickly. Because the moment a doctor runs, everybody in that corridor knows that somebody is dying. Xie Mei Mei was mid-sentence and smiling. Her face changed and she was through the door. I went after her. "Am I really this unlucky? First day. I haven't finished putting on my watch. Does this system have a built-in bad luck mechanic?" "Junior brother, push the ECG machine to bed 10. Received. I found it in a corner of the nurse station, unplugged it, dug a blood pressure cuff out of a drawer, and got both to bed 10 in about 40 seconds. An old man was sitting bolt upright with the head of the bed cranked almost vertical, panting like he'd run up the stairs, sweat coming off his face in sheets, agitated, restless, hands going everywhere. The color over his head was blood red. Xie Mei Mei already had a stethoscope on his chest. Oxygen, 1 injection furosemide, 1 bronchodilator, urgent bloods, routine, kidney function, electrolytes, BNP, cardiac enzymes, coagulation, D-dimer. Received. I got the cuff on him, except his hands wouldn't stay still. "Grandma, please hold his arm for me." The family member was his wife. Their son works in another city year-round, and she looks after him alone. She came over and took her husband's hand. "Old man, don't move around. The doctor needs to take your blood pressure. 204/114. 50 of glucose with 1 ampule of sodium nitroprusside, IV pump, 5 per hour. Acute left heart failure. Here's what heart failure actually is, stripped of vocabulary. The pump isn't strong enough to move blood forward, so 2 things happen. 1. Every organ downstream gets less blood and starts failing. 2. The blood that doesn't get ejected backs up into the lungs, and the lungs fill with fluid, and the man drowns while sitting in a dry bed. The classic finding is exactly what I was looking at. Upright, sweating, gasping, wet crackles in both lungs, pitting edema in both legs. I ran the ECG. Widespread ST depression. Severe ischemia. Nurse, another dose of furosemide. 5 minutes and the old man's breathing slowed, and his face got some color back. Heart failure comes fast and it goes fast, which is the one merciful thing about it. Junior brother, do you know what illness this patient just had? And that was my introduction to the fact that in a top-tier hospital, the teaching happens during the emergency. Acute left heart failure. The trigger may be the sudden rise in blood pressure, increasing the workload. Not bad, then tell me the treatment principles. Strengthen the heart, promote diuresis, dilate the vessels, plus oxygen and morphine for sedation if necessary, watching for respiratory depression. Which of my orders corresponds to which? Furosemide is the diuretic. Bronchodilator is the bronchodilator. Sodium nitroprusside is the vasodilator. Then why didn't I use any cardiac stimulant? And this is where she stopped testing recall and started testing whether I understood anything. Because among the three, diuresis is most important, then vasodilation. Cardiac stimulants are only appropriate when the first two fail or work poorly. Why? Textbook language wasn't going to carry it, so think of heart failure as a donkey hauling cargo down a muddy road. Diuresis takes cargo off the donkey's back. Vasodilation repairs the road so the donkey can walk. Strengthening the heart is whipping the donkey to make it run faster. The third one works. The donkey does run faster. It also damages the donkey and shortens its life. The first one acts fastest and has the fewest side effects. Behind that mask, I am fairly confident her mouth was open, because most people know cardiotonic, diuretic, vasodilator. Very few know the order, and the order is the whole thing. Inotroches are effective, and they are not first line, precisely because they raise in-hospital mortality over time. Congratulations, you have received a +1 gratitude value from Warwick. Completion, 60%. Which was interesting, because Xie Mei Mei diagnosed and treated that man. I took a blood pressure and ran an ECG. The old man stayed red, by the way. Improved, stable, talking, and red. Not out of it yet. His wife took Xie Mei Mei's hand and then gripped my arm with her whole face. Thank you, Dr. Sun, and thank you to this young doctor as well. Mother-in-law, this is what we should do. Junior brother, I'll write the emergency orders. You write the resuscitation progress note. Which is how I learned that medical record writing is my single worst skill, and I want to say why that matters more than it sounds. Surgery focuses on the operation and treats the notes as paperwork. Internal medicine is the opposite. The record is the reasoning. It shows how the doctor thought, how the illness moved, and what was done about it. And in a dispute, it is the only thing standing between a physician and a courtroom. I wrote it. She read it. It's well written, but there are still flaws. Very gentle voice. For a resuscitation record, timing is everything. Onset time and specific symptoms, with time points as boundaries. For this patient, the first sentence should be, the patient suddenly experienced respiratory distress at 7:12 this morning. We immediately checked at the bedside. The patient was sitting upright, sweating profusely, and short of breath. Then physical examination, then treatments by time. She fixed it and signed it, and I want to note that she talks very little and every sentence lands somewhere. Hey Guo Guo, when did you become so patient with your lectures to the intern? A nurse leaning in the doorway with a hand on her hip. 27, 28, willow eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and a face that suggested she had never once in her life lost an argument. Wang Jing, he's not an intern. He's Professor Zhao Shu's graduate student this year. My junior brother. First day. Oh, Director Zhao's student. No wonder you're so interested. Wang Jing, you can bully others. Don't you dare bully my junior brother. Oh dear, Guo Guo. How could I bear to bully such a handsome young man? What's his name? Hello, Sister Liu. Lu Ming. I want to explain the hierarchy honestly. In every department, below interns and new nurses, the lowest ranking beings are graduate students and residency trainees. In top-tier hospitals, senior nurses will absolutely order junior doctors around, And everybody accepts this because everybody knows the nurses are right more often than not. Okay, Dr. Ming, welcome to Cardiology Ward 8. By 8, the office was full. Doctors, graduate students, residency trainees, interns, and visiting physicians from lower-level hospitals doing continuing education. Nobody paid attention to a new face because nobody can possibly know everyone. My group, it turned out, was 9 doctors, including Zhao Shou. Xie Meimei was the attending. Below her, 3 graduate students of the same year, me, Li Xinran, and the third one, plus a visiting doctor, a residency trainee, and 2 interns. The standard structure is 3 tiers: deputy director on top, associate chief or attending in the middle, resident at the bottom. Residents do everything: histories, records, sticking lab reports into files, escorting patients to examinations. Except large hospitals don't really have residents anymore, because anyone who can stay at a hospital like this has at least a master's and gets promoted to attending fast. So somebody still has to do the dirty work: graduate students, residency trainees, continuing education students, cheap, capable, and replenished annually from an infinite supply. You have to admire the design. The staffing shortage in every major hospital in the country was solved at essentially no cost. And if you removed the trainees and the graduate students from any top-tier hospital in China tomorrow, the building would stop working by lunchtime. Ward 8 has 75 beds across 4 teams. Zhao Shu's team runs 20. Because of your arrival, junior brother, we'll reassign beds. The 3 graduate students, the interns, and the trainee will jointly manage 20. Then the rest of the team arrived. Li Xinran had not changed by 1 degree in 4 months. She saw me, paused for a fraction of a second, and nodded. The other one was Fan Ting, small, quiet, shy, undergraduate from a relatively unknown medical school, which makes getting into Jinghua a genuine achievement. Also in the group, a visiting attending in her 30s from a county hospital doing 6 months of training because attendings need external training experience to be promoted to deputy director. A male residency trainee who hadn't passed the graduate exam, and 2 interns with almost no presence who mostly did ECGs and blood pressures. 8 a.m. Morning handover. Nurses go first. Admissions, discharges, transfers, deaths from the previous day, then the special patients. Then the on-call doctor. Xie Meimei, hands behind her back, delivered the night in about 90 seconds. Bed 23, palpitations at 8 p.m. ECG showed atrial fibrillation, first diagnosis, amiodarone and potassium converted 2 hours later. Bed 49 passed roughly 400 milliliters of tarry black stool 3 times at 11, gastrointestinal bleeding suspected, likely related to dual antiplatelet therapy, urgent gastroenterology consult requested. Bed 10 at 7:10 this morning, sudden dyspnea, suspected acute heart failure, diuretic and vasodilator, symptoms relieved. Then rounds, and then bed assignment. Li Xinran, beds 1, 2, 3, and 5. There is no bed 4. There is no bed 14, or 24, or 34. Hospitals are places that uphold science, and they are not immune to superstition, and the number 4 sounds like death, so any bed ending in 4 simply does not exist. Beds in the 40s are fine, because that's the tens digit, and I would love to hear the committee meeting where that line was drawn. Fan Ting, 6, 7, 8, 9. Lu Ming, 10, 11, 12, 13, which is bed 10, which is my red old man. The rest of the group found this genuinely strange because a man who arrived that morning was being handed patients. He's brand new. This is presumably his first department. He probably can't even work the ordering system. Rounds are where the teaching actually lives. You stand behind the bed, that's the default rule, so you can examine properly and keep an appropriate distance so the patient doesn't feel handled, and the attending fires questions. How is coronary heart disease classified? The 2 interns tried to become furniture. Junior Sister Jiang, this is your patient. She handled it cleanly. 2 categories: stable coronary artery disease, which includes ischemic cardiomyopathy, stable angina, and occult heart disease, and acute coronary syndrome, which includes acute myocardial infarction and unstable angina. Very well said. Why do you need to know classification? Because different types have different treatments and prognoses. Treating every case of coronary disease with one method is something only a barefoot doctor would do. Now, classification of acute myocardial infarction. The interns' heads went back down. Junior Sister Ke. Fan Ting, looking at the floor. Acute myocardial infarction is divided into acute ST elevation and acute non-ST elevation. Is that all? That's all I know. Xiaofeng, your opinion? The trainee touched his nose. Senior sister, same as Fan Ting. Dr. Song, any other opinions? The visiting attending, years of clinical experience, far more than any of us, thought and offered coronary artery spasm. No actual problem with the coronary arteries, but under stress, they clamp down. Yes, Dr. Song's clinical experience is much richer. And then Xie Mei Mei widened the frame. Myocardial infarction means the death of heart muscle cells. What Fan Ting described is the common thrombotic kind, infarction in the narrow sense. But there is a broader definition that covers myocardial cell death from any cause. So besides spasm, what else? Damage from SVT, from third-degree block. Any other types? Song Yu frowned. It seems like there aren't any. There are. They aren't common, so it's normal not to know. And I was standing there looking like a man with something in his mouth. Junior brother Lu, do you know? Internationally, acute myocardial infarction in the broad sense has 5 classifications. 5? Every face in the corridor turned, because the internal medicine textbook does not mention 5 of anything. Song Yu looked at me with the specific expression of a woman who has been in cardiology for a very long time and has never heard this. Type 1 is what Fan Ting described, coronary thrombosis. Plaque ruptures, a clot forms, the vessel blocks, the muscle downstream starves and dies, most common. Type 2 is an oxygen supply-demand imbalance in the coronaries, spasm, or the fast and slow arrhythmias Dr. Sun mentioned. The pathology isn't a clot blocking a pipe, it's that the pipe isn't delivering. And there it was, on their faces, because Song Yu had listed diseases and I had explained the mechanism underneath both categories. Types 3 and 4 are similar, PCI-related infarction, and coronary artery bypass graft-related infarction. Type 5 is sudden death, often of unknown cause, some guidelines listed as a special type. The last 3 barely get discussed. They're classification, not textbook, and they only exist in the major international guidelines. I browse medical forums a lot, I said, embarrassed, so I know a lot of obscure things. Which is completely true and not for the reason anybody assumed. That strange headache has been torturing me for 2 decades. In order to collect cases of similar headaches, I have spent years crawling through medical forums, physician communities, and, I am not proud of this, some genuinely strange live surgical broadcasts. I absorbed all of that obscure knowledge entirely by accident while looking for a diagnosis for myself. Everyone assumed I was being modest, and everyone in that corridor decided they liked me, and a department is a small society. The leadership may be full of ugly things, but the people at the bottom are usually harmonious, and everyone at the bottom respects a person who is good at the work. Then Wang Jing came around the corner at speed. Dr. Sun, bed 10 has had another attack. Bed 10 again. Same picture as the morning. Upright, gasping, chalk-faced, eyes empty. And the second I got near him, I could hear it, a wet rattling in his throat with every breath, thick and loud, which means his bronchi were full of sticky sputum. Heart failure gives you pulmonary edema, and pulmonary edema gives you a lung infection. Monitor, saturation 85%, respiratory rate 42, heart rate 125, blood pressure 140/76. And the blood pressure was the frightening number. Because a falling pressure in that context isn't good news. It doesn't have to drop below 90/60, it just has to fall, because it means the pump is failing, and a heart failure patient who cannot maintain his own pressure is a heart failure patient you are not going to save. Heart failure again. Wang Jing, 2 injections furosemide and suction him. Suction while awake is deeply unpleasant, but his airway was filling faster than he could clear it, and it wasn't just dropping his oxygen, it was going to suffocate him. Junior Sister Jiang, contact the CCU on the 4th floor. We may be transferring. She ran, and the old woman took Xie Mei Mei's hand. Dr. Sun, we can't go to the CCU. We're a poor family. Our son works in another city and doesn't earn much. We can't go to the CCU. I've been treated perfectly well here with you, Dr. Sun. I'll stay here. Please, please don't transfer me. It costs 10,000 a day there. We can't afford that. 10,000 a day. Grandma, this time is different. His saturation is only 85. If we don't use a ventilator, there's a risk of suffocation or sudden death at any time. We don't have ventilators in the general wards. That means the CCU. She shook her head over and over, and her whole face came apart. Dr. Sun, I'm begging you. We really have no money. Dr. Song, call the patient's son. Tell him by phone that his father is critically ill. Recommend CCU transfer. Because a senior attending is better at those calls than any of us. The nurse finished suctioning and got almost nothing. Dr. Sun, the sputum is deep in the bronchi. I can only get a little from the throat. Try once more. If it doesn't work, forget it. Elderly sputum is thick to begin with, and after several doses of diuretic, it turns into cement. Saturation hovering at 85. Normal is above 96. Wang Jing, half a dose of digoxin and 1 bronchodilator. Digoxin is the cardiac stimulant, the whip on the donkey, and you reach for it when diuresis and vasodilation have failed, at half a dose to start. Song Yu came back. Dr. Sun, I spoke with the son. He understands the condition. He refuses the CCU transfer. There's an expression for this, no filial piety before a long hospital bed. I'll call the CCU. Go borrow a simple, non-invasive ventilator from them. Feng Wei, print the informed consent for refusing CCU transfer and the critical condition notice. Because whatever a family refuses, you explain the risks, repeatedly, and you get a signature. That is the single most important way a doctor protects himself, and it is also, if you look at it from a certain angle, a very sad piece of paper. Nobody gave me a job because I was new, so I watched the monitor, which is how I saw the saturation go from 85 to 80, and then a second later to 76. I looked at the man. His eyes had rolled back, and there was something physically stuck in his throat, and he was fighting for air against an obstruction. He's choking on phlegm. Xia Mei saw it the same second. Wang Jing, suction! And I got to the bedside and helped Wang Jing pry his mouth open. The smell that came out is not something I'm going to describe. Every breath, the sputum churned in his throat. It wouldn't come up and it wouldn't go down. Wang Jing had the suction catheter in one hand and his cheek in the other and got the tube in, and the throat is a dark, narrow cave with bad lighting and you cannot see anything. So I turned on my phone flashlight and put it down his throat. And in the light, sitting in the sputum on the right side, deep, there was a dark blood clot. Not large, mixed into the surrounding sputum so completely that it read as more sputum. Senior sister, there's a clot in his throat. Wang Jing, get the clot. It's not just sputum, there's a clot blocking the airway. Wang Jing narrowed her eyes and went in. I don't see it. Where? Right side, quite deep. Push the catheter a little further. Sizzle, sizzle. Sputum, only sputum. Still nothing. Dr. Ming, where exactly? Now she was standing on his right, and I was standing on his left, which means she was working at a bad angle into the exact place I could see, and she couldn't. Sister Liu, your position isn't good. How about I try? She looked at me for 1 second, a nurse being asked by a student who arrived that morning to hand over a suction catheter in the middle of an airway obstruction, and the situation made the decision for her, and she passed it across the bed. I held my breath and fed it in, deeper than she'd gone, slowly, because the tracheal mucosa is thin, and I did not want to add bleeding to a man who was already bleeding somewhere. And the clot was gone. Swallowed? Saturation still 75. No, if he'd swallowed it, the obstruction would be relieved and the number would move. The number hadn't moved. It's still in there. Have you found it? Xia Mei's hands were clenched together. Sister Liu, light my way. She took my phone and aimed the flashlight down his throat, and the other patients in that room and their families were all watching 4 people work on a man's mouth with a mobile phone, and nobody could help, so they just watched. I've got it. It's here. Blood-streaked sputum hiding a blood clot is one of the best camouflage systems in nature. Sister Liu, increase the suction. Redirect, aim, repeat, and a dark clot came climbing up the tube. It's out! Wang Jing's eyes over her mask did something. Well done. 75, 79, 82, 86. 2 minutes to 91. Still low, enormously better. And in the middle of that, with my hands still working, a question arrived that I had no room for. Why is there a clot in his throat at all? Fan Ting arrived with the ventilator. Xiamei connected the tubing, swapped the humidifier bottle, set the mode and the parameters, and had the mask on his face in under a minute. And I want to be honest that I had never touched a ventilator in my life and stood there like a tourist. Wang Jing, percussion and expectoration daily, and keep a detailed record of 24-hour urine output. Non-invasive for now, remove when he improves. And then she looked at me for slightly longer than necessary. Congratulations, you have received a +1 gratitude value from Warwick. Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Sao Chunmei. 2 at once. Patient and wife. Total 8. Completion, 70%. 2 hours in cardiology. 20% of a progress bar. At this rate, the system hits 100 by Thursday. Grandma, although he's improved, we still recommend the CCU. Only there can he get the best treatment. She stood up slowly and shook her head hard. Dr. Sun, thank you so much, but we won't transfer. We really don't have the money. 2 forms, 1 refusing CCU transfer, 1 critical condition notice. She signed her name crookedly on both. Thank you, Dr. Sun, and thank you, Dr. Ming. That last one was to me. 2 emergencies in one morning had introduced an old woman to a doctor who had been employed for 3 hours. That afternoon, I sat with the 4 charts I now owned. Bed 10, coronary heart disease, ischemic cardiomyopathy, heart failure, critical, risk of sudden death at any time, red. Bed 11, 70-something woman, grade 3 hypertension, very high risk, in for pressure control, still unstable, yellow. Bed 12, middle-aged woman admitted that morning, arrhythmia, cause unknown, abnormal ECG, no cause identified, yellow. Bed 13, chest pain, elective angiography scheduled to rule out coronary disease. Bed 12 is the one I want to tell you about. She came in alone, 40s, plainly dressed, holding a straw hat, with that flushed look some faces get. And her complaint was the single most common and most useless complaint in all of cardiology. Doctor, I feel unwell. Auntie, is your heart beating fast or slow? Is it chest pain or chest tightness? No, it's just that I feel uncomfortable. That's it. That is the whole history. Patients frequently cannot tell you what kind of wrong they are, and the difference between pain and tightness is the difference between 2 entirely separate diseases. Blood pressure, normal. I put my 20-yuan stethoscope on the apex and went through the auscultation areas in order: mitral, pulmonary, aortic, second aortic, tricuspid, and heard no murmurs anywhere. But the rhythm was irregular. Sinus bradycardia, atrial premature beats, ST depression, flattened T waves, and a QT interval that measured 280 milliseconds, short. That's a lot wrong for a woman whose only complaint is uncomfortable. Doctor, when can I be discharged? She had been admitted 11 minutes earlier. Auntie, we don't know what's wrong yet. Nobody can promise a date. Then investigate quickly. I have so much to do at home. 2 grandsons to look after, farm work in the fields. My family can't do without me. Where's your family? Did you come alone? I came alone. I had a fight with my family. An argument. Which sounds like gossip, and is actually clinical information, because arguments produce 2 categories of medical event: injuries from fighting and deliberate ingestion of something, rat poison, pesticide. Have you suffered any external injuries? Eaten anything unusual? No, I just had a fight with my husband. We didn't fight, and I didn't do anything else. I wrote it down exactly as she said it. She came to the doctor's office roughly every hour for the rest of the day. Doctor, when can I be discharged? Doctor, have you found out what's wrong with me? Doctor, what injection is this? Her head was yellow, which meant no immediate danger, which meant I could keep telling her to be patient. Xie Mei refused to tell me the answer incidentally. She looked at the trace, said, "This patient's ECG is very typical. Go back and think about it. Tell me tomorrow." I want to record what happened on my first afternoon, because it's the exact moment the shape of my next 3 years became clear. Right as the shift was ending, a nurse walked in. Are the chief physician's team here? Bed 10 has hematuria. Bed 10. I saved my note, grabbed my stethoscope, and went. And walking out of the office, I nearly collided with Zhao Shu coming back from clinic. Hello, Teacher Zhao. You're Lu Ming? You just joined today, right? Yes. Why are you rushing? What are you going to do? Bed 10 suddenly has hematuria. I'm going to check. Bed 10, is that still the old man with heart failure? Yes. Let's go take a look together. The urine bag was frankly red. Normal urine is clear and pale yellow. Did the blood start today? He was fine the past few days. He urinated just now, and I saw the catheter was red. She examined him. Chest, then she lifted the sheet and went over his limbs and torso, which I noticed. Director Zhao, is my old man all right? And Zhao Shu did not answer her. She turned to me. Lu Ming, what is hematuria? I have never been more surprised by a question in my life. Two types, gross and microscopic. Urine containing a certain amount of red blood cells is hematuria. If more than 1 milliliter of blood in 1,000 milliliters of urine makes the urine appear red, that's gross hematuria. If the urine appears normal, but more than 3 red cells per high-power field are found in centrifuged fresh urine sediment, that's microscopic. Then what caused this patient's gross hematuria? I looked at the bag properly. By normal thinking, first consideration is urethral mucosal damage from the catheter. However, this catheter has been in for several days, and hematuria wouldn't suddenly appear without external traction on the catheter. If it's not urethral damage, what else? And here is where the morning came back. He coughed blood-tinged sputum this morning. We suctioned a clot out of his throat. Taken together, we should consider a coagulation disorder or drug-induced bleeding. I reviewed all his orders. He's diagnosed with coronary heart disease, so he's on routine antiplatelet therapy. He also has atrial fibrillation, and by the CHA2DS2VASC score for atrial fibrillation, he needs anticoagulation as well, something like rivaroxaban. Antiplatelet plus anticoagulant, elderly, increased bleeding risk. The bleeding is considered drug-induced. That is the answer to the question I'd had my hands full of that morning. He wasn't bleeding because something new had broken. He was bleeding because we had, entirely correctly and by the guidelines, thinned his blood from 2 directions at once. Good, well organized, and logical. At some point, Fan Ting and Li Xinran had appeared in the doorway. Fan Ting, how do you handle bleeding caused by anticoagulants and antiplatelets? Fan Ting looked like a woman who had wandered into a burning building. The first thing to do is stop the medication. Then she glanced at me, and I shook my head very slightly. Ah, no, we can't stop the medication yet. Then what measures? Teacher, I forgot. Zhao Shu sighed and turned. Li Xinran? Immediately recheck the blood count and coagulation. If those indicators are acceptable, replace aspirin with indobufen and rivaroxaban with intravenous low molecular weight heparin. If they're abnormal, stop the drugs first and restart antiplatelet and anticoagulation after bleeding stops. Textbook and correct. Lu Ming? Similar to Li Xinran, with one addition. Patients with long-term stable coronary disease complicated by atrial fibrillation can actually use anticoagulation alone and discontinue antiplatelet therapy, especially older patients at high bleeding risk. Li Xinran frowned because that isn't in the internal medicine textbook. It's in the latest atrial fibrillation guideline, I said. Not in the book. She nodded. Yes, thank you. Fan Ting was already writing both answers into a notebook. You two need to improve, said Zhao Shu. This is not undergraduate. You must not only know the internal medicine textbook, you must read the cardiology guidelines regularly. And then she said the sentence that I ended up carrying for the rest of my career. Remember one thing. If you treat according to the guidelines and standards, you are in an invincible position in the event of a dispute. If you treat haphazardly, then even if you treat brilliantly, if anything goes wrong, you are fully responsible. Treat this patient as Li Xinran and Lu Ming suggested, and Lu Ming, come to my office. Her office had a desk and a welcoming pine by the window, and she got straight to it. What are your plans for the next 3 years? I said, work hard, learn clinical knowledge, become a qualified doctor. I did not say the actual answer, which is, become the best cardiologist in the world, because it is too big and too unbelievable to say out loud, and because an ambition that size has to be reached in stages. And my stage was, be familiar with every department I rotate through. An excellent cardiologist must first be an excellent general internist. What about your career plans? If you want to go far in medicine, a master's or a PhD is just the beginning. If you just want a good job, a degree and a few articles will get you into most hospitals in this country. Teacher, I want to do my best. She smiled because she'd already known. In the current medical environment, clinical theory alone will not make you an excellent doctor. You need independent research capability. In these 3 years, alongside clinical skills, you can't fall behind in research. Being purely good clinically will not get you far in a hospital system. You might not even make deputy director. She gave me an access card for the laboratory building at the back gate, told me the national scholarship is 10,000 yuan and is awarded almost entirely on papers, and then took my email address. And when I got back to my desk, there was already a message waiting. Subject: Jinghua City. Invitation to join the Electrophysiology Society. I learned from your senior that your ECG interpretation skills are quite good. You could try joining this association. It would be beneficial for your future development. Invitation code: JHLY 090703. Now, joining a provincial or municipal medical society is not something an ordinary doctor does at will. Membership numbers per hospital are fixed and allocated by the society's chairman. So how does my supervisor have invitation codes lying around? The website answered that on the members page. Chairman, Department of Cardiology, 2nd Affiliated Hospital, Professor Zhao Yong. Deputy Director, Department of Cardiology, 2nd Affiliated Hospital, Professor Zhao Xu. Deputy Director of the Society. Effectively second in command of electrophysiology for the entire city. That woman is a doctoral supervisor. She is ward director. She is deputy chair of the city's Electrophysiology Society, and in her own department, she has no real power, and every senior doctor in the building makes a face when you say her name. Something happened to her. The join page offered 3 tiers. 1. Regular member, direct entry. 2. Elite group member, subject to assessment. 3. Core member, cannot join at this time. I clicked regular member. A confirmation box appeared. I clicked no. Then I looked at the second option for a while, and I want to be honest about my reasoning, which was not strategic. It was, there is a harder door, and it is unlocked, and if I take the easy one, I am a salted fish. Elite group member assessment rules. 3 attempts. Pass once, and you are in. Online. Every Friday at 8 p.m. It was Wednesday. I spent the next 2 days reading ECG books and getting absolutely nowhere on bed 12, and by 11 p.m. on Thursday, I finally had it, or thought I did. Sinus bradycardia, atrial premature beats, ST depression, flattened TQT, shortened to 280. That's a fishhook. The sagging, hooked ST segment with a short QT is the digitalis effect, the signature of an overdose of digitalis class drugs. Digitalis is a cardiac stimulant. It is used in heart disease and heart failure. To get a cumulative digitalis toxicity, you have to take the stuff by mouth for a long time. And that woman had told me, repeatedly, patiently, and with a completely open face, that she had never taken a single medication in her life. Friday, 8 p.m. Assessment website, front-facing camera on to prevent cheating, 10-minute countdown, a boy in a 4-person dorm sitting up straight for no one. At 8 exactly, the countdown reset and the button said, Start Assessment. Question 1 was a 3-dimensional medical spatial diagram, a cardiac vector, not ECG interpretation, ECG vectors. The heart is a 3-dimensional organ. The instantaneous composite electrical vector generated by excitation extends in every direction in space. Each instantaneous force is represented by a point, and the distance of each point from the origin represents the magnitude of that force. Vectors are the most fundamental knowledge in electrophysiology, and also the most complex, and without a mentor guiding you, they are almost impossible to get into by self-study. Understand vectors, and you can take any ECG apart from first principles. I had no idea how to do it. Skip. Question 2. Also vectors. My stomach went somewhere unpleasant. Skip. Question 3. A color 3-dimensional anatomical diagram of the heart with 10 labeled locations, mostly relating to electrophysiology, the origin points of various arrhythmias. 2 minutes. I identified 6. The other 4 I guessed from the relationships between the structures above and below them, which is what you do when you are drowning politely. Question 4. Cardiac conduction system anatomy in detail. I had never seen a diagram like it. Skip. 3 questions have been skipped. Assessment failed. I confirmed the system was working correctly about 4 times before I accepted it. 4 questions. 3 I could not do. The one I could do half of. And downstairs in the same building, a graduate student named Gu Xinyue was sitting at the same exam and hit the automatic submission at 20 minutes without finishing half of it, and calculated that with 3 attempts a year and 9 over a full master's degree, he could probably make elite group by graduation. Remember him too. I told my senior sister about it a week later, during a quiet moment. I know it. Junior brother, why are you asking? Did teacher Zhao let you join? Yes, I did it last Friday. I didn't pass. It's normal not to pass. That exam isn't something just anyone can do. I'm a regular member right now. I haven't passed the elite assessment yet. Xie Mei Mei. 5 or 6 years working, attending physician, multiple attempts available every year. Which question are you on? The 4th. To be precise, I don't really know how to do the first few. Oh, she laughed. You haven't seen the last four yet. The last four are far harder than the vector questions. Cool, very cool. The test results for bed 12 came back, and the digitalis concentration in her blood was over 3 times the limit. Confirmed poisoning in a woman who had never taken a drug. For clinical digitalis overdose, you simply stop the drug and it resolves. For this, poisoning with no obvious cause, you go to detoxification. Activated charcoal to absorb the toxin, then find out what happened. I told her the number. She looked at the paper for a long time and asked if she could photocopy the lab report, and I said yes, as long as she returned the original. That afternoon, she came into the office and gave the original back and then stood in the doorway with a face I recognized, which is the face of a person deciding whether to say something. Dr. Ming, I have something I want to tell you. We went to the corner of the corridor. She opened the red cloth bag she carried everywhere and took out a white handkerchief with something folded inside it. Dr. Ming, look at this. What is it? She unfolded it. A yellow flower, dark green on the upper leaf surface, lighter green underneath, midrib sunken on top, flat petiole, terminal cymose inflorescence, corolla deep yellow. Auntie, what? Dr. Ming, haven't you been asking me what I've eaten recently? I looked at the flower. I looked at her. Auntie, you didn't eat this, did you? She sighed instead of answering. Dr. Ming, could you please look at it and see if my poisoning can be related to this flower? Now I looked at it properly. Was there something in this thing that acted like digitalis? This kind of flower is quite common, isn't it? I couldn't name it, and I had definitely seen it somewhere. Yes, you can find them all around here. I photographed it and ran a reverse image search, which returned every yellow object in the country, because the defining feature of a yellow flower is that it is yellow. Auntie, let me keep these. I'll go ask around. And I wrapped it in tissue paper first, because I am not a complete fool. Back in the office, I held it up. Senior sister, do you recognize this flower? I can't even tell the difference between wheat and rice. Don't show me this. Junior brother, why are you asking? Where did you get it? Bed 12, she says she ate this flower. Ate flowers? Why would you eat flowers? I don't know. She stopped answering when I kept asking. Fan Ting looked. Feng Wei looked. Everybody had the exact same reaction, which is that the flower looked familiar, and nobody could name it. Let me see it, said Li Xinran. Oh, Xiaoyan, you love growing flowers, said Fan Ting. You'd know. Li Xinran took it, and I noticed she immediately wrapped the rootstock in tissue before she handled it, which told me she'd already made the same assessment I had. She looked at it for a while. The scientific name of this flower should be oleander. This flower is quite common, she said, mainly tropical, but planted in parks, flower beds, and lakesides throughout the south. Is it poisonous? Such a common flower, it shouldn't be, said Fan Ting. There are loads of these in my hometown, said Feng Wei. I've never heard of anyone getting poisoned. I don't know much about its toxicity, she handed it back, but it's widely planted here because it resists smog, dust, and toxins, purifies the air, and has ornamental value. No need to check. Zhao Shou in the doorway. Oleander is indeed poisonous. She said it flatly, and the room went quiet. Oleander is one of the most poisonous plants there is. It contains a variety of toxins, some fatal. Its toxicity is extremely high, and there are reports of small amounts causing death or near death. The largest toxins are cardiac glycosides and oleandrin. Cardiac glycosides are natural plant or animal toxins with both therapeutic and toxic effects on the heart, similar to digitalis. These toxins are present in every part of the plant. The clinical presentation of oleander poisoning is similar to digoxin poisoning: gastrointestinal symptoms, neurological dysfunction, arrhythmia. So there it is. The yellow flower is digitalis with a garden hobby, which explained the concentration, the ECG, the everything. Except one thing. But why did she eat oleander? Said Xiamei, asking the question everybody in the room had already answered privately. Everybody looked at everybody, and I stood there with my heart going, because she'd come to the hospital alone, after a fight with her husband, and no family member had visited her once in 4 days, and if you put those 3 facts in a row, you get a very specific and very sad picture. We'll tell the patient what we know, said Zhao Shu. Don't make wild guesses. She was my patient, so I went. Auntie, this yellow flower is called oleander. It is indeed poisonous. Really? Auntie, why did you eat the flower? Was it an accident, or… And she looked at me with genuine surprise. Dr. Ming, When did I say I ate this flower? I want you to sit with that for a second because I certainly did. You didn't eat it? Why would I eat this for no reason? Then how did you get poisoned? She pursed her lips and sighed. Dr. Ming, this matter is actually not very honorable, but you're my attending physician and you solved this problem, so I'll tell you. We were burning straw in the countryside. There are a lot of these yellow flowers out there, what you call oleander. They grow in shrubs, so we burned them too. I accidentally inhaled a lot of the smoke. Afterwards, I felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. After resting a few days, I started to feel unwell, so I came to the hospital. Every part of the oleander is poisonous, including, it turns out, the smoke. She hadn't taken a drug, she hadn't eaten the flower, she had stood downwind of a fire. The whole thing, the fishhook, the short QT, the sagging ST, a blood level 3 times over, came out of an afternoon of agricultural housekeeping. And it was illegal housekeeping, which is why she'd been embarrassed, which is why she'd handed me a flower instead of a sentence. Auntie, please don't burn straw and oleander again. It pollutes the air, it's harmful to your health, and it's illegal. Yes, Dr. Ming is right. Thank you. Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Zhao Hong. Total 11. Completion 90%. One more. I want to introduce you to bed 20 now, because bed 20 is the one that finished it. 31 years old, male, truck driver. Came in that morning with chest pain that started while he was picking bamboo shoots on the mountain, accompanied by cold sweats, resolving on its own after about 10 minutes. Thin, face with that particular drinker's flush. Head, yellow. The intern who came to help me admit him was named Xu Yan, a 5th year at Jinghua Medical, and she blushed the entire time for reasons I genuinely did not understand and asked a completely standard, thorough history, which I want to give her credit for. Very detailed, but you forgot one thing. The diseases treated in cardiology are different, so the past history questions are different, she thought. You should ask about the risk factors for heart disease. That's right. With risk factors, you can quickly estimate his probability. So she went back and asked, do you smoke? How much? About 2 to 3 packs a day. Alcohol? A little baijiu every night, about 100 milliliters. What kind of job? Do you stay up at night? Truck driver, often drive at night. Hypertension or diabetes? Diabetes, but no hypertension. 2 to 3 packs, every night, night driving. Diabetes, 31 years old. Junior sister, what's the diagnosis? This, coronary heart disease? He's 31. Are you sure about coronary heart disease at that age? Huh, could it be aortic dissection? Dissection pain is usually very hard to relieve. He took no medication and it resolved on its own. Sure about dissection? Pulmonary embolism? She was listing every cause of chest pain she knew, which is exactly what you should do at that stage, and I told her not to let my thinking push her around and to just follow her own. She thought for a long time. Coronary heart disease. So am I. And the man on the bed immediately sat up. Doctor, don't talk nonsense. I'm so young. How could I possibly have coronary heart disease? I searched before I came in. Coronary heart disease is for people in their 60s and 70s. The internet says my chest pain might be pleurisy or from not taking care of myself. Based on your symptoms, your ECG, and your habits, the preliminary diagnosis is coronary heart disease. The final diagnosis comes after the blood work. He shook his head again. You're too young and inexperienced, doctor. Let me tell you, I just need some rest. I was tired from picking bamboo shoots. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Of course I'd rather you were just tired, I said pleasantly, but you'd better quit smoking, quit drinking, stop staying up, and control your blood sugar. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling. Xie Mei, reviewing my orders later, disagreed with me. He's 30, not coronary disease. Probably coronary spasm from long-term smoking. Schedule a coronary CTA once the bloods come back. Half an hour later, a red box opened on my screen. Critical test results, please proceed. Department, Cardiovascular Medicine, Ward 8, name, Zhou Tao, bed 20, age 31, critical value, cardiac troponin 1, 5.4 nanograms per milliliter, normal range 0 to 1, 5 times. The international diagnostic standard for acute myocardial infarction is what people call the 1+1 model. The first one is a typical dynamic rise in the marker troponin. The second one is any single item from 4, chest pain or tightness, pathological Q waves, ST elevation or depression, or imaging showing abnormal wall motion. He had chest pain. He had a troponin at 5.4. Senior Sister Guoguo, bed 20's troponin is elevated. She dropped what she was holding and opened it herself. She had, 4 hours earlier, said it was probably spasm. Myocardial infarction. Junior, push the ECG machine and repeat his trace. I'll go talk to the family. His father was at the bedside now. Thin, dark from years of working outdoors, and the color over the man in the bed had gone from yellow to red. Repeat ECG. ST elevation in V1 through V3, roughly 0.2 millivolts up from admission. It's basically a confirmed acute myocardial infarction. Dr. Sun, you're saying my son has acute myocardial infarction? Based on the labs, the ECG, and the symptoms, it's highly likely. We need to schedule immediate coronary angiography to assess the vessels and possibly implant a stent. And the father, hands behind his back, eyes moving. Interventional surgery? Dr. Sun, I know a bit about this disease because a relative of mine had a myocardial infarction and had a stent implanted. But my relative had severe chest pain at the time. My son doesn't have any discomfort now. How could it be a heart attack? Could there be a mistake? That's right, said the son loudly. I don't have any symptoms at all. I don't feel any pain. I'm no different from a normal person. You only did one blood test. Is that accurate? Each patient's condition is different and can change at any moment. He had chest pain on exertion this morning, which means the probability is very high. Then the father said the thing that told me exactly how this was going to go. Dr. Sun, to be honest, my relative died the following year after he had a stent implanted. We still don't know whether it was his underlying condition or the stent. Xiamei's face changed slightly, because when a family opens with distrust of the hospital, every treatment decision from that point is a negotiation with a jury. Whether or not to have angiography and whether or not to have a stent is your decision, we advise. But if you are in our cardiology department, then you need angiography immediately. Can't we do conservative treatment? He is currently within the time window for intervention. Emergency angiography is the best option available. And the son said, Dad, I'm not having surgery. I don't have any problems right now. I don't want a stent. If I have a stent, won't my life be ruined? I'm not married yet. If a woman finds out I have a stent, will I still be able to find a wife? I want to hold that sentence up to the light, because that is a 31-year-old man in the acute phase of a myocardial infarction, with a troponin 5 times normal and rising ST segments, declining the only treatment that will save him because of what a hypothetical future woman might think. Dr. Sun, how about this? Said his father. I have a friend who works in the medical field. I'll call and ask him, then I'll give you an answer. Okay, decide as soon as possible. We'll give you a maximum of 10 minutes. If yes, we arrange it immediately. If no, sign the consent form and assume the risks. Xiamei turned to me on the way out. Junior, change his nursing level to level 1, have the nurse start cardiac monitoring, declare him critically ill and issue the family a critical condition notice. Xu Yan caught up with me at the computer. Senior, his vital signs are stable. Why change nursing from level 2 to level 1? And the old man in bed 19 is 69, also had an infarction, even had a stent placed here, and he's only level 2? Good question. Really good question. Junior sister, don't think bed 20 is fine because he's young and stable right now. As long as a patient has had a myocardial infarction and is in the acute phase, his heart is in a very fragile state. There is a risk of rupture or sudden death at any time. Any acute myocardial infarction patient in the acute phase gets a critical condition notice. Bed 19 also had an infarction and 2 stents, but he's through the acute danger period. So his level came down from 1 to 2. 10 minutes later, the father came back into the office. Dr. Sun, I've made up my mind. She put down the chart. I heard from a friend that the price of coronary stents will drop in a few months. Stents that cost 6,000 or 7,000, or even tens of thousands now may drop to 400 or 500. My idea is conservative treatment for now, and then bring him back for angiography and intervention when the price drops. Because if I have surgery now and it needs a stent, that would be a huge loss. Xiamei frowned. Was it your doctor friend who suggested delaying the surgery? No, I just asked about the price of the stent, and he told me the price is going to drop. He didn't say anything about when to operate. Her face relaxed a fraction, because for a moment she had thought a physician had told a family to wait, and that would have been a different kind of problem. Uncle, you have to prioritize. The price of heart stents will indeed drop, but your son's condition is more urgent. Immediate intervention gives the best result. If we wait for the price to fall, it might take several months. What if your son has another attack during that time? And the son said, cheerfully from the bed, Oh dear, the price drops next month. It won't be long. Dr. Sun, don't worry. When the price drops, I'll definitely come back to you for the procedure. Junior brother, print a copy of the communication record regarding refusal of interventional surgery. I had already printed it. Uncle, sign your name on the last line, then write that you refuse surgery and will bear the consequences yourself. He signed without hesitating and wrote it in large, clear characters. Refuse surgery, bear the consequences yourself. Then I'll trouble Dr. Sun to take care of us for a few days. Once he's stable, we'll be discharged and come back for the surgery when the price drops. 3 days later, Joe Tao had lost his appetite and wasn't sleeping, because a man who has been told he has had a heart attack at 31 thinks about it constantly. But he was also privately relieved, because he had no stent and no lifetime of medication, and he felt fine, and he had looked it up online. He was even giving advice. Uncle, did you have a stent placed? The middle-aged man in the next bed had. 2 of them. 3 days in the CCU first. Look, said Joe Tao, sitting up, I didn't put in a stent, and I'm perfectly fine. Why would you want a foreign object inside your body, Uncle? I was having severe chest pain at the time. The doctor recommended it. Uncle, you don't know this. Right now, it costs about $10,000 for a stent. Later, it'll be a few hundred. Think about where the difference goes. Stents are going to be cheaper? Yes, my dad has a friend in the medical field. Then my illness came at the worst possible time. That conversation improved his mood a great deal, and then he got a sharp pain in his stomach and needed the toilet. The cables of the cardiac monitor had, functionally, tied him to the bed. He pressed the call button. Nurse, I need the toilet. Could you take these threads off? I'll put them back after. Wang Jing walked in and said no. You can't go to the toilet in your condition. Then how am I supposed to go? Since your family already bought a bedpan, you can take care of it beside the bed. There were 3 other men in that room. Can't I go to the toilet? No, you're in the hospital, so you listen to us. He sighed, got out of bed, squatted, sat on the bedpan, and nothing happened, because it is quite difficult to move your bowels in front of an audience of strangers. So he looked out at the corridor. No doctors, no nurses. He pulled up his pants, peeled the electrodes off his chest, walked carefully to the toilet, locked the door from the inside, and squatted down, and could not go because he was also constipated. So he clenched his fists and bore down with everything he had, and pushed harder. I want to explain, in the plainest language I have, why a locked toilet door is one of the most dangerous objects in a cardiology ward. Bearing down raises the pressure inside your chest and abdomen and slams the workload on the heart. In a normal person, this does nothing. In a man in the acute phase of a myocardial infarction, whose heart muscle is a wet paper bag, it can trigger acute heart failure, a malignant arrhythmia, or sudden death. People die in hospital toilets. Cardiology loses patients in toilets every year for this exact reason, straining. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his heart went. He tried to call out, and no sound came. Then everything went black. Dr. Sun, something's happened in bed 20. Wang Jing's voice put my own heart rate somewhere around 120. They're here. Jiamei and I both had our stethoscopes and were out the door first, with Li Xinran and Fan Ting behind us. Dr. Sun, bed 20 has fainted in the bathroom. He locked it from the inside, and there's no sound. The patient in the next bed said he went in 2 minutes ago. A little while later, he heard a thud, then nothing. He called out, and nobody answered. We phoned the family. 2 minutes. Senior sister, the door's locked from the inside. We have no choice but to kick it down. She said do it, and Feng Wei and I started kicking. And she stood there with a face like weather because she had told that man, personally, repeatedly, that he must not get out of bed. Hospital toilet doors are PVC. We took it off with our hands and feet in under 10 seconds. He was face down in the middle of the floor with his pants at his knees, completely unconscious, and the color over his head was, without any ambiguity at all, bright red. Defibrillator ready. It's all ready. Feng Wei and I dragged him out and got him flat on the ward floor, and Zhao Shou arrived at a run. She listened to his chest for about 2 seconds. His heart stopped. Prepare for defibrillation. Wang Jing, a shot of epinephrine. And then she knelt down on the floor and started compressions herself, which is not a thing ward directors have to do, and gave 3 more orders while doing it. Ice packs for brain protection. Bag-assisted breathing. Lu Ming, notify the CCU catheterization lab to prepare. He may need emergency intervention at any moment. I ran to the nurse station and got the CCU on the landline. Cardiology Ward 8. A myocardial infarction patient has suffered cardiac arrest and may need emergency surgery. Specifics: age, which vessel, has the family consented? 31-year-old male, suspected left anterior descending occlusion. Family are on their way. Okay, if the family agrees, transfer him down. I'll contact the cath lab. Back in the ward, the monitor was showing continuous ventricular fibrillation, and Xie Mei Mei was on her knees with the paddles. Thump. VF converted to sinus rhythm, and before anybody could feel anything about it, the sinus rhythm instantly became VF again. Continue CPR. You cannot shock twice in a row. Compressions in between. Li Xinran took Zhao Shou's place and started compressions, and Fan Ting took the bag. Second defibrillation. Everybody off, energy set, paced on, below the right collarbone and below the heart. Thump. And this time it held. That distinction matters enormously, by the way. Rapid conversion means a chance. Persistent fibrillation, a persistent electrical storm, even if you eventually convert it, the prolonged ischemia across every organ produces a prognosis so bad that saving the man and losing him become nearly the same event. Zhou Tao, can you hear me? Eyes open a fraction, eyes closed again. No answer, and consciousness back, and everybody in that room breathed. Come on, help me get him onto the bed. There hadn't been time before. And that was when his father arrived, holding a bag of steamed buns, looking at a room full of people lifting his son off the floor. What's going on? Family member? Come outside and talk. Zhao Shu took him into the corridor while I ran a full 18-lead trace. ST elevation now across V1 to V6, the entire chest. Which means it isn't just the left anterior descending. Other vessels are involved. I carried it out and heard the end of the conversation. He could arrest again at any time, and next time we might not be lucky enough to save him. Zhao Shu, frowning. His condition has improved right now. We should immediately perform intervention and open the vessel. That gives him a chance of survival. The father's jaw set. Approximately how much? Depending on how many stents, given his condition, you should prepare at least 50,000 yuan. 50,000. He stopped. Can he get better? Zhao Shu shook her head. We can't guarantee it. No hospital dares guarantee an outcome. You should be grateful your son has the opportunity to have emergency surgery. How many people die suddenly after a myocardial infarction without ever getting the chance? Director Zhao, let me think about it. There's no time to think. Every minute increases the danger. And from inside the ward, Xie Mei Mei, he's in ventricular fibrillation again. Third time. Third defibrillation. And this one converted on the first attempt. And the electrical storm in that man's chest was not finished with him. Meanwhile, the father was still standing in the corridor with a bag of buns, and Wang Jing was physically blocking him from coming in, and he kept trying to see through the gap in the crowd. Lu Ming, print the informed consent for surgery, said Zhao Shou. Agree or refuse, the family signs. 2 signature lines on the bottom of that form. 1 for consent, 1 for refusal. I brought it out. Uncle, what's your decision? He turned around and shook his head. Dr. Ming, you know my family's situation. I want treatment. The key issue is money. I really can't come up with 50,000 yuan. Here's the situation. He divorced when he was young and got custody of his son. He raised him alone, being both parents, which is extremely difficult. Zhou Tao is a truck driver whose income covers himself and nothing else. There are no savings. Can't you borrow from relatives and friends? He shook his head. Uncle, your son is at risk of sudden death at any moment. If he doesn't have surgery, even if he pulls through this time, his quality of life afterward will be very poor. Dr. Ming, I understand what you're saying. Director Zhao explained it very clearly, but I just don't have the money. If you can perform the surgery on credit, I'll agree right now. And I ran out of medicine and had to use something else. I pointed at the refusal line. Uncle, since that's the case, sign here. Refuse the surgery and you bear the consequences. He picked up the pen and stopped. Don't sign yet. Let me think about it some more. Uncle, if we wait any longer, the daylilies will get cold. And then I said the thing I actually meant. Your son is 31. He has a long youth ahead of him. He's not like you. You can probably see the end of your life from where you're standing. His has just started, and there are still a lot of possibilities in it. Refusing surgery almost means giving up on his future. He didn't say anything. And then something surfaced out of the admission history I'd taken myself 4 days earlier when the man in bed 20 was a yellow head with a 2-yuan cough. By the way, sir, you're divorced. What about your ex-wife? Does she know about this? He shook his head. I haven't been in contact with her for many years. Only my son keeps in touch. Do you have her number? Why don't you ask her for help? It's been so many years. Uncle, stop dawdling. I put my hand out. Give me the phone. I'll contact your ex-wife. He hesitated, and then he gave me the phone. Hello, is this Joe Tao's family member? A woman's voice. You are... I'm a doctor from the cardiology department at Jinghua Second Hospital. And I told her, honestly, all of it. Ventricular fibrillation following myocardial infarction. Risk of sudden death. Requires immediate surgical treatment. Currently facing difficulties due to cost. There was a silence with a great deal in it. Doctor, give the phone to his dad. I want to tell him. It's been so many years and he hasn't improved at all. He took it, turned away, found a corner, and started answering. I did not care what those two people said to each other. I only needed one of them to say yes. Because that surgery could be completed. Because Joe Tao's life might actually be saved. And there is a thing about this job that I only really understood standing in that corridor. In a great many cases, the doctor wants the patient to live more than the patient's family does. He came back. Dr. Ming, we agree to the surgery. Take him to the operating room. I'll go downstairs and pay. I handed him the form and made him listen to the risks one more time, properly. Radial artery puncture, catheter into the heart, contrast injection to visualize the narrowing, bleeding at the puncture site, hematoma, infection, allergic reaction to the anesthetic, to the contrast, to the catheter itself, perforation of a coronary vessel. What's your success rate? Angiography is minimally invasive, and serious complications are very rare. Cardiology here performs hundreds of interventions a month, and most are very successful. However, there are individual accidents and even sudden deaths. We cannot guarantee an outcome for any patient. Because once a complication happens to you, the incidence rate is 100%. He read it. He signed. Defibrillator and emergency drugs into the ward. Xie Mei and Wang Jing escorting. The father pushing the bed himself. I'd already called logistics to hold the emergency elevator on 8. Lu Ming accompanies the escort. Everyone else, return to your wards. 4 floors is not far, unless you are counting them. We watched the monitor the entire way down, waiting for the fibrillation to come back. Son, how are you feeling? Can you speak? He opened his eyes and closed them. Uncle, he needs to rest. Please don't disturb him. 4th floor, CCU. Security guards swiping the door and shouting inside that an emergency patient had arrived. Handover done. The father taken aside by another doctor to hear the whole risk conversation for a 3rd time, which is exactly correct, and which is why hospitals sound so repetitive from the outside. Coming back up the stairs, Xie Mei asked why the family had suddenly changed their mind. Because he was the first patient I ever admitted here, I said, so I know a little about his family situation. She worked it out. It seems his mother paid for it. Junior brother, you're really observant. You even asked about his family circumstances. I overheard it by chance, I said, and he's young. If the conditions were right, his family would never give up the chance. Well, now I just hope the surgery goes well. Money isn't everything. It solves most things. Angiography itself is fast. Puncture to imaging can be a matter of tens of minutes, and the genuinely quick operators do it in under 10. Angiography is the preparation. The real work is what comes after, identifying the culprit vessel, choosing where and what and how many stents to place, and physically delivering them to the lesion. A full coronary intervention is usually 1 to 2 hours, longer if the anatomy is ugly or the patient needs a balloon pump or ECMO. 3 hours after the start, I refreshed the surgical record page. Selective coronary angiography performed. Supine position. Routine disinfection and draping. Local anesthesia with 1% lidocaine. Right radial artery punctured by the Seldinger technique. 6F arterial sheath inserted. 5,000 units heparin and 200 micrograms nitroglycerin administered. 6F multifunctional catheter advanced to the left and right coronary ostia. Results. No obvious stenosis in the left main trunk. Approximately 95% diffuse stenosis in the mid-distal left anterior descending, 80 to 90% localized stenosis at the ostium of the first septal branch, distal antegrade flow TIMI 3, complete occlusion of the mid-left circumflex, distal antegrade flow TIMI 0, PCI performed on the LAD and LCX lesions. Follow-up angiography showed good stent apposition, no residual stenosis, no intimal tear or thrombosis, distal antegrade flow TIMI 3, PCI successful, patient without complaints, bandaged aseptically, returned to ward safely, 95% in one vessel, the other one closed completely, 3 domestic drug-eluting stents, and no fibrillation on the table. Congratulations, you have received a +1 gratitude value from Joe Tao. Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Joe Lee, 2 at once, which took me from 90. System completion rate, 100%. System officially activated. 0% completion rate until the next upgrade. And the light screen, which had been blank for 3 months, changed. I want to describe what a lifetime of reading online novels had prepared me to expect at that moment, because it was a starter package, a cheat manual. At minimum, a book. What appeared in the middle of my vision was a large disc divided into 10 equal sectors, with 2 words written on it. Lottery. I stood in the middle of a cardiology department, looking at a prize wheel. The top sector lit up. Then the light began traveling clockwise around all 10. 1 draw costs 1 gratitude value. Remaining gratitude value, 12. Ah, so the currency is people. 10 seconds. The light slowed and stopped on the top sector, and 4 large characters appeared in it. Thank you for your patronage. I want to be clear about what that means, in case your culture handles disappointment differently. That is the phrase printed on a losing scratch card. That is what the prize wheel at a shopping mall says when you get nothing. Prizes from the lottery, none. I had spent 3 months earning that. I had done CPR on a floor, identified a rodenticide poisoning at a barbecue stall, defibrillated a man in a moving elevator, suctioned a blood clot out of a throat with a phone flashlight, and traced a digitalis poisoning to a bonfire. And the machine said, "Thanks for playing." Fine, fine. There are 10 sectors and only one of them is bad. Again. Remaining, 11. I noticed the text on the top sector hadn't gone away. It doesn't refresh between draws, so 1 slot was confirmed dead. The light stopped at the bottom. Thank you for your patronage, 2 of 10. 20%. Again, remaining, 10. The light stopped on the top sector, the one I had already lost on. Thank you for your patronage, again, remaining, 9. The leftmost sector, thank you for your patronage, 3. That's 3 separate dead squares and 4 straight losses. I want to give up here. I want you to know that I want to give up here. But the gratitude value has no other function that I can find, so it is either this or hoard a currency that does nothing. Again. Remaining, 8, rightmost sector. And I stood there in a hospital corridor silently chanting, "No thanks needed, no thanks needed," like a man at a temple. The characters resolved, 1 more time, a free respin. The light went around again with no charge, and landed on the leftmost sector. Thank you for your patronage. Hey, Lu Ming, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Fan Ting, looking at my face. No, nothing. Fan Ting. Do you know any ways to change bad luck? Have you been having a lot of bad luck lately? A little, deep sigh. Anyway, I haven't had much luck. Then let's go to the temple, burn incense, and draw a fortune stick. As a doctor and an atheist, you believe in that? Sometimes you have to. There's a lot of superstition. Quietly. For example, on the day you work a night shift, you can't eat mangoes or dragon fruit. You can't eat barbecue. There are rules. You've got a whole system. It's true. Last time a senior colleague kept having accidents on nights, so he went to a temple and prayed for a good fortune character and put it in the pocket of his white coat every shift. His nights got much smoother after that. You 2 little devils, said Xiemei. Why are you always talking nonsense? Improving your professional skills is the most important thing. Why are you going to a temple? Senior sister, don't worry, I'm a model socialist youth. I absolutely don't believe in these things. I asked Fan Ting for the address of that temple about 4 hours later. That afternoon, on my way out, the old woman from bed 10 stopped me. Her husband wanted to speak to me. And when I walked in, there was something over his head that had not been there in the morning. A red number. 48. I looked at the other three men in the room, 56, red, 64, yellow, 72, yellow. The colors hadn't gone, they'd acquired a resolution. I checked the whole ward that afternoon and the pattern came out clean. Below 60 is red, 60 to 80 is yellow, above 80 is green. And then I went and looked at bed 54, which is the bed nobody in that ward talks about. Bed 54 is a man who had an accident during a coronary intervention and never woke up. He is in a persistent vegetative state, kept alive on oxygen and nutrient solution. His family stopped visiting entirely, took every medical record in the building, and filed suit against the hospital. He has been in Ward 8 for over a year. I didn't go close. I looked from the doorway. The number over his head was a red 3. And while I was standing there, it became a 2. Nothing happened. Nothing changed in the room. No alarm, no movement. Just a number, going down, in real time, on a man nobody visits. I need to explain why that is the single most valuable thing anybody has ever handed me. Before, I could tell you a patient was in danger. Now I can tell you which direction he is moving, and how fast. The instant a condition changes, better or worse, I see it, before the monitor, before the labs, before the patient knows. Every doctor alive would take that trade. The lottery, by the way, refreshed overnight. All 10 sectors dark again. I burned another 9 points over the next 2 days in a state I can only describe as gambling. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Could this system have been produced by a discount retailer? I said out loud in a dorm at midnight to nobody. 5 points left. 5 draws. Thank you for your patronage. 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 And on the last one, congratulations, you have obtained a random skill book, a yellow book sitting in the panel. Use random skill book, yellow? Yes. Obviously yes. Immediately, yes. The book flashed and vanished. Congratulations, you have obtained Electrocardiogram Basics, Part 1. And I felt a very large quantity of knowledge arrive in my head at once, and then found that I could not reach any of it. It sat there like a library with the lights off. All the information was present, and none of it was mine. Is this a pirated system? I got out of bed and picked up an ECG textbook to see how bad the damage was. And the concepts about ECG vectors, the ones that had been an unbroken wall 4 days ago, were suddenly vivid, obvious, and interesting. One look, and I understood the principle. I read more than half that book in a single sitting, closed my eyes, and found the whole thing printed inside my head. That's the trick. It does not install knowledge. It multiplies your ability to absorb knowledge in that specific field. Give it a book, and it reads it 4 times faster and remembers all of it. I tested the boundary immediately with a coronary intervention textbook. Nothing. Ordinary reading, ordinary human. Only ECGs. I pulled every ECG book I owned and started going through them at 10 lines a glance. My roommates found this deeply upsetting. Lu Ming, are you looking for something in the book? No. I'm reading. How can you remember anything reading like that? Leo Wei took a book I'd already finished and started quizzing me on it out of pure spite. What is an ECG vector loop? Depolarization of the 2 atria, depolarization of the 2 ventricles, and repolarization of the ventricles form 3 three-dimensional vector loops in the chest cavity. Too easy. He flipped further. What is point E? On a vector cardiogram, point E is the point that remains at rest before the electron beam begins to trace the P loop on the oscilloscope. It corresponds to the isoelectric line between the T wave, or U wave, and the next P wave on the ECG. He went to the back of the book. What is Kennedy's classification? Kennedy and colleagues classified right ventricular hypertrophy into 3 types based on the direction of the QRS loop in the transverse plane. Lu Ming, you've read this book before. Yes, this is the 2nd time. How is your 2nd reading more efficient than our 20th? I shrugged. An hour later, I had digested every basic ECG text I owned and went online for an advanced one and hit the wall. The comprehension effect faded. Basics only. To go deeper, I'd need a better book from the machine, and my gratitude value was 0. Based on the observed drop rate, that would take at least 15 more points. 5 sectors were now revealed on that wheel. 3, thank you for your patronage. 1, one more time. 1, random skill book. 5, still dark. The next morning, I did a single draw before brushing my teeth, purely out of habit, and got another skill book, and it was Cardiac Anatomy, Part 1, and I stood in front of a mirror grinning at myself with a toothbrush in my mouth until my roommate asked what was wrong with me. Because anatomy is the foundation under every piece of pathology and pathophysiology there is, and the two things a cardiologist ultimately lives or dies by, coronary intervention and electrophysiology, both rest on exactly two pillars: ECG reading and cardiac anatomy. I had just been handed the ground floor of both, and then I found the other thing, which changed the economics of my life completely. I was teaching Fan Ting how to read a trace, because she'd asked, because she had been publicly destroyed a week earlier by director Song Jing for failing to recognize atrial fibrillation, and because quiet people have the strongest pride. I gave her 4 traces from patients I'd handled, each one a trap. The first looked like ventricular tachycardia and was SVT. The second she called atrial fibrillation with hesitation because she couldn't find the small F waves, and I showed her lead V2 where they were. The third she declared normal, and I asked her whether a normal person can have a downward QRS in lead 2, and told her 2, 3, and a VF were all RS type, which is left anterior fascicular block. The fourth she called atrioventricular block for a prolonged PR interval, and I pointed at the corner of the trace where it said the patient was 82 and reminded her the PR interval in the elderly can extend to 0.22 seconds, which makes that trace entirely normal. She looked at me like a woman who had been hit 4 times. Congratulations, you have received a gratitude value of +1 from Fan Ting, +1 from Feng Wei, +1 from Xu Yan, +1 from He Qingdong. I looked up. There were 3 other people standing behind her that I had not noticed arriving. Senior brother Dong, what's going on, junior brother? Let us learn too. ECGs are impossible, especially with nobody to teach you. It's like reading a book from heaven. Yes, said Xu Yan. Senior brother Liu, if you have time, please tell us more. You explain it in a very easy to understand way. And I sat there doing arithmetic that I am not proud of. 10 minutes of talking, 4 points. So I gave them the systematic method. Check the rhythm first. If the recording is too short, you can't assess rhythm at all. So use a long strip in a single lead, standard lead 2. Then rate. Then, and as I went, 2 more interns arrived. People who weren't crowding in were listening anyway. By the time I looked at the clock, half an hour had gone. I stopped there. Deliberately. Because the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and I was a graduate student who had been in that department for 3 weeks, and Director Song Jing gives these lectures with a very different status behind her. +1 from Wang Tian, +1 from Zhao Hai, and then +1 from Guo Xin. I turned around. Guo Xin, Song Jing's own graduate student, 3rd in the whole cardiology cohort on the preliminary exam, the one Song Jing parades, was sitting bolt upright at a computer 4 meters away, typing, not looking anywhere near me. If the system hadn't told me, I would have sworn she was writing medical records. Total, after the education meeting that weekend and that lecture, 35. So there it is. My currency is not procedures. It is not even cures. It is the moment somebody's life gets better because I was standing there. And that includes a 19-year-old at a hotel desk, and an intern who finally understands a trace, and a rival's star student who will never admit she learned something. I also worked out the second income stream that same week, and it is the least glamorous work in medicine. Patient education. Telling a woman when to take her blood pressure medication and that she must never stop it on her own. Telling a man that the antiplatelet drug may cause bleeding and to watch his gums when he brushes. Telling an aunt whose angiogram was clean that her chest pain isn't her heart, that it's likely menopausal, and that she can stop being afraid. 12 patients in an afternoon, 7 points. And then I noticed the thing that made me keep doing it after the currency stopped mattering. Health education is genuinely as important as the treatment, and in clinical practice it requires long hours of talking. It is thankless, it is invisible, and almost nobody does it because doctors and patients in this country have been arranged into opposing positions, and nobody wants to spend an extra hour in the trenches. So a virtuous circle opened up that I did not design and do not deserve credit for. I talk to patients. Patients understand their disease. I get stronger. I treat patients better. Zhao Shu ran a patient education assembly that weekend and let me assist, 60 patients invited, and my job was to screen out anyone unstable, which I did by walking the ward and sending everyone under 60 back to bed. 34 attended, 20 points. I had earned 11 points in 3 months. I earned 20 in 2 hours, in a lecture hall, talking about diet. Afterwards, she asked me what I thought of it. I told her the truth. Most patients genuinely want to talk to doctors. There is an information gap, and they would rather have the knowledge from a person than a search engine. And a great many disputes would never happen if the two sides ever sat down in one room and talked calmly. She looked at me for a moment. Lu Ming, it's great that you have this idea. None of the other doctors in the department are willing to do mission work. They feel it's neither diagnosis nor treatment, and if the communication goes badly, they may not even get a good result out of it. Then a Monday came, and my first night shift, and I want to tell you about the man in bed 39, because bed 39 is where I found out what the numbers are actually worth. Evening handover rounds are simple. You see the critical patients, you ask how they feel, you don't do the full daytime performance. And Xie Mei walked us straight past bed 39. Senior sister, aren't we rounding on this patient? Young man on the bed, eyes closed, apparently deep asleep. She checked her sheet. Junior brother, we only check critically ill patients. He's level 2 nursing. No serious or critical notice. His condition should be stable. Let's skip it and handle any change tonight. 60 patients. You cannot round on all of them. That is a completely correct decision made with completely correct information. The number over his head was a red 56, and while I was standing there, it became 51. Back in the office, I pulled his record. Name, Xie Jian. Age, 24. Chief complaint, dizziness and headache for half an hour before admission. Present history. Half an hour ago, the patient experienced dizziness and headache without obvious cause. The headache was throbbing and unrelated to body position. No nausea, vomiting, blurred vision, or fainting. Presented to our emergency department. Blood pressure on arrival, 190/110. Admitted with a diagnosis of hypertension. Previously healthy. Denies any medical history. 24 years old with a pressure of 190/110. Primary hypertension at 24 is essentially off the table, which makes it secondary, which is fine, which is treatable, which is not a red 51 and falling. We had other hypertensive patients in that ward. All of them sat around 70. Not one was under 60. Junior brother, you're still looking at bed 39? Feng Wei leaned over. I heard from the day shift he's a well-known internet celebrity in Jinghua. Internet celebrity? Yeah, he live streams. 200,000 followers. I heard he earns as much from one advertisement as a doctor makes in a month. There was a certain flavor in his voice, and honestly, fair. Senior, let me go take his blood pressure. I got a mercury sphygmomanometer from the nurse station and went. He was sound asleep, and his breathing was slightly fast. I patted his shoulder. Xie Jian, wake up, let me take your blood pressure. Nothing. I patted the other side and leaned down to his ear. Xie Jian, can you hear me? Nothing at all. 2 fingers on his carotid. Pulse present. Breathing present. Unconscious. 51 became 48. I put the sphygmomanometer down on the nightstand and ran. Xie Mei saw me through the glass wall and was up before I got to the door. Junior brother, what's wrong? Senior sister, bed 39. He's already unconscious. I want you to appreciate what the next 4 minutes looked like from the outside. A level 2 nursing patient with a diagnosis of hypertension, whom the entire team had correctly and reasonably skipped, was now the center of an emergency. Cardiac monitoring, urgent blood routine, biochemistry, electrolytes, cardiac enzymes. Request urgent neurology consult and notify the family. Wang Jing had the monitor on him in under a minute, and I picked up the mercury sphygmomanometer. Cuff 2 fingers above the elbow. Stethoscope over the brachial pulse. Inflate. Release slowly. First sound is systolic. Disappearance is diastolic. I released and listened and heard nothing, which was strange, so I reinflated, took the mercury column all the way to the top of the instrument, 300, and let it down as slowly as I possibly could, holding my breath, terrified of missing the first beat. 280, nothing. 260, 240, 220, nothing. 200, 190, nothing. 180, 160, 140, 100, 80, 60. I drained the entire column and never heard a pulse. There are exactly 2 explanations for that. 1. The patient is in shock and his pressure is too low to measure. Except I had his pulse under my fingers, and it was strong, and his hands and feet were warm. ruled out, which leaves 2. His systolic pressure is above the ceiling of the instrument, above 300. The national guideline says normal is below 140/90. Anything above 200 systolic is an alarm. I have no vocabulary for above 300 because the machine we use to measure blood pressure does not go there. What is his blood pressure? Can't detect it. Measure again with the electronic monitor. Guo, still can't detect it. Wang Jing had the cuff on the bedside monitor, and the machine simply refused to produce a number. Xie Meimei examined him again and checked his pupils. The pupils are of unequal size. One is significantly larger than the other. Feng Wei coming in. Intracranial hypertension and cerebral edema? Head injury? Senior sister, I said. Could it be a brain herniation? She didn't answer straight away, which was its own answer. Wang Jing, Urapidil, then a bottle of mannitol I-5. Then we consult neurosurgery. Suspected hypertensive encephalopathy with cerebral hemorrhage leading to brain herniation. Junior brother Dong. When can the family get here? Within half an hour. So long? Keep contacting them. Tell them the patient's life is in danger at any moment. Then, in the gap, she asked me the question that was eating her. Junior brother Lu, why would a healthy young person suddenly develop hypertension this extreme? I had been chewing on it since the mercury hit 0. Primary was impossible. Head trauma, ruled out by history and examination. Pesticide poisoning, not supported. He's an internet celebrity, chasing thrills. Drugs? Caused by injected drugs or overdose? I said, as delicately as I could manage. I don't support it for now. No obvious needle marks on examination, and his physique isn't that of a drug user. Not trauma, not poison, not drugs. Then what? Neurology and neurosurgery arrived and agreed on everything. Cerebral hemorrhage, herniation. Head CT first, and if edema or herniation is confirmed, straight to theater, because herniation compressing the vital centers kills you without further warning. And it's best to figure out the cause, the neurosurgeon added. If we can't determine the cause in a patient this young, this will very likely happen again. The family arrived, his mother, mid-50s, quiet, articulate, obviously educated, and I watched her go white when she saw her son. And then she said this. Doctor, I accompanied him when he was admitted. Before I left, he was lying in bed, and apart from slightly high blood pressure, he had no other problems. How could he suddenly fall into a coma? What medication did you give him? Was it caused by the medication? I need you to hear that in the right register, because it is not hysteria. It is the opening statement. After admission, we only gave antihypertensive medication. We believe the current hypertension and unconsciousness are due to other reasons, possibly progression of the disease. My son has a regular and healthy lifestyle. What other reason could there be? I think it's very likely the medication you're using. Xie Meimei went completely calm, which is what she does instead of getting angry. Because a quiet, cultured, knowledgeable family member is more dangerous than a screamer. A screamer breaks a chair. This kind of person says nothing for 2 weeks, collects every document in the building and files. And if we could not produce a cause for this, that cause was going to be us. CT, massive cerebral hemorrhage, cerebral edema, normal brain tissue compressed. Herniation confirmed. Straight to neurosurgery. They took part of his skull off to release the pressure, which is the only surgical option there is. And I sat in the doctor's office at midnight with a can of coffee I'd refused because caffeine gives me palpitations, and thought about a healthy 24-year-old with no history, whose blood pressure went off the top of the instrument. He isn't on drugs, but has he eaten something or drunk something? Senior, do you know his account? Feng Wei thought. Something like fitness guru Xie Jian, I think. I typed it in. 200,000 followers. Profile picture, the man in the bed. And a video posted a few hours before he was admitted. In it, he opens a canister that looks like a health supplement, shows the camera the powder inside, and eats 4 spoonfuls of it dry, one after another. His face, after it hits his mouth, is a face in genuine distress. He's choking. So he gets up and picks up a cup, and I assumed he was getting water. He added 4 more spoonfuls. I have never seen such a reckless person, said Feng Wei, with his mouth open. Then he set up to work out, and before he touched a single piece of equipment, he was pouring sweat. He lifted a dumbbell twice, went down on the floor, closed his eyes, and pressed both hands to his chest, on camera. Before he came to us, I scrolled back. The previous video was the same powder, 2 spoonfuls. He seemed relatively normal in that one. I opened the comments and the whole thing came out. He's a fitness blogger whose ordinary workout videos got no attention. A trend had started where fitness bloggers take a certain brand of pre-workout powder dry. The brand's own advertising claims that dry scooping bypasses the water content, improves absorption, and maximizes the effect. The packaging says, "Do not exceed 2 spoonfuls per day." He'd had a hit with 2, so he went back for 8. "So this is what they mean by high skill breeds daring," said Xiamei, leaning in. "Junior brother, look at that powder. What are its ingredients?" There was a product link under the video. I opened the ingredient list. Caffeine, creatine, and an unidentified polymer of various substances. At first pass, unremarkable. Then I scrolled. 1 spoonful contains 200 milligrams of caffeine. That's roughly 2 cups of coffee. The recommended daily ceiling is 400 milligrams. He had taken 16 cups of coffee in one go. 4 times the limit. "Is he playing cards and doubling down?" said Feng Wei, who is a machine that produces commentary. But here's the problem, and it took me until 3 in the morning to admit it. Caffeine is a methylated xanthine derivative, and it absolutely affects cardiovascular hemodynamics. It promotes norepinephrine release from sympathetic nerve endings, and increased sympathetic activity with elevated circulating catecholamines constricts the resistance arterioles and raises pressure. But there are studies showing habitual coffee drinkers get the sympathetic activation without the corresponding pressure rise, meaning sympathetic activation alone isn't enough. 16 cups of coffee does not produce a blood pressure above 300 and a brain hemorrhage in a 24-year-old. Something else is in that can. Around midnight, the department went quiet enough for Feng Wei and me to take the 2 bunks in the graduate on-call room, and he took the bottom one and said, "If a nurse knocks, I'll get up, you sleep." And in the dark, he asked where I was from, and then he asked the question. "Junior brother, why did you decide to come all the way to Jinghua?" "Peking was my first choice. I was rejected, so I transferred." "No wonder you applied to Supervisor Zhao Shou. It seems you know nothing about the situation here." And I lay there in the dark and finally asked it. "Senior brother Dong, what exactly is wrong with Teacher Zhao?" He sighed. "Well, I only heard this secondhand, so I don't know if it's true." "Senior brother, please tell us." "I heard it from the 3rd year in cardiology. Given Zhao Shou's status, a doctoral supervisor that young, she should have a bright future. In previous years, there were definitely a lot of students who wanted to apply to her. However, just 3 years ago, Zhao Shou was exposed to a scandal." Pause. Plagiarism. I stopped breathing for a second, because in academia, that word is not a scandal, it is an execution. Even when nothing formal happens, the person is gradually pushed out to the edge of the room and left there. However, it seems the evidence of plagiarism was insufficient. The hospital has not punished her on the surface, but in secret, Teacher Zhao's reputation has been ruined. Teacher Zhao Yao is a straightforward person. If others don't like her, she will not compromise herself. Even though she's ward director and head of Ward 8, she was gradually isolated by everyone. You've seen it. Any major issue in Ward 8 is now mostly handled by Director Song Jing. "Junior brother, this is hearsay. Don't take it seriously. But in recent years, most of Professor Zhao Shu's students have been transfers. Very few applied on their own. 2 of us this year, one of whom picked her off a color. 3 years ago, somebody said a word about that woman and could not prove it. And it did not matter that they could not prove it, because in that particular economy, the accusation is the punishment." I lay there in a dark on-call room and thought about a doctoral supervisor whose only stated ambition for her students is that they stay healthy and become competent. And I understood the sentence completely differently than I had that afternoon. She wasn't lowering the bar for us. She'd had hers taken away. "Well, it doesn't really matter who your supervisor is," said Feng Wei. "Once you get your diploma, it's all the same when you go out to find a job." Then, easily, "I'm quite envious of you graduate students. You do the degree and the residency training at the same time. People like us, who are only doing residency training, just get the certificate." "Senior brother Dong, why don't you try the graduate exam?" Because he has a solid foundation and a good attitude, and would get in. Sigh, I want to. He laughed, without any self-pity in it at all. But my family's financial situation isn't great. And the main problem is I have a younger sister who just started college. If I go to graduate school, I can't support the family, and I'd have to ask them for tuition every year. I've signed with a grade 2 Class A hospital, and I'll do standardized training after. My employer gives me a basic salary, and the training hospital gives me $3,000 or $4,000 a month. That way I can send some money home and cover my sister's school fees. Quiet voice, not 1 gram of complaint in it. I was thinking that after I finish training and my job is stable, I can do a part-time graduate program. That would be great. At least I'd get a degree. Go for it, senior brother. You can do it. Yeah, he laughed. You keep up the good work. Maybe when you become a graduate supervisor, I can use connections to get into your program. Half joke, half not. The next morning, the neurosurgery result came back. Surgery successful, part of the skull removed. In the ICU, condition relatively stable. And a middle-aged doctor in a white coat with no wrinkles and no stains anywhere on it was standing in our office, which tells you immediately that he is not a clinician. Director Chang, what brings you from the medical affairs department to cardiology so early? It's all because of your patient who had a brain hemorrhage last night. After the surgery, his family filed a complaint against the hospital demanding compensation. Xie Meimei's face went flat. She had expected the complaint. She had not expected it while the patient was still in the building. Most importantly, the patient's family has some connections in the health system, and he himself is a small internet celebrity. If they spread this online, it could have a negative impact on Second Hospital. Then, the part that mattered. As you know, Director Hu is applying for the National Key Laboratory of Cardiovascular Medicine from the Ministry of Education. He attaches great importance to this. At this critical juncture, cardiology must not make any mistakes. If we hadn't discovered this patient in time, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to have surgery at all. His hemorrhage and herniation are part of the disease progression, and we've done our best. The family insists that the initial attending physician failed to properly assess the risks and delayed treatment. This patient's first doctor was Dr. Zhu, from Chief Physician Song Jing's team. Zhu Bin? Director Chang raised an eyebrow. Sigh, it's him again. And I want to note, in the interest of being honest, that Xie Meimei then defended him. Director Chang, this time it really wasn't Dr. Zhu's fault. When the patient was first admitted, his pressure was only 190/100. I saw 2 antihypertensives on the order sheet, and the admission consultation did inform him of the risk of cerebral hemorrhage. Because no matter how unreliable a doctor is, while the patient is in his building, he is the person who most wants that patient to live. Furthermore, Director Chang, we suspect the patient ingested a fitness powder that caused the hypertension, the hemorrhage, and ultimately the herniation. Fitness powder? How come I haven't heard about this? What did the family say? Why would they bring it up on their own initiative? She showed him the video. He watched all of it. That doesn't quite make sense either. I saw the ingredients, caffeine and such. Could that cause a brain hemorrhage? Director Chang, we've almost ruled out the other secondary hypertension factors. There may be ingredients in it we haven't figured out yet. He thought about it for a long moment. Guo, medical affairs will communicate with the family, but your ward should prepare the appeal materials. If we can find the harmful ingredient, perhaps the hospital's responsibility won't be so great. The full ingredient list on that canister is in English, and there are a lot of ingredients, and identifying them one at a time is an enormous quantity of work. They'd contacted the School of Pharmacy. Pharmacy said 10 days to 2 weeks. I had a canister of powder on my phone and a night off. The complaint had a number on it, incidentally, which I saw later. 1 million yuan. That afternoon, off shift, I did 2 draws and got 2 more skill books. Electrocardiogram Basics, Part 2, and Literature Reading, Part 1. I did not know what the second one was for. Most of the literature a doctor reads is in English, and medical English is not English. The grammar is easy, and the vocabulary is a wall of obscure terminology with no pattern to it. So I tested it on a paper I'd been fighting for 3 days. Something recent out of a high-impact journal. Cytotoxic CD8 plus T cells promote granzyme B-dependent adverse post-ischemic cardiac remodeling. I could get the general shape of it, and nothing more. I opened it and read the first paragraph. Acute myocardial infarction is a common cause of heart failure and sudden death. In this paper, we reveal that CD8 plus T lymphocytes are recruited and activated in ischemic heart tissue after acute myocardial infarction in mice. The English went in and Chinese came out. I wasn't decoding the words, I was following the experiment, the design, the reasoning, the conclusion, as easily as reading a newspaper. I tested it on an article I had never seen, same result. I want to be honest about my relationship with English, which is that I have resented being made to learn it since I was a child, and that since I entered medicine, essentially every piece of frontier knowledge on Earth has been locked behind it. And then I thought about a canister of powder with an all-English ingredient list full of abbreviations. 30 minutes. I eliminated the ingredients I knew and confirmed had no relevant effect, then took the ones I'd never seen and ran them down one at a time. And I found it. Beta-phenylethylamine. The ingredient list says it helps maintain focus, mood, and alertness, which is when a second name surfaced, alpha-methylphenethylamine, which is also written as amphetamine, a central nervous system stimulant used clinically for attention deficit disorder, narcolepsy, and obesity. That name means nothing to most people, but alpha-methylphenethylamine is a very close relative of another substance that means a great deal to everybody, which is methamphetamine. And beta-phenylethylamine, their cousin, is approved for use in dietary and fitness supplements because the mechanism is similar. Anybody who has studied medicine knows what high doses of that mechanism do: psychosis from central stimulation, rhabdomyolysis, generalized seizures, and intracranial hemorrhage. The sustained presence of these substances continuously stimulates the postsynaptic membrane, producing sustained central excitation. It increases cardiac contractility, excitability, and conduction, raising cardiac output and heart rate, and simultaneously strengthens vasoconstriction, raising blood pressure. Not the caffeine. The caffeine was the decoy. The caffeine is the number printed on the label so that everybody argues about coffee. A man clamped every vessel in his body shut and drove his heart harder at the same time, 8 scoops at once, on camera, and a vessel in his brain gave out. Congratulations, the system upgrade completion rate has increased by 1%. 1%. That is what the second tier costs. 1% per case, per correct answer, per life. 99 to go. I wrote it up and sent it to Xie Mei, who was at home at midnight with coffee, refusing to sleep after a night shift, going through the same ingredient list herself one word at a time. Her roommate, Wang Jing, as it happens, asked why she didn't just hand it to pharmacy, and she said they had, and that if they waited 10 days for the result, it would be too late. Then my email arrived. I sent it and went to bed. I got a phone call at 6 the next evening that started with, "Junior brother Lou, the document you sent me was incredibly useful." Pharmacy confirmed the mechanism. There was video evidence the family could not deny. So does that mean our department bears no responsibility? Sigh. It's impossible to get away with nothing. The hospital offered humanitarian compensation, and the family, knowing they were in the wrong, stopped making a fuss. The leadership is very satisfied with how it was handled. Junior brother, you deserve the most credit. 1 million yuan of claim became 20,000 yuan of goodwill. And here's the part that they don't teach. If that compensation had gone through as a malpractice payout, the department would have paid a portion, and the department's portion is distributed among everybody in it, and it would have come to roughly half a month's salary for every doctor and nurse in Ward 8. +1 gratitude value from Xie Mei, +1 gratitude value from Zhao Shu. My own supervisor paid out. The influencer, incidentally, woke up the day after surgery and was moved out of the ICU within a week and posted a video from his hospital bed with bandages around his head, telling 200,000 people to take medication rationally under a doctor's guidance and according to the instructions, and not to repeat his mistake. He also sent a thank you letter and a banner to the ward through a friend. His mother, to my knowledge, never withdrew anything. And somewhere in the middle of all this, I drew the item that changed what I actually was. Congratulations, you have obtained the pericardiocentesis skill book, green tier. Green, not yellow, a different tier. And when I opened it, my vision went out, and my consciousness dropped into a void. And what assembled around me was a control room, a control panel, a simulated patient lying on it, an ultrasound machine beside it, puncture kits laid out, pericardiocentesis completion rate, 0. I tried to walk forward and hit an invisible wall. Pass the theoretical assessment to begin training in the pericardiocentesis skill. Of course there's a theory exam. Of course there is. If you don't know the theory, you'll wander into the room and be useless. 10 questions. Indications, determining the nature of pericardial effusion, relieving cardiac tamponade, treating effusion, and preoperative assessment for pericardial fenestration. Contraindications, hemorrhagic disease, severe thrombocytopenia, and current anticoagulation as relative contraindications. infection at the puncture site, or bacteremia or sepsis, and patients who cannot cooperate. Congratulations, you have passed. And the wall came down. Let me explain what that room is worth. Pericardiocentesis is not one of the 4 routine punctures. It is substantially more dangerous. Go too deep and you can put a needle through the atrium, the ventricle, or a coronary artery and dump blood into the pericardial cavity of a person whose problem was already that there was too much fluid in their pericardial cavity. Which is why, in clinical practice, senior doctors do not let interns anywhere near a patient with pericardial effusion. I had never done one. I had never been allowed to do one. In a real career, you might get 1 opportunity a month if you are extremely lucky. In there, I could do it 1,000 times. Ultrasound localization to find the deepest and best window. Then one of 2 sites. Precordial, needle in 1 to 2 centimeters inward from the left edge of cardiac dullness in the 5th intercostal space along the upper edge of the 6th rib angled toward the spine. Or subxiphoid, at the left costal arch angle, needle at 30 to 45 degrees to the abdominal wall, advancing upward, backward, and medially to reach the bottom of the pericardial cavity. Half an hour to know the process. Movements clumsy. Another half hour, and I could complete the whole procedure under ultrasound guidance. Pericardiocentesis completion rate, 18%. An hour of work for 18%, and I was delighted, because 18% of a skill I was structurally forbidden from practicing is 18% I did not have that morning. Over the following nights, I took it from 18 to 64 to 80, and then it stopped. 80%, and it would not move. I could complete the procedure with a success rate above 90% with essentially no complications, and I repeated every step to perfection, and the number sat there like a stone. Whatever the last 20% is, it isn't in that room. I found out what it was about a week later, in an elevator, on the way to dinner. But before that, I want to tell you about the 10-year-old, because she is the one I still think about. Li Xinran brought me a trace. Lu Ming, could you take a look at this for me? Which was strange in itself because she doesn't ask. It was a simple trace. Significant ST depression in 2, 3, a VF, and 5, 4 through 5, 6. Textbook myocardial ischemia. She could read that in her sleep. So there was something I wasn't seeing. I went over it twice and found nothing else. Marked ST depression in 2, 3, a VF, V4 to V6. Myocardial ischemia. And she frowned and said, the patient is 10 years old. 10. Coronary heart disease in a man under 55 is classified as early onset. This is a trace from a person in primary school that looks like it came off somebody in their 80s. 10? She should be in pediatrics. Our pediatrics department isn't doing well. There are 5 doctors left in the entire department. All the young ones have left. Only a few deputy directors and chief physicians remain. So anything involving the heart comes to us. 5 doctors. In a provincial top-tier hospital's pediatrics department. What symptoms? Intermittent chest pain for 1 month. Based on the trace and the symptoms, this child definitely has a problem with the heart and vessels. But it's definitely not typical coronary disease. There must be an underlying cause. I have a few possibilities. Vasculitis, dilated cardiomyopathy, myocarditis, patent ductus arteriosus, something causing secondary coronary artery disease. Whatever it is, the vascular lesions are severe and may need immediate treatment. Which bed? 13. Bed 13 is mine. A 10-year-old girl curled into the corner of the bed with her face white in a 4-person room full of people in their 60s and 70s. She turned her head, saw me, and put her face back into the blanket. I asked her mother instead. Intermittent claudication starting 3 months ago. Then, 1 month ago, chest pain after activity, squeezing, precordial, significantly worse with exertion, slightly relieved after 3 to 5 minutes of rest. During that whole month, they did not seek medical treatment, and the attacks got more frequent. Auntie, does your family have a history of coronary heart disease? No. I tried to examine her, and she resisted, and her mother shook her head gently, and I gave up, because you cannot force a 10-year-old, and you get nothing when you do. So I went back and read Li Xinran's admission examination instead, and Li Xinran writes an admission examination like a woman being paid by the finding. Heart rate 120, blood pressure 90/50, a mid to late systolic click murmur heard in the mitral area, no abnormal breath sounds. Painless nodules present at the elbow, knee, and ankle joints. A white ring visible at the edge of the cornea. Peripheral vascular pulse normal. Intermittent claudication in both lower limbs when walking, without edema or skin color change. A murmur, which made me think congenital heart disease, and painless nodules on the joints. Li Shinran, what are these painless nodules? I believe they're tendon xanthomas. Tendon xanthomas. Something moved at the back of my head and I could not get hold of it. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's look at her results first. Then the critical value alarm went off in the middle of lunch with everybody's takeaway boxes unopened on the desks. Name, Yuan Hui. Bed 13. Age, 10. Critical value, cardiac troponin 3.12. Normal range, 0 to 1. Chest pain. Elevated cardiac enzymes. ECG changes. 3 criteria. A 10-year-old meeting the diagnostic standard for acute myocardial infarction. Junior brother Dong, get the nurse to put bed 13 on monitoring and oxygen. Junior sister Ke, contact the 4th floor cath lab and have them ready. Junior brother Lu, write the critical value progress note. Xie Mei called Zhao Shu from the corridor because a case this complicated in a patient this young is a medical dispute wearing a hospital gown. Get the cath lab ready immediately. Regardless of the cause, given her condition, immediate intervention is necessary. Guo Guo, you discuss it clearly with all the family members. I'm in a meeting at headquarters and won't be back for a while. I wrote the note with my hands doing one thing and my head doing another. Myocardial infarction, murmur, painless nodules, xanthomas. What would it be if we explained all of it with one cause? Then Li Shinran handed me the cardiac ultrasound. Left ventricular systolic function normal. Mitral valve prolapse with moderate regurgitation. Mild left atrial dilation, which rules out congenital heart disease. Myocarditis, vasculitis, rheumatic immune disease, none of them sat right. The family consented. Xie Mei and Li Shinran took her down to the cath lab, and I sat there with the growing suspicion that I had never encountered this disease in my life, that it was rare, that it was not in the undergraduate textbook, and therefore that no amount of thinking with what I had was going to produce it, which left one tool, the literature. I went back to the dorm at lunch and started running searches. Young coronary disease. Then narrowing. Tendon xanthomas. Intermittent claudication. Searching literature well is a real skill. Too broad and you drown, too narrow and you miss the disease entirely. The domestic databases gave me nothing because rare case reports in this country are thin on the ground, and the ones that exist are mostly about interventions. So I went to the foreign language databases, which multiplies the workload several times over, and which I could only survive at all because of that skill book. Without it, translating alone would have eaten the whole day. Lu Ming, what are you busy with? Liu Wei, leaning over. Looking up some literature. All your documents are in English. That's impressive. I'm only reading abstracts. It's not very difficult. You could do it too. He gave me a look that indicated he was not going to listen to my nonsense. Hundreds of case reports. Nothing. 150. 10 minutes until my shift. My roommates were getting up. I stood, stretched, and reached to shut the computer, and glanced at the very bottom of the screen, where there was a case report about xanthomas in a young girl. I clicked it for no reason at all. 15-year-old girl. Xanthomas distributed along the tendons. Painless xanthoma, suggestive of congenital xanthoma, homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. The patient also presents with intermittent claudication, suggestive of lower extremity arteriosclerosis obliterans caused by lipid deposition. Familial hypercholesterolemia. The paper described painless xanthomas and white rings at the corneal margin. My patient had painless xanthomas and a white ring at the corneal margin. The paper's patient had intermittent claudication. My patient had intermittent claudication. The only difference was that the paper's patient had no heart disease, but the paper noted that lipid deposition in familial hypercholesterolemia can produce atherosclerotic occlusion anywhere in the body. In the legs, that is claudication. In the heart, that is myocardial infarction. In the brain, that is stroke. And the mitral valve prolapse? That's not a separate disease at all. That's a ruptured chorda tendini or papillary dysfunction from the infarction. One cause. All of it. It is not heart disease. It is cholesterol. It is a 10-year-old whose blood has been silently cementing her arteries shut since before she could read, and by the time it announced itself, she'd already had a heart attack. Congratulations, the system upgrade completion rate has increased, currently at 2%. Lu Ming, you're going to be late, aren't you leaving? You go first, I'll be right out. I downloaded the article to my phone and I ran. I got the rest of this from Xie Mei weeks later, and I want to tell it properly. Downstairs, in the catheterization lab, a 10-year-old was lying on the table with her eyes shut, telling herself herself not to think about her wrist. "You're so brave, little one. The surgery will be quick, and you'll be all better soon." The nurse had never seen a patient that young in that room. "Dr. Xiang, are the doctors upstairs sure? Is a girl this young really having a coronary angiogram and a stent?" Xiang Hao, the leading interventionalist of the younger generation in that department, who gets handed everything complicated, frowned at the images. "That's right. I've looked at her labs and her ECG. The infarction diagnosis should be correct. But this is the first time I've seen a patient this young. The youngest I've ever seen was 18. He'd been staying up late for years, smoking and drinking, ruined his own health. But a 10-year-old shouldn't have any bad habits. I always feel it would be too much suffering for someone that young to have a stent inserted. Let's check the vessels first. If possible, let's do balloon angioplasty only. A 10-year-old with metal in her arteries is a decision with 60 years of consequences attached. I heard afterward that a crowd of doctors and nurses gathered outside that room, saying the things people say. Brother Ren's got another difficult one. This is too high risk. Whether to stent and what type is a hard question. If anything goes wrong, the family will destroy the hospital. And the crucial issue is she's too young. And then a voice behind them. You've already finished your surgeries? You have time to stand here and watch? The crowd dispersed like birds. Hu Jian looked into the room, saw the girl on the table, frowned, and then got interested. He sat down at the monitoring console outside and opened her chart. Chest pain, elevated cardiac enzymes, abnormal ECG. Infarction diagnosis should be clear. Mitral valve prolapse, intermittent claudication, tendon xanthomas. And the chief director of the entire cardiology department smiled slightly because this case is genuinely interesting and genuinely rare, and because he had just wondered whether the junior doctor upstairs could get it. Xiang Hao, examine the vessels in all positions. Contrast in. Coronaries visible. Widespread stenosis. Not one or two vessels. Everywhere. Xiang Hao, expand with the balloon. Don't put in a stent yet. 40 minutes. Successful. Xiang Hao came out with his back soaked through because every single step of that had been performed with the knowledge that a mistake would be catastrophic. Xiang Hao, what kind of illness do you think this patient has? Vasculitis, aortitis, ANCA-related vasculitis. And then? He thought and shook his head. Director, that's all I can think of for now. And Hu Jian's face changed. Xiang Hao, it's undeniable that your intervention technique is excellent. In the entire cardiology department of this hospital, you are definitely top tier. Xiang Hao's face didn't move, and inside he was delighted, because that man does not hand out praise. But, do you want to be an excellent cardiologist, or do you just want to be a surgeon? This, of course, a cardiologist. The most important qualities of an excellent cardiologist are solid basic knowledge and good clinical reasoning. Not performing surgeries day after day, and becoming a mere craftsman of interventional surgery. Look at you, you can't even analyze this case. This should be familial hypercholesterolemia. I remember there was a case in Ward 3 before. Have you forgotten already? And Xiang Hao understood immediately, because he did remember it, and he defended himself the way anybody would. Doctor, this disease is rare. It's normal I can't think of it right now. The doctors upstairs, as the initial attending physicians, didn't diagnose it either. And he opened the ward record on the computer to prove it. Doctor, look, the ward diagnosed the same as me. Myocarditis, cardiomyopathy, vasculitis. And then he opened the latest round record. Diagnosis, familial hypercholesterolemia. I would give a great deal to have seen his face. Hu Jian looked surprised too, and then looked at the signature line to see who had done it. Xie Meimei. Attending physician of Ward 8, Xie Meimei? He frowned. I remember she started working independently not long ago. Yes, she was Director Zhao Yao's student, stayed on after graduating a few years ago. This Xie Meimei is quite good. Diagnosed it that quickly. The record she wrote is well organized and logically sound. It seems she has a thorough understanding of familial hypercholesterolemia. I didn't have much of an impression of her before. It seems there are still promising young people in the general wards. Director, could Director Zhao Yao have been giving instructions in the ward? Probably not. Zhao Shu is in a meeting at headquarters today. And the two of them stood there and rebuilt their entire opinion of my senior sister, and they were both completely wrong because they had overlooked one detail. Graduate students, residency trainees, and interns do not have their own employee numbers. We write every medical record and issue every order under our supervisor's login. And upstairs, while I was still writing notes 4 floors away, my senior sister opened that same record to proofread it, because everything we write is her legal responsibility. And stopped. Because for a critically ill patient, you write the admission record and a senior physician's round record, and an indispensable part of the senior round record is the analysis of the patient's condition, the section where the attending physician lays out the reasoning behind the diagnosis and the plan. That section is difficult to write, and it is usually written by her or by Jiao Shou, and it is the single clearest indicator of a doctor's actual level. Friends, who wrote the record for bed 13? Senior sister, it's me, said Li Xinran. I received this patient this morning. Why did you consider familial hypercholesterolemia? Li Xinran paused. The infarction diagnosis is definitely correct. However, she is very young and has signs of hyperlipidemia, tendon xanthomas, and corneal rings, as well as intermittent claudication. It is highly likely that the vascular occlusion is caused by lipid deposition. Because the disease developed at this age, it is very likely homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. Junior sister, your analysis is quite good. Have you encountered this type of patient before? No, Lu Ming taught me how to write this analysis. Junior brother Lu taught you? When I first arrived this afternoon, he told me he had a new idea about the patient's condition. Has he seen patients like this before? No, but he found a similar article and printed it out. And Li Xinran took 3 sheets of A4 paper out of the chart folder, covered in dense English. Xie Mei looked at them for a moment and did not say anything. Then she told me later, in a completely different conversation, what she had thought standing there. That when she was a graduate student, she spent her days entering orders and writing progress notes, and, in the remaining time, chatting with the other doctors. That when she met a difficult case, she might think about it, but she never once considered going to the literature and digging. I came back into the office, and she looked at me with an expression containing about 4 things at once. Senior sister, about that 10-year-old girl. The surgery is done. It was diffuse coronary stenosis, so I had PTCA done. No stent? Not for now. I read the surgical record afterward, and I want you to hear these numbers in the context of a 4th grader. Left main trunk, 75% stenosis in the proximal segment. Left internal mammary artery, 80% at the ostium. Left circumflex, 90 to 95% proximally. And they also ran a renal artery angiogram while they were in there, because with that disease, you check everywhere. Left renal artery, 80% stenosis. 10 years old. Also, I think your idea is very good, she said. I really didn't expect a family history of high cholesterol, but after reading your analysis, your line of thinking makes a lot of sense. However, to confirm familial hypercholesterolemia, you need genetic testing, and our hospital doesn't have it. She'd have to go to Kyoto or Shanghai. And here's the thing about that diagnosis that makes it worth all of it. Many diseases are almost impossible to identify, and then almost simple to treat. Once you know it's familial hypercholesterolemia, the treatment beyond the standard care is aggressive lipid-lowering therapy, forever, starting now. Naming it is the whole job. 2 things bothered me about that case for weeks afterward. The first was the stent question. With vessels narrowed to that degree, standard practice is to stent above 75%, although it depends, and an unimportant vessel can be totally occluded without needing one, while an important vessel at 60 or 70 might. Balloon alone in vessels like hers means a high probability of restenosis, which means another infarction, and she is 10, and every decision anybody makes for her body is a decision made across 60 years, and I could not ask the man who made it, because ward doctors see the operative record and not the reasoning behind it. The second thing happened when I went to see her afterward, sitting up in bed, no longer in pain, her mother thanking us, and Xie Mei bent down over her saying that now we've found the cause, things will get better and better, and that she'll eat delicious food and go to the amusement park like other children. Her number was 65, not red anymore. Not out of danger either. But she poked her head out from under the blanket to listen, which she had not done once since she arrived. The next 2 weeks I spent building an engine. Patients in the morning, orders, records, histories, 4 beds of my own and whatever else the group needed doing. Patient education in the gaps, because that was the reliable income. Teaching in the afternoons, because a 10-minute explanation of a trace to 3 interns paid better per minute than anything else available to a man at the bottom of a department. And every night, the room. Pericardiocentesis, over and over, at 80%, refusing to move. I also learned that there is an economy running underneath the hospital that nobody puts in the orientation materials. Chen Kai invited me into a group chat called Jinghua Second Hospital Study Guidance Group, 497 people. And the entire content of that group, scrolling forever, was cardiology seeking guidance, nephrology seeking guidance, pulmonary medicine seeking guidance, and nobody ever answering. It's a group for buying and selling night shifts, said Chen Kai over a canteen tray. Cardiology seeking guidance means somebody in cardiology has a night shift they want to sell. Because the hospital assigns every graduate student and residency trainee 4 to 6 night shifts a month in whichever department you're rotating through, third years writing their theses sell them. People with something on that day sell them, and people who need money buy them. Isn't the hospital going to do something about it? The hospital can't. A night shift is always 2 people, a senior physician and a graduate student. The senior physician is there overseeing everything. Our role is writing records, running tests, giving orders. Anyone could do it. On nights, we just mechanically follow the senior doctor. It doesn't have much value. He'd made 800 yuan that month. I looked at that group for a long time, because here is what my system actually rewards. Not competence, not seniority, not even cures. Volume of human beings whose lives get better while I'm in the room. And in a general ward, the volume is capped. 4 beds, 20 in the team. You cannot manufacture more sick people. But a night shift is a shift where things go wrong. I didn't buy one yet, not that week. I wanted to know what the gratitude value was actually for before I started selling my sleep for it. What I did instead was accept an invitation to dinner. Zhao Shu's students, all of them, everybody she had ever produced who was still at Jinghua Second. A minivan came to collect us, driven by a friendly young man named Xiao Hao, who chatted the entire way and dropped us at a restaurant called Long Tao Sha and did not come in. He's not going, said Xie Mei quietly when Fan Ting asked. He's a pharmaceutical sales representative. He's just here to bring us to dinner. Everybody stopped asking questions, which told me the answer was ordinary. Private room 666. About a dozen people already inside, mostly women, 3 men. Hey, Guoguo's here! A tall, square-faced man stood up and pulled out the chair next to him. Guoguo, come sit with me. Senior brother Wang Chang, I'll sit with the new juniors. If you want a drink, I won't join you. He looked at me. We have a junior brother this year. Not bad, not bad. Our voices have grown stronger again. Then at Li Xinran and Fan Ting, 2 beautiful junior sisters as well. Everyone here is senior to you, Xie Mei told us. This is Wang Chang, our senior brother and Professor Zhao Shu's postdoctoral fellow. He works in the professor's laboratory. Don't let his talkativeness fool you. When he's doing experiments, he's a completely different person. He's one of the candidates for this year's Outstanding Youth of China. I want to explain what that means, because I didn't fully understand it until later. The Outstanding Young Scholar programs are the 2 most important talent funds in Chinese science. 400 slots a year for one, 200 for the other, nationally, across every discipline. Being selected means your future has essentially no ceiling. Every research institution and university in the country fights for those people. And this man spent 40 minutes interrogating me about whether I had a girlfriend. Oh dear, junior brother, you can't do that. You should date as many people as you can while you're young. You won't have the time or the energy later. Senior brother, don't corrupt your junior brother, said a young woman down the table. You're still single, and you're teaching him how to date? Are you trying to teach him to stay single for another 10 years? He coughed. Well, I'm a researcher. Unlike you clinical practitioners, I don't need a girlfriend. So this is what a candidate for the outstanding youth of the nation looks like. 4 of the seniors were in cardiology at Jinghua Second. 1 was at First Hospital, 1 at Third. The rest were in the school laboratories or scattered through other departments here. And Zhao Shou was late because a critical patient had come in right at the end of her shift and something had happened on the way to the CCU and she had stayed behind to talk to the family. There was an accident in the department, said Wang Chang. It was a bit of a hassle, but this time we're really grateful to junior brother Lu. And every head at that table turned. A patient with extensive pericardial effusion, already showing signs of cardiac tamponade, taking the elevator to the CCU when the elevator malfunctioned, said Xie Mei. Lu Ming performed a puncture on the patient inside the elevator. I want to go back about 4 hours. It started as an ordinary afternoon in an ordinary department. Guo Li had joined Ward 8 a few weeks earlier. A fresh doctorate out of this hospital's own cardiology program. delicate-looking, frail, and placed under Ju Bin in the deeply optimistic hope that this would improve one of them. Wang Jing handed her a new admission, because Ju Bin didn't want to leave his chair. Dr. Ju, Director Song Jing just admitted a patient from clinic. Let Dr. Guo accept it. She's just started in the department and needs practice. Which is, as far as I can tell, the closest that man ever came to teaching anyone anything. The admission slip said, dyspnea, cause to be determined. Dr. Guo, the patient's condition isn't quite right. Why don't you go see him first? Man of about 50 in a wheelchair, pale lips, breathing fast, head tilted against the side of the chair. Very poor mental state. Recently, my dad has had chest tightness and shortness of breath after exercising. He had IV drips at the clinic for 3 days. It didn't help, and it's getting worse, so we came here today. Dr. Guo, take his blood pressure and do an ECG. Because with an emergency admission, you assess exactly 2 things first: circulation, breathing. As long as both are still working, the patient is not about to die in front of you in the next 60 seconds, and everything else can be sequenced. Senior Sister Yin, blood pressure 96/60. Pulse a little weak, but we can feel it. Guo Li listened to his heart. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat is very low. I didn't hear any obvious murmur. Lungs, slightly rough, no dry or wet rails. Percussion of the heart, the area of dullness was enlarged. And Guo Xin came back with a trace. Senior Sister, low voltage in both limb and chest leads. QRS amplitude under 1 millivolt in the chest leads, under half a millivolt in the limb leads. Low voltage across every lead. And a diagnosis walked straight into Guo Li's head, which is pericardial effusion. Here's the anatomy, plainly. The heart is wrapped in a double-layered sac called the pericardium, a parietal layer outside, a visceral layer against the heart, and a space between them. That space normally holds 15 to 50 milliliters of serous fluid as lubricant. If the amount increases beyond what the sac can accommodate, the fluid compresses the heart. The heart cannot expand. Less blood returns. Less blood is pumped out. Every tissue in the body goes short of blood and oxygen, and the patient can't breathe. That is cardiac tamponade, and the enlarged dullness plus the muffled heart sounds plus low voltage in every lead is the full house. Senior Sister, is this pericardial effusion? Yes, but we can't address the cause yet. Judging from his condition, the amount is probably very significant. We need pericardiocentesis as soon as possible to relieve the pressure. Because if you don't drain a large effusion in time, it produces cardiogenic shock or sudden death. Senior Sister, shall I call ultrasound for an emergency bedside scan and then puncture here? No, contact the CCU on the 4th floor directly and take the patient there. They have complete emergency equipment. Which was a correct decision. It was, in fact, the safest decision available. And I want you to hold that in your head, because the safest decision available is what put that man in an elevator. At 5:20, I came back to Ward 8 to meet Xie Mei for the dinner. Shift log being written, car waiting downstairs. Junior brother Lu, you and the 2 junior sisters go down and wait. Don't keep him waiting. I'll be right down. Me, Li Xinran, Fan Ting, elevator, doors closing. Hey, elevator, wait a minute. Guo Xin and a family member running a hospital bed at us. I hit the door open button. There were 3 of us in there, which meant there was room. Doors closed. Are you going to the 4th floor? She was out of breath. This is a patient with extensive pericardial effusion being transferred to the CCU for pericardiocentesis. I looked at the man on the bed, breathing fast, fine sweat on his forehead. Life value, red 54. And I stood there thinking, with genuine professional envy, that I'd been practicing that exact procedure in an imaginary room every night for 2 weeks, and that if I hadn't been going to dinner, I'd have liked to go down and watch it done properly. Lu Ming, what have you been doing all day? Said Fan Ting. I did rounds this morning and you disappeared. That's not like you. Covered a night shift for a classmate. Which department? Endocrinology. Endocrinology shouldn't be busy. Did you sleep all morning? Busy? Wasn't it busy? I said with feeling. Maybe I have a dark face. I get bad luck wherever I go. Last night, I resuscitated 1 patient and admitted a critical one, and got woken up in the middle of the night. Oh, said Fan Ting. Your face is so dark. And on that exact word, the elevator went bang. The whole car jolted. Everybody's body swung. It stopped at the 5th floor. and the doors did not open. I pressed the button. Nothing. Is the elevator broken? Said Li Xinran. I think so, said Fan Ting. It happened to me once last month. The doors wouldn't open for a long time. The elevators in this building break constantly, said Guo Xin. It's okay, they fix it quickly. And then it started moving again. With no warning and at a rate of descent that was not right. It went past 4, it kept going, it stopped hard on 3. Everyone hold the handrails, be careful, it might drop again. 4 hands went out. Guo Xin hit the open button. Don't press it, it's broken. Emergency call button. Nothing. Nobody. Li Xinran was already dialing the maintenance number off the wall. Hello, are you the hospital's elevator maintenance? Elevator number 3 in the 8th inpatient building has stopped on the 3rd floor, and the doors won't open. Yes, there are people inside. She hung up. They'll be here soon. Everybody's shoulders came down about an inch. Everybody's except mine, because I was looking at the number over the man's head, and it had gone from 54 to 51. Monitor. Heart rate 110. Saturation 91. Blood pressure 91/54. Respiratory rate 33. Is that the normal progression of the disease? Or is this thing accelerating? It doesn't matter which. Both answers produce the same instruction, which is drain the pericardium now, because otherwise this is cardiogenic shock or sudden death, and this is a steel box on the 3rd floor. Guo Xin had both hands on the bed rail and her fingertips had gone white. 3 minutes. Knocking on the outside of the doors. Hey, is anyone in the elevator? Someone's here! Someone's here! 4 or 5 voices out there from the sound of it. We're elevator maintenance. Is anyone injured? No, Guo Xin shouted, but there is a critically ill patient in here and we need you to open the door as soon as possible. And then it went quiet outside, which is the worst sound available in that situation because it means they are discussing something. What's going on? Said Fan Ting. Usually the doors open as soon as logistics arrives. Are the people outside still there? 10 seconds. We're still here, but you might have to wait more than 10 minutes. The doors won't open until we've finished our inspection. 10 minutes. We didn't care. We'd eat late. The man on the bed could not wait 10 minutes. Can you hurry? The patient in here is very ill and needs to get to the CCU immediately. We'll try, but the fastest we can do is 10 minutes. Can't you open the door first and repair afterwards? Said Guo Xin. We want to. We can't. I want to describe the physical sensation of standing in a stopped elevator holding a phone with a signal in it, 4 floors from a coronary care unit stocked with everything on Earth, watching a number go down. Guo Xin called Guo Li. I called Xiamei Mei. You're trapped in the elevator? Is there another patient with pericardial effusion in there? Is it the one Dr. Guo transferred? She had heard the handover 20 minutes earlier. Tamponade signs, immediate puncture required. She started walking to the 3rd floor before she'd finished the call. Inside, Guo Xin was talking about the logistics department, about how this elevator is always breaking, about why don't they inspect it properly. The hospital is overcrowded, said Li Xinran quietly. It's almost always operating beyond capacity. It's not just Second Hospital. All the affiliated hospitals are the same. The elevators fail constantly. I wasn't in that conversation. I was watching the number. 51 became 49. 1 minute had passed out of the 10. And then, on the bed, the sound of his breathing changed. Respiratory rate from 30 to 40. Saturation from 91 to 85. Heart rate 110 to 125. This patient, Guo Xin's face went white. Don't panic. Take his blood pressure. Fan Ting was nearest the monitor. She hit the button. Li Xinran, call senior sister Guo again and tell her what's happening in here. Ask her to push the logistics people. I opened the oxygen up as far as it would go. The cuff finished. 80/45. Shock. I went to the doors and hit them with the flat of my hand. How much longer? The patient's condition has worsened. 10 more minutes. 10 more. And here is the arithmetic that every one of us in that box could do. Given his condition, 10 minutes was optimistic for 5. And no treatment available inside a steel box, no drug, no fluid, no oxygen setting addresses the actual problem. Because the actual problem is that there is a bag of fluid squeezing his heart flat, and the only thing that fixes that is putting a needle in it and taking the fluid out. Hey, Sirong, the patient has severe tamponade and cardiogenic shock. Increase the fluid rate. Lu Ming, we can't get out. What do we do? She was looking at me, and so was Fan Ting, and so was Li Xinran. I want to note that I had been in that department for 1 month and was the most junior person in that elevator by 2 years, and that nobody had discussed it, and that at some point in the previous 4 weeks, the 4 of us had silently agreed on who was in charge in a room. I didn't answer her. I asked Li Shinran whether she had Xie Meimei. We've made contact. She put it on speaker. Outside, on the 3rd floor, 4 feet and 1 steel wall away from me, my senior sister was standing at a set of closed elevator doors. Junior sister Zhang, what's the situation inside? Senior sister, the patient is unstable. Blood pressure and saturation are both dropping. Hang up. Video call. Let me see the patient. Li Shinran is fast. Video open, camera pointed at the bed, and my senior sister was looking at a man in shock through a phone through a wall. Blood pressure and saturation are progressively decreasing. She turned to the maintenance men. Big brother, can we force the door open now? Not yet. We haven't finished the maintenance. The doors can't be opened. If this patient doesn't undergo pericardiocentesis immediately, he could die at any moment. Inside the elevator, 7 minutes left, and every minute of it a blessing. Breathing worse, saturation falling, 49 to 42, and we stood there and watched. Then a large number of people arrived on the 3rd floor at once. Zhao Shu, Song Jing, Guo Li behind them. Guo, how's the situation? Not good. Xie Meimei handed her the phone. Zhao Shu looked at a man in shock through a screen and did the same arithmetic everybody else had done. Can't open the door? 7 or 8 more minutes. More than 10 people standing in an elevator lobby, completely silent. And then Song Jing spoke. Could you open the elevator door a crack? The maintenance men discussed it. Yes, but it will only be about 10 centimeters. Okay, that's fine. Zhao Shu turned. You're thinking, one of my graduate students is in that elevator right now, Guo Xin. She's done pericardiocentesis. She's assisted on many punctures. I think we should hand her the kit and let her operate. Blind? Said Zhao Shu. Because that is the word that matters. Every pericardiocentesis Guo Xin had ever touched was done under ultrasound guidance, with a senior physician standing beside her, with the needle visible on a screen, and the fluid visible on a screen, and the heart visible on a screen. The amount of effusion is quite large, said Song Jing. Blind puncture shouldn't be too difficult. Zhao Shu had no time to consider it. Okay, let her perform the puncture. Don't worry, Director Zhao. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. And Zhao Shu looked at her and said, I'm the ward director. This is my decision, and I will take responsibility for it. Somebody had already run to the CCU for a puncture kit. The doors came apart 10 centimeters, and a pericardiocentesis kit came through the gap. Guo Xin took it, and her hands were shaking. I need to be fair to her here because it would be easy not to be. She is not a coward. She is 3rd in the entire cardiology cohort. She had genuinely done this procedure before, and every single time she had done it, she could see where the needle was. Blind means you cannot see the needle, you cannot see the fluid, and you cannot see the heart. You are relying entirely on your knowledge of the anatomy and your feel through the barrel, exploring forward in a room with the lights off, and the thing you are exploring toward is a beating heart with a hole waiting to be made in it. She gloved. She laid out the tools. She exposed his chest and disinfected 3 times. She drew the lidocaine. She took a few deep breaths. Her hands were still shaking. Outside, they were all watching on a phone. Xiaohe, go below the xiphoid process. That spot is relatively safe. Zhao Shu was watching the screen with her eyebrows down because even through a camera she could see the hands. This child is too nervous. Because if the needle enters the pericardium and you accidentally go into the heart, that is a catastrophe on top of a catastrophe. Xiaohe, don't be nervous, just do it as usual. And the more they said it, the worse it got, which is how that works. She found the point below the xiphoid, and she did not push. On the bed, saturation dipped to 80. Guo Xin, calm down. She was white, and I could read her face completely, because it was running the same 3 sentences over and over. What if I stab the heart? What if I hit the liver? What if it fails and he dies? Saturation 80, and a man was going to die in an elevator because the person holding the needle had been taught to do this correctly, with supervision, under imaging, which is exactly how she should have been taught. I'll do it. I had gloves on before I finished saying it. She was slightly startled, and then she stepped aside without being asked, and she watched me the whole time and did not say a single word. There was no time to explain, and I want to be honest that there was also no explanation available. I have done this procedure several hundred times in a room that does not exist. I took a breath and started the anesthetic. Outside the doors, 10 centimeters and one wall away, Zhao Shu was watching a first-year graduate student glove up and thinking, very clearly, does he know how to do this? And she was not alone. There were a lot of doctors and nurses from Ward 8 standing in that lobby, and many of them knew exactly who I was, which was the transfer student who had arrived 4 weeks ago. Pericardiocentesis is not thoracentesis. It is not abdominal puncture or lumbar puncture. It is a skill many residents do not have, that many attendings do not have, and that none of them would be permitted to perform alone under those conditions. For a blind puncture, the site is below the xiphoid, specifically below the junction of the xiphoid process and the left 7th costal cartilage. Needle at 45 degrees to the abdominal wall, direction upward, backward, and slightly left into the lower posterior part of the pericardial cavity. I put the local in from skin down to the parietal pericardium. His hands are very steady, said Li Xinran out loud to nobody. Outside, my supervisor was watching a pair of hands that did not belong to a first year and having a genuinely difficult time with it. Because any procedural skill can be mastered by practice. That's not mysterious. But there are almost no patients requiring pericardiocentesis, so there is almost no opportunity to practice. So where does a 23-year-old get hands like that? And the anesthetic technique was smooth, no hesitation anywhere in it. That is not a thing you can fake, and it is not a thing you have at that age. I advanced the anesthetic needle, injecting and aspirating as I went, and then the needle gave. That small, sudden drop of resistance, the sensation of a barrier being crossed. Through the parietal pericardium, and no vibration in the needle, nothing transmitting up the barrel, no heartbeat tapping against the tip, which means the tip is in the space and not in the muscle, which means it is safe to puncture here. I pulled back the syringe, yellow fluid, straw-colored, clean, filling the barrel. Fan Ting made a noise. Li Xinran's shoulders dropped 2 centimeters, because if the anesthetic needle finds fluid, the map is confirmed, and half the danger is already behind you. Outside, they could see it on the screen. I've got it! I've got it! That needle went straight into the pericardium. That's really impressive. Before he even checked, drainage fluid appeared in the syringe. I think, maybe he just got lucky? Fair, that's fair. If I'd been standing out there, I'd have said it too. Now the actual puncture. Clamp the rubber tubing on the puncture needle. Insert at the anesthetized site. Advance slowly under negative pressure. Location and angle are the entire procedure. Under ultrasound, you can see the needle and stop as you approach the myocardium. I had my thumb on the plunger and my knowledge of the anatomy and nothing else. The barrier gave a second time. I stopped. And pale yellow fluid came up the barrel, in the pericardial cavity. Help me connect the syringe to the tubing. Li Xinran handed the phone to Fan Ting, gloved up and assisted, and she did it correctly and without being told twice. For a routine therapeutic puncture, you'd set up a drainage bag. There was no time for a routine anything, so I released the clamp and started drawing off fluid by hand, 50 milliliters a barrel. The first drainage of a pericardial effusion should be around 100 to 200 milliliters, not more. Take too much, too fast, and you can throw the patient into pulmonary edema, which is a spectacular way to solve one problem by creating a worse one. It's out! Outside, 10 people exhaled at once. Zhao Shu included, because if you can get a pericardiocentesis done safely, the man's life is no longer the question. Wow, that was fast. Anesthesia to puncture in a minute and a half. Was that really blind? I'd have sworn that was ultrasound guided. I'm certain that classmate has done pericardiocentesis independently at least 10 times, otherwise he couldn't be that proficient. 2.5 barrels, about 150 milliliters, and on the bed, the man's breathing slowed down. The rate came off 40. The saturation stopped falling and started climbing. The blood pressure stopped falling and started climbing, and the number over his head stopped at 42 and went back up into the 50s. Lu Ming, aren't you going to keep drawing? Said Fan Ting. His symptoms are better, but the compression isn't fully relieved. First drainage. This is all we take today. If there's no discomfort later, we can drain more the second time. Crisis over. And then I saw the fluid in the tubing turn red, not gradually. Between one barrel and the next, the pale yellow coming out of that man's chest became blood. Could I have punctured the myocardium? Pericardial fluid can be yellow or red. Yellow usually means infection or tuberculosis. Red usually means a tumor. Yellow turning red is extremely rare, and there is one obvious explanation for it, and the obvious explanation is that the person holding the needle has just put a hole in something. Lu Ming, what happened? It's turned red? Li Xinran had seen it. The camera angle meant nobody outside had. I don't know. I don't think I touched any myocardial tissue. Let's observe. Tell the teachers outside. You report it, immediately, especially when it might be your fault. She reported it. The color suddenly turned red, said Song Jing. Could the needle have hit the heart? And the lobby started talking. If it had been red the whole time, that's one thing. Could be a tumor. But the color changed, which means there was a problem with the procedure, and it's highly likely the myocardial tissue has been damaged. You touched the heart, that's very dangerous. Yes, the risks of blind puncture are very high. It shouldn't be attempted lightly. Lu Ming chose the subxiphoid point, said Xie Mei, and the effusion volume was very large. I don't think he inserted the needle very deeply. It's unlikely he punctured the heart. That's not necessarily true, said Song Jing. If the angle of the needle is wrong, it can also damage the myocardium and the vessels. And I was standing inside a stopped elevator with a needle in a man's chest and a tube full of blood, listening to a committee. Then Zhao Shou spoke, and she had been quiet for a long time before she did. Lu Ming's technique is very skillful. He has definitely performed many pericardiocentesis procedures, and the subxiphoid area is a relatively safe puncture point. It generally does not damage the myocardium. I think this is fibrous strands that formed inside the pericardium, breaking as the fluid volume decreased, causing a small amount of bleeding. The drainage turned red. No special treatment is needed for now. It will gradually improve. Fibrous strands. Nobody out there had heard that before. You could hear it in the silence. Here's what she was describing. In a pericardium that has been full of inflammatory fluid for a while, thin, fibrous adhesions form between the two layers, like cobwebs strung across a room. When you drain the fluid, the two layers come together, and those strands are pulled, and they tear. Tiny vessels in them bleed. The drainage goes red. It is a consequence of the treatment working. Yes, I've encountered patients like this in the CCU before, said a voice, arriving late. After 2 days of observation, the bloody effusion usually improves. Li Qinghua, the chief resident of the entire cardiology department, who runs the hospital-wide emergency consultations and has more clinical experience than most of the associate chiefs. However, it's also possible the needle tip touched the adventitia during the puncture, as you said, causing a small amount of bleeding that gradually turned the fluid bloody. But this situation doesn't require special treatment either. As long as the drainage stays unobstructed and the echocardiogram confirms the effusion is decreasing, it will improve on its own in a few days. Song Jing raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Inside, Li Xinran relayed it. Lu Ming, Teacher Zhao says it's all right, we just observe. I nodded and kept my eyes on the monitor. And then, congratulations. Pericardiocentesis is currently 85% complete, 80 to 85. There it is. That is what the last 20% is. It is not in the room. It was never in the room. You can rehearse a procedure 10,000 times against a simulation, and you will asymptote at 80% forever, because the final fifth of any skill is made of things a simulation cannot contain. A bed at the wrong height, a patient breathing against you, a light source in the wrong place, blood that changes color, and the specific quality of your own hands when the consequences are real. 5% for one puncture. Which means 15% left, which means the machine wants me in more rooms like that one, which is a genuinely unsettling thing to realize about the thing living in your head. The doors opened at 11 minutes. Quickly, bring the bed out. Doctors and nurses came in, and we all got him out together. Slow down at the doors, don't rush. Li Qinghua checked him. Vital signs stabilized for now. He still needs to go to the CCU for observation to prevent post-puncture complications. An empty elevator was already waiting next door. I came out last, gloves still on, some blood on them. Well done, said Zhao Shu, and put her hand on my shoulder. Teacher, the color of the pericardial fluid. We've already analyzed it outside. You don't need to worry about what happens next. Go wash your hands and have a good dinner tonight. Ah, this. Junior brother, your puncture was beautiful. Go wash your hands, said Xiamei. We're getting ready to leave. And I was physically herded to a sink. The doctors and nurses in that lobby watched me go, and I know what they were thinking, because one of them told me later. Are these the graduate students Director Zhao Yao accepted this year? Calm under pressure, composed in the face of danger. A stark contrast to the other student. He doesn't seem like a first year at all. When I came out of the bathroom, there was a group waiting for me. Guo Li in front, Guo Xin behind her. Junior brother Lu, thank you this time. She was the first doctor to see that patient, which means that anything that had happened on that route was legally and professionally hers, elevator malfunction or not. Senior Sister Yin, you're welcome. We're all from Ward 8. Has my junior colleague performed many pericardiocentesis procedures before? And Guo Xin looked up at me for the answer. Everybody in that corridor was a beginner, and nobody comes into contact with pericardiocentesis, so where does it come from? I did it with my teacher during my internship. Oh, which university did you attend for your undergraduate degree? Jiangcheng University School of Medicine. It's a pretty good medical school. It seems Jiangcheng's medical school is quite hands-off. They're even willing to let students do these punctures. And I smiled and did not correct her. Jiangcheng University School of Medicine does not permit students to perform pericardiocentesis independently. At absolute most, they will let you do a thoracentesis or an abdominal tap. I just defamed my own alma mater in a hospital corridor to cover for a light screen only I can see, and I would do it again. Meanwhile, 4 floors below me, in the CCU, this conversation was happening about my hands. What is the patient's condition? Massive pericardial effusion with cardiac tamponade. We performed an emergency puncture in the elevator during the malfunction. His symptoms have improved considerably. Blind? Which doctor from Ward 8 did it? They're so daring. He's not a doctor from our hospital. He's a graduate student. Hua Jai, you're kidding me. You're saying a graduate student did that? Yes. There were only 4 graduate students in the elevator at the time. Nobody else could get in. Which left an attending physician in a coronary care unit standing over a patient with my drain in his chest, trying to work out what year it was. Which brings me back to private room 666, where a table of Zhao Shou's students had just been informed of all of this by my senior sister, and every one of them had stopped eating. They were all medical people. Some had gone into pure research after graduating, and they still knew exactly what cardiac tamponade is and exactly what blind puncture means. Junior brother, you're amazing. You blindly navigated through it in an elevator. Even with ultrasound guidance, there are significant risks. Junior brother Lu, you're almost catching up to brother Tianhui. Pan Cheng is one of Zhao Shou's master's students who stayed on at the CCU after graduating, and he is, as far as anybody at that table knew, the only person in the family who had ever done a blind pericardiocentesis. My junior brother and I are a bit different, he said. Although I also went in blind, I was surrounded by complete emergency equipment, unlike my junior brother, who was in an elevator. And the way he looked at me changed slightly, because up until that moment he had filed me as an ordinary junior brother. Like the female students who'd transferred in over the last 2 years here for a diploma. His own blind puncture had been performed under extremely critical circumstances and out of pure necessity, and he had never once wanted to repeat it. We recorded a video of it, said Xiamei, which is how I came to sit at a dinner table and watch my entire academic lineage watch me on a phone. Guo, send it to me. Just post it in the group, everybody can see. She added the 3 of us to Zhao Shou's student group chat, and Li Xinran posted it, and a dozen people opened it simultaneously. Wow, junior brother's technique is truly remarkable. Brother Tianhui, you're the expert here. Give your junior brother a fair evaluation. Pan Cheng adjusted his glasses, turned to me. Junior brother, you are stronger than I was back then. Which visibly shocked the table, because that man is friendly with everybody and will not concede a millimeter on medicine to anyone. Junior brother, if you ever rotate through the CCU, you absolutely have to join our group. I've already reserved you. That sounded extremely familiar, because an endocrinologist had said almost exactly the same sentence to me 2 days earlier after a night shift, and I want to be clear that I am not complaining. Zhao Shou arrived 2 minutes later, apologized for keeping everyone waiting, asked why the food hadn't been served, and stood up with a cup. Today's gathering is to welcome our new members to our big family, Lu Ming, Li Xinran, and Fan Ting. Wang Chang led the applause. Now that we've all met, I won't say much more. I hope we can help each other in the future, whether in clinical settings or in the laboratory. Sichuan food, spicy, suits me. And near the end, she asked me a question across the table. Lu Ming, I see you haven't registered as a member of the Electrophysiology Association yet. Teacher, I've been a bit busy. I'll register in the next few days. Register as soon as possible. Then you'll be eligible to attend some electrophysiology academic conferences. Okay. And I did not tell her, because there was no reason to tell her yet, that I had already tried the door she thought I was walking toward, and that it had shut on my hand. She was telling me to become a regular member. I had 2 attempts left at the other thing. Here is what I had that I hadn't had in July. Electrocardiogram Basics, Part 1 and Part 2. Cardiac Anatomy, Part 1 and Part 2. I'd drawn the second anatomy book off a 10-pull that morning and burned every point I owned doing it. And a month of reading everything I could get on electrophysiology, every night, after the ward and after the virtual room, on the specific and unglamorous theory that the last exam had told me exactly what it wanted, and I had simply been too ignorant to hear it. The first time I sat that assessment, I could not understand the most basic electrophysiology on the page. Now I could read any electrophysiology text without difficulty. That is not the same as being able to pass. I knew that. But the questions had been consistent. Vectors, vectors, anatomy, anatomy, and the last 6 were unknown. And there was exactly one way to find out. Friday, 7:50 p.m. Camera on. Countdown. 8 o'clock, question 1. An ECG vector problem. Same format. Same 3-dimensional diagram that had been a wall in July. And I looked at it, and I could take it apart. Not recall it. Analyze it. Instantaneous composite vectors, magnitude and direction, the loop in space, the projection onto the lead axis, and arrive at my own answer instead of guessing at a shape. Question 2. Vectors again. Answered. If I remember correctly, 3 and 4 should be cardiac anatomy. Question 3. Cardiac anatomy. I want you to appreciate the feeling of a test telling you it hasn't changed, while you have. 3 and 4. Answered. Question 5. And this was new territory, because in July I had never made it this far. 6 ECGs appearing together. Every one of them a trace you do not see in ordinary life. I looked at all 6 and could not immediately decide on any of them, and I made myself breathe out. The elite group assessment is, I finally understood, structured like a wall with 3 courses of brick. Basic electrophysiology and cardiac anatomy stop most people at the ground. Complex interpretation stops the rest, and the difficulty climbs the entire way. Plus a clock. 2 minutes per question. Given unlimited time, I was confident I could decipher most of those traces. Given 2 minutes each, the difficulty goes up exponentially, because the thing being tested is no longer knowledge, it's retrieval speed. The one mercy was that the 6 could be flipped through freely. So I answered the 3 I was confident about first, banked them, and spent everything that was left on the other 3. Is the first one SVT, idiopathic ventricular tachycardia? Or the second, Wolff-Parkinson-White with atrial fibrillation? Or third image, 3rd degree atrioventricular block? 2nd degree, sinus arrest? And then a box appeared on the screen. Exam time is over. Automatic submission. 1 trace still unanswered. Submission successful. The assessment results will be sent to you by email within 2 days. Please check your inbox. 2 days. Last time the website told me I had failed before I had finished sitting down. This time it wanted 2 days, which either means something or means nothing, and I spent 48 hours being unable to decide which. I was not confident. I want to be honest about that. Those last few traces were the hardest ECGs I had ever been handed. The email came on a Saturday afternoon, while I was lying on a bed with sore legs, having spent the day being shot at with paintballs by my roommates, and I nearly deleted it as spam. Name, Lu Ming. Assessment score, 73 points. Congratulations on successfully passing the elite group assessment of the Jinghua Electrophysiology Association. I read it about 4 times. I passed. which means I am a member of the elite group of the Jinghua Electrophysiology Association, which at the time I understood as a line on a form. I found out later how that list was received at association headquarters. The chairman went through it with his secretary. Xiaoling, there's nothing special about the new members this year, right? Fortunately, the core members haven't changed. 18 ordinary members joined. However, but what? We have a new member in the elite group, a student at Jinghua Second Hospital. A pause. This has never happened before. Should we invite him to join as usual? A student? And then Cheng Guo-wen remembered that Director Hu Zhiying had mentioned a while back that one of his own graduate students wanted to attempt the elite assessment and had told him explicitly not to go easy on the boy and to drop him into the regular group if he failed. So he assumed I must be the chief director's student, which is the funniest thing anybody has ever assumed about me. Okay, invite him to join as usual, and allocate him a small area. Downstairs from me, in the same building, on the same night, a graduate student named Gu Xinyue had sat the same exam and run out of clock on question 5 for the second time. He had told himself the arithmetic, 3 attempts a year, 9 over a master's degree. Elite group by graduation, if he works. That was reasonable, and it was what everybody sane assumed, and it is why nobody in that city had ever seen a student's name on that list before. The second email arrived an hour later and told me what I had actually joined. Elite group members' responsibilities: to handle complex electrocardiogram interpretations at lower-level hospitals. Elite group members' benefits: free participation in electrophysiology conferences, free access to cutting-edge medical information, regular association benefits. Because Jinghua is the provincial capital, and the capital takes the province's most difficult cases, and the association carries the load of reading traces for the hospitals underneath it, county hospitals, township health centers, places where a complex ECG is a photograph sent up the chain and a family in a corridor waiting for it to come back down. Elite group members get assigned to regions. I got 2 counties, Pingshui and Fengmei, and a group chat with 200 people in it, most of them doctors from county hospitals and township clinics. The association also, apparently, mails you books. I sat on my bed reading the responsibilities of a body composed of associate chief physicians, department backbones, and doctorates freshly returned from overseas, feeling like a man who had picked a lock and found himself in a boardroom. And then Zhao Shu called me into her office. She had already been told, not by me. Lu Ming, what level of member are you in the Jinghua Electrophysiology Association? I looked at her. Elite group member. Her face did not move. I found out later what was happening behind it. Membership in that association has 4 levels. Level 1 is the chairman, the deputy directors, and the standing committee, the heads of cardiology at the major hospitals in the city. Level 2 is core members, professors and chief physicians with genuine standing in electrophysiology. Level 3 is the elite group, key personnel from major hospital cardiology departments, associate chief physicians, or recently returned doctorates and attendings. Level 4 is regular membership, which is anybody in cardiology with a referral and a membership fee. All students are in Level 4. The invitation code she had given me was a regular member code. She had not dared to issue an elite invitation to a student because there are 2 ways into that group: direct invitation by the chairman or a deputy director, or the online assessment. And if she had used her position to hand a first year an elite seat, she could forget about remaining a deputy director at all. Lu Ming, how many times did you take the test? Twice. She had seen those questions before. There was a long silence, and I let it run, because I had finally worked out that she was not pausing for effect. She was recalculating. Teacher, after failing the first exam, I analyzed the questions and did targeted training. I explained a great deal, and all of it was true, and all of it was completely inadequate, because you cannot close a knowledge gap that size by grinding practice problems, and she knew it. Lu Ming, do you know who the members of the elite group are? I don't. In our cardiology department, the current chief resident, Li Qinghua, a senior attending preparing for promotion to deputy director this year. Liu Xuan from Ward 1, associate chief physician. Xu Bo from Ward 3, a doctorate returning from overseas this year. She kept going, and with every name the room got slightly colder, because that is the list I am on. Those are the people who read the traces that county hospitals cannot read. So you diagnosed that patient through a messaging app. And then, because it had been bothering me for weeks, I've explained many times that I'm not a professor, but the doctors in those groups don't believe me. And she laughed, properly, for the first time since I'd met her. It's not wrong for them to call you that. Most elite group members are the backbone of cardiology, and they all become professors in the end. And part of the reason they insist on calling you professor is that they don't want to admit they're lagging behind. They subconsciously believe that it's not that they're incompetent, it's that the disease is so rare that only a professor-level doctor could diagnose it. If they found out you're a student, where would they put their faces? But I'm just a student. I feel guilty when they call me that. She came around the desk and put her hand on my shoulder. Your student is quite something. And then she stopped smiling. Don't announce your elite group membership for now. I didn't say anything. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. You're still young. Announcing this now will attract a great deal of attention. And then she said the part that mattered. Moreover, my current position is sensitive. You could easily be implicated. I want to lay out exactly what that sentence contains. She was not protecting her reputation. She has no reputation left to protect. Somebody took it 3 years ago with an accusation they could not prove, and the hospital never punished her. And everyone who mattered simply began to walk around her. She was telling me that association with her is contagious, that if a first-year graduate student's name surfaces on the elite group list, the very first question anybody will ask is whose student is that? And the second question will be, how did Zhao Shou get a first year onto that list? And the third question will not be a question at all. That is what she has been living inside for 3 years. Not exile, something quieter. A woman who is a doctoral supervisor, a ward director, and deputy chair of the city's electrophysiology society, and who cannot afford to be seen doing anything impressive. You can be announced when the time is right, she said. Being a member of the elite group might be better then. I nodded, because I understood the principle perfectly. I had 1 month of being invisible under my belt, and I had already learned to stop lecturing after half an hour. However, you can participate more in that group. Get to know the people in it. It'll be easier to get things done later. And it benefits our department. That patient with the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy came to you specifically because of your reputation. Okay, teacher, I'll speak up often. Which was, I want to be transparent, not a purely academic decision on my part, since every trace I read in that group pays. After I left, I am told, she called association headquarters and asked for the latest member list. It arrived in her inbox in under a minute. She scrolled to the elite group. And at the bottom of it, after the chief residents and the associate chiefs and the returned doctorates, there was one more line. Lu Ming. She had heard it from a patient's son. She had heard it from me. And she still needed to see it printed by somebody else before she would believe it. She sat there and looked at that name for a while. And I want to tell you what I think she was actually looking at, because I only worked it out much later, and it is not modesty that stops me from saying it plainly. 3 years ago, somebody put a word next to her name that could not be proven and could not be removed. Since then, every student who has walked into her office has been a transfer, or a leftover, or somebody who had nowhere else to go. She stopped asking for anything from them except that they stay healthy and become competent, because that was all she believed she could still deliver. And now there is a name on a list held by the city's electrophysiology society, above the signatures of chief physicians, that belongs to a first year she got by accident, because he could not read her file and picked her off a color. She told me to hide it. I intend to hide it. But I have been in that building for 1 month, and in 1 month I have gone from a man who could not answer a single question on an assessment to a man on a list that has never had a student on it. And there is a woman 4 doors down from me who has spent 3 years being quietly erased by people who could not prove a thing. She said something else that afternoon, right at the end, and I don't think she meant me to catch it. She was looking at her funding application when she said it, half to the paperwork. I want to take back everything that belongs to me. It's not just for myself. It's to make a better environment for these students. So there it is. My supervisor has a war she has not started yet, and I have a light screen in my head with a progress bar sitting at 2%, a shopping wheel that mostly says, "Thank you for your patronage," a needle skill that is 15% away from finished and can only be finished on people who are actually dying, and a name on a list I am not allowed to say out loud. Somebody asked me in an elevator whether my face was dark. I've thought about it a lot since. Because here is what actually happens. I walk into a room and somebody's number is falling, and everyone else in that room is reading a chart that says the patient is stable, and then the alarm goes off and everyone says, what terrible luck, it happened again. It always happens where he stands. It didn't happen because I was standing there. It was always going to happen. I'm just the only one who saw it coming. A month ago, I was a man whose own skull cost him the best medical school in the country, sitting on a clinic bed counting the colors over strangers' heads and waiting for a light screen to explain itself. Tonight, I'm on a list that has never had a student on it, and I'm not allowed to say so. Nobody in that building knows what I can do. My supervisor has told me to keep it that way, and she is right. And she is right for a reason that took somebody 3 years to do to her. So I'll be quiet. I'll read their traces for them. I'll take the beds nobody wants and the shifts nobody buys, and I'll let them go on calling me the unlucky one, because a man everybody underestimates gets to stand very close to the thing he wants. And when the time is right, my supervisor is going to go and take her name back. I intend to be standing where she can reach me.